Okay. We'll do the official part first. So, welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into youth justice. I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Aileen McDonald and I am Chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn your mobiles to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what you say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you for making the time to give evidence today, and I'm so glad that you could be here today. It just seemed that the stars have aligned, that you are in Australia at the same time as this youth. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you today. But before I start, if could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation. So if I start with Ms McCluskey.
So I'm Cara McCluskey. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Community Justice Scotland. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr Maguire.
Hi, I'm David Maguire. I'm the Chief Executive of the Agrama Foundation. I solemnly and sincerely, I truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
My name is Vincent Schiraldi. I am a visiting fellow at the Pinkerton Foundation and founder of Youth Correctional Leaders for Justice, which is an association of 75 juvenile justice correctional leaders in the United States. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Matalina Aulava. I am the administrator for the Kawailoa Youth and Family Wellness Center in Hawaii.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for, as again, a warm welcome. Oh, so sorry. I need you to swear an oath or an affirmation.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Thank you. So before I begin, would like to make an opening statement?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll start. I don't know if my colleagues also want to join in. So I've now run 4 different adult and juvenile correctional systems in New York City, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. I've lectured at Harvard and Columbia University, and I founded 2 nonprofit organizations focused on youth and adult justice reform, the Center on Juvenile and Criminal Justice and the Justice Policy Institute. What I wanted to focus on very briefly, and happy to answer questions, and I am going to submit written testimony if that's acceptable, is sort of the history of what's happened in youth justice in the United States, because we made a lot of mistakes along the way and have now turned things around very considerably. And I want to offer them up as an example for you to do with as you see fit. During the 1980s and particularly 1990s, there was a lot of energy to lock kids up in the United States. A professor at Princeton University, John DiIulio, attached a label to young people, super predators, and it began being picked up by people on the left and right as people became afraid of juvenile crime and adult crime as well, and started to pass laws to, if you commit an adult crime, you do adult time, mandatory sentences, making it easier to try kids as adults. And around the country, the number of kids locked up both in juvenile and adult facilities exploded. So by the end of the 90s, There were 109,000 kids in juvenile facilities and 14,500 kids in adult facilities, prisons and jails alongside adults. And what began to be happening was a lot of research and a lot of activism around this issue. So advocates started to use primarily racial and human rights arguments to push against mass incarceration of juveniles. Researchers from academic institutions started to look into the nature of adolescence to see, were kids different enough from adults to warrant this special treatment in a juvenile system, and if so, under what circumstances. Model program developers started to develop programs that they hoped would be successful with the kinds of kids that were getting institutionalized. So they studied what the nature of those young people was, and then created programs to meet those needs, and then did high-end randomized controlled trials to see did they work or did they not work. Non-governmental agencies, but also philanthropy, started to put money into best practices to work with jurisdictions to study the populations of kids who they were locking up, to see if there were other ways they could deal with those kids, and if so, what those were and what the outcomes were. I'll get to the end real quick. Massive declines in the number of kids locked up in the United States. So since the year 2000, there's been a 75% reduction nationwide in the number of young people in juvenile facilities, and 84% reduction in the number of young people in adult facilities, all of which has been accompanied by a 78% reduction in juvenile crime, 4 times the decline in adult crime. So the United States made a lot of mistakes during the 80s and 90s and is coming back from those mistakes, and it's having pretty impressive outcomes. I worked for Mayor Bloomberg, who was no softy on crime. When I ran the probation department in New York City, we took every single kid out of state custody, brought them all back to the city, had a dramatic reduction in the number of kids locked up. And in the 3 years following the passage of that legislation, it was called the Close to Home Act, we had a 53% reduction in juvenile crime. New York City was the only portion of New York State that did that. The rest of the state had a 20% reduction in juvenile crime. So New York City's doubled what happened in the rest of the state. And in the 3 years preceding Close to Home, we had a 24% reduction. So we doubled what we had done in the previous 3 years and doubled what was happening in the rest of the state. I'm going to stop because I was told 2 to 3
No,
minutes.
that's all right.
But if anybody wants to talk about the elements of Close to Home, how we planned it out,
Yep.
I'm happy to talk about that.
Thank you. Would I go to Ms. McCloskey?
Yes. So, Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm going to try and speak slowly in a very Scottish accent.
I love it. Yeah, exactly.
So, I'm going to read to keep this brief. I would say Scotland's achievement in removing all under 18s from prison is a product of decades of layered, interconnected policy and cross-party support, built on a foundational conviction that how a society treats its most vulnerable children is a measure not of its character, not merely of its justice system. We've had a number of interconnecting pillars. First, we have wholly invested in early intervention and prevention. Scotland's invested deliberately in the earliest years of life, in universal health visiting, early learning, targeted supportive family support, and orientating its entire public service architecture away from reaction and towards prevention, as I know Australia has in many aspects. The effects on the justice system, I would suggest, are a consequence of that broader social ambition. Secondly, we have getting it right for every child. GIRFEC, as it's called in Scotland, established a national framework in practice requiring every professional in health, education, housing and justice to assess a child's well-being in a coordinated way. Keeping children in school was central to this. I feel enormously proud of my teachers who have absolutely reduced exclusion in Scotland, so much so that last year we didn't exclude one child permanently from education. Exclusion is one of the strongest predictors of later offending, and Scotland's moved decisively to treat removal from education as a safeguarding concern and not an administrative inconvenience. And third is a promise. Children in care have been disproportionately represented in the justice system, not by coincidence, but because the state has too often failed them. Scotland's Independent Care Review produced recommendations and a commitment that Scotland had failed care experienced children and would change. And the promise, which is Scotland-wide at present, is keeping the promise to keep children in families, supporting communities, and ensuring that care experience is never a pathway to criminalisation. And fourth, we have a welfare-based system. We have the Children's Hearing System, which focuses on need and not deed. It has transformed the way that we think about young people. Last year we passed, 2024, this is 2026, we passed a Children Care and Justice Bill which raised those protections in statute, raised the threshold to custody, which means that we will no longer have any under 18s in prison, and embedded the UNCRC in Scottish law. And we have extended that logic in terms of how we sentence now under 25s, recognising all the neuroscience that committee members will recognise in brain development, and so we sentence under 25s differently. Thank you very much for that short introduction.
Thank you. Dr. Maguire?
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here. If you cope with a hair accent, you will see my one. I'm from the Grama Foundation. It's a non-for-profit that started in 1991 in Spain. We were the first organization, apart from the public sector, to run custodial setting. We don't run prison. We run re-educational centers, and it's fundamentally very different from what you will be experiencing in Australia. And I'm here today to give evidence about how things in custodial setting could be done differently, having different outcomes, both for the kids and also for the community, making the community safer by doing what we do. We welcome this inquiry because the question facing Australia is not only how we respond to youth offending, but what kind of youth justice system we want to build. And I'm here for all the questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you. And Ms. Alova?
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence today. My remarks focus on the experience of Hawaii's juvenile justice reforms as the potential relevance to those developments to Australia's ongoing discussions about youth justice policy. Over the past decades, Hawaii implemented a series of legislative and administrative changes aimed to reducing reliance on youth detention and improving outcomes for young people. These reforms included expanding diversion options, strengthening community-based services, and introducing trauma-informed and family-centered approaches. Independent evaluations reported significant reductions in youth incarceration, including the period of time that no girls were held in secure juvenile detention. This outcome was associated with the increased use of non-custodial responses, gender-specific supports, and alternatives to detention for young people experiencing instability or trauma. While the context of Hawaii and Australia differ in important ways, including the legal frameworks, demographics, and service systems, the Hawaii example illustrates how coordinated policy changes combined with investment in community-based interventions can shift system-level outcomes. It also highlights the potential impact of culturally grounded programs and early intervention strategies, particularly for groups that have historically been overrepresented in the justice system. The purpose of presenting this information is not to suggest that Hawaii's model can be replicated directly, but rather to provide an example of how another jurisdiction approach similar challenges. The evidence from Hawaii may assist the committee in considering which elements such as diversion pathways, gender-responsive services, or community-led programming could inform policy development in the Australian context. thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the committee's deliberations. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, thank you, thank you. So there will be committee members also online. We've resolved that questions will be free-flowing. And I might start, if I may, and then go to my colleagues. So Ms. McCluskey, I visited Scotland this time, or almost this time last year, and had like a little experience of, say, the children's hearing system and also the promise. I wonder, like, with the what advantages do you think having the children's hearing system provide over, say, a traditional court process?
Well, as I say, it focuses on need and not deed, and I think that's a cultural thing for us. I think it shifted us to a different place from sort of crime and punishment and focusing on a very child-friendly justice system, recognising that most of the children who come to us in the justice system later on are not hiding. You know, nobody who really appears in the system, we think that's a surprise. They come from decades of failure of systems. I think it's been quite a substantial shift. I've worked in justice for 30 years, and if I think about my experience 30 years ago to now, as a sort of cultural idea about how politicians, about how the public speak about it, I think that's what it's achieved. It's not just the technical part, it's about how we think about children. We had a sort of an idea that we wanted Scotland to be the best place in the world to grow up. And I think that has shifted us in lots of policy areas so that we'll look at that through the lens of how will this affect children in the future. It's difficult, I would say. You know, we still have some young people who commit some really terrible offences. I think it has challenged us. It has made us think about how we invest, how we have to do more, and the journey's not done yet.
Yeah. You want to follow up?
It's just the political question is the one that sprang to mind immediately, which is because, I mean, the systems sound amazing and amazingly successful across all of them. And particularly thinking about the New York example, that change came about maybe before we saw this big swing in politics. I'm just wondering, how do you reconcile what is very progressive reform with a political environment that might be pushing the other way? And I think that's kind of key to thinking about how to structure change, is how do you create that permission, that political permission to do so. I think that's one of the key questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So when this happened, first of all, you have to remember Mayor Bloomberg was, hardly a soft-on-crime guy. He ran initially as a Republican, then as an independent, and then ultimately as a Democrat. So his 3 terms, he was one of each. And so he had a lot of bona fides on tough on crime. I think the year that close to home passed 700,000 people, which is probably around the size of the city of Sydney, were stopped and frisked in New York City.
Wow.
So no one was calling Bloomberg soft on crime when he said, we're taking all the kids out of the state system. We're not going to send any more children to that system because a kid was killed, the conditions were terrible, the outcomes were terrible. It had a 70+% recidivism rate, and it cost $260,000 per kid per year, half of which was paid by the city and half by the state, which my understanding is a bargain compared to what it costs in New South Wales. It's like $1 million. Yeah, and so essentially, when Mayor Bloomberg decided he wanted to bring all the kids back, because Detroit, Michigan had done something similar, so we had another jurisdiction to look at, and New York, trust me, hates looking at any other jurisdiction as if they're superior to us. But we did. We bit our tongues and we went. And what the mayor then did was he tasked me as probation commissioner, the commissioner of child protective services, the courts, prosecutors, defense attorneys, police, and community groups to plan it out. And while the legislation was making its way through the Senate and Assembly, we had Dispositional Reform Steering Committee. I kid you not. That is a name only a government could love. And, we were planning it out like at every stage. So we did a thorough analysis of the kids, what their offense behaviors were for the last 3 years, what their risk levels were, what their outcomes were in different programs. We looked at programs from around the country that would affect the kinds of kids we had. We did, estimates with the help of John Jay College and the Annie Casey Foundation and the Vera Institute of Justice. They were our consultants. They help us forecast, okay, if we had all these programs in place, and now we're sitting there with the judges and the prosecutors, do you guys like these programs? Would you use these programs? Some level of, are we stepping forward together on this, right? So if we had these programs, what's the estimated number of beds we would need to bring all these kids back? Because there were 500 kids upstate. We had to have enough spots for them. The estimates were around 150, but we procured 300 beds anyway because we were afraid that, we wouldn't have enough beds, but we never got above 120. And we established a whole continuum of care. We got a risk assessment instrument that everybody was comfortable with. I had a recommendation grid. It was literally, you went up this way, it was offense severity. You went that way, it was risk. And then in the boxes was, if a kid's high risk, high severity, we're going to recommend that they be in a placement facility, most likely. They don't have to, but most likely that's what we're going to recommend. If a kid's low risk and low severity, we're going to divert them out of the system with a light touch, because government touches can sometimes, have unintended side effects. And then the kids in the middle are going to get this range of programs that we all agree should work with these kids. And then we were monitoring on a monthly basis, because now it's happening in real time, and adjusting and saying, ooh, the judges they don't want the kids in this box, literally the boxes, to get a light touch. They want more help for them. So we have to go procure more programs. But remember now, we're procuring programs that are costing $20, $30, $40. A $40,000 program is a really robust program, but we're saving $260,000 by not locking that kid up. So, over time, we just bit by bit by bit. And Mayor Bloomberg, because this was a pretty dramatic move, was asking for monthly reports. And trust me, you don't want those reports to be bad in front of Mayor Bloomberg. You want those to be good reports, and they were. The number of kids, now some of the kids ran away, because before they were way upstate in communities they weren't familiar with. Most of the kids were Black and Latino. Most of the upstate communities were white, and so there was not a good cultural situation there. But now they're home, and they can jump on a subway to get to their mother's house. So some of the kids ran away, but we just had to work the problem at every single stage, and we were committed to doing that. And both the legislative branch and the mayor were on us for it. And it was one of the best governing experiences I've ever had in my life, and it worked out really well.
Did you want anyone else to add to that?
Yeah, well, my experience with politicians and everything, I think everybody, there was a time in Spain where everybody agreed that, and I think it's very similar in Australia, because I've been here for several times, and there is no one politician that it will say that it's working, that it was happening in Spain. They all agreed, and they all signed an agreement that things needed to change, and they made the changes. In the whole, it was quite a revolutionary new legislation that came into place in 2000, and they changed the whole. I mean, from the obvious criminal age that used to be between 12 and 16 before, now is 14 to 18. But what Karen has explained, everybody who is in the youth justice system is specialized, trained in the youth justice system from police. They will have a specific training for how to work with kids in court and ourselves. I mean, when I started to work, it was called reformatories, and it was full of security guards and to change the culture of having educators and less security, and saying to the public, not at the beginning until everything started to work, but saying to everybody that with less security and more educators, they are going to be safer was a big change. But all agreed. I have to say that every single party said the state where we are is we cannot cope with it. It's very expensive. We were putting like 85% of our kids were from the gypsy community. People on remand it was around 85%, 90% sometimes. Now everything has, because all the changes, not just because the grammar work, is all the changes we have now. Gypsy community will be between 2 and 5%. About people on remand is 10%. It takes time, but we all have started somewhere, and I think that is across the time that we've been together. At the beginning is difficult. We need time to produce all the results, but when all parties agreed in something, that always helps.
So I would say yes, it is challenging. We focused on the evidence. I talk about smart justice. I am politically restricted, so I work across every single party. I've encouraged people to be able to disagree well about the things that we disagree with, as opposed to making it a point of contention. But the evidence is the evidence is the evidence. In Australia, I mean, I've listened for the last 2 days at a conference. You have so many experts here who know the evidence. The gap is in implementation. And actually, we need our politicians across the divides to support the evidence into implementation. But I recognise it's a challenge, and particularly now with, with populism, sometimes tries to overcome evidence. But I think, for me, as a public servant, I've always had to go back to the evidence because I can't engage in that political rhetoric. But we've had bills that have gone through where every single party, regardless of their leaning, has agreed and passed bills. And I think that is a measure of politics that has reached a maturity, that we can understand what the direction of travel is, regardless of our political leanings.
For Hawaii, for the transformations for over a decade, it was led by a lot of the judges. Judges being able to see the system of so many young people coming through and being detained, and looking at the data for the Hawaii, for the indigenous population. Hawaii only has 10% of Hawaiians there, but the system was represented in 70%. So many of them in there. So them taking a look at it and bringing everybody together with the Office of Youth Service, with the Department of Health, the Department of Human Services, how do we look at this child as the child? How can we make sure that the child coming through our system is going to be going out again and be the leaders of tomorrow, and how that gets to continue? So pretty much everybody just like what Vinny has shared too about system, is being able to bring everybody together. Judges brought in, all the judges, they brought in the prosecutors, the public defenders, the police department too as well, and all of the different departments, because there's every child touches this system, and that's what they were looking at. But how do we work together instead in silos to make sure that we embrace this youth with care, to give them a lot of love, because that's what our kids need in order for them to flourish. With that movement, it brought 80% down for us of kids in youth. It was hundreds. Today, as of today, the population is only 30 kids in secured care. We work really hard to try to work with growth. We, at one point, 2022, we had 0 growth in systems. Yes, we do have 2 growths, but this is where we pivot, we evaluate, we assess what are we missing. But what happened is, in this correctional facility, it was 437 acres of land. It was all correctional facility. But today, there's only 1 building that is dedicated for secured system. The rest of the facility, the rest of the campus has all of these community programs. You have houselessness, you have kids who are trafficked, you have vocational school, you have INA-based program, meaning like cultural programs. all of these come to Department of Health, which also has step down for mental health services. It's a one-stop service. We call it a pu'uhonua because it is a place of refuge where our kids can go to. But being able to see that and continue for the legislature to do that, 2018 is when we passed the law for Act 201. It has been legislated in, and how we care for these kids. What these kids get when they walk through the system. You get an assessment. That's education, mental health, anything in service that is needed. And we are also, statutory to make sure that the transition plan happen. So we start thinking of exit at entrance when a youth walks in those facilities. When they walk out of there, it was very hard in the beginning where, you don't get an ID when you're incarcerated. No, now these kids walk out with their ID, Social Security, birth certificate, and then they also walk out with quite a lot of funding because they do work into the system. So a lot of this different system has stepped up. Also in the federal part of the government has also stepped in and being able to do this. Our kids now have work line inside. They work with all of these, different equipments that you would not find in any corrections. But they walk out of there financially they can pay for their first runs, all of that. But that was because it was legislated that we are obligated to make sure that we provide such care and also get the community involved. Like Karen said, after being here and hearing the community at the conference, you guys have the expertise. You guys have dedicated people who wants to do that, and that's what we used. The entire other part that is no longer a correctional facility, it's all run by nonprofit, community-based indigenous program because they love and they care for the kids. Our goal is that can be the second phase of transition, and the goal is these programs also are in the community. So they get to go out in the community and get that service rather than going from community to community. So, but all of that is being legislated in, and that was one move that continues to be part of it because they had just approved for us to do the entire transformation of additional programming on campus. So it just shows that it continues to go. There will be setbacks. It ain't perfect. It ain't perfect. There will be setbacks. But with those setbacks, we take it back, we evaluate, we see what is need, and then we make a plan and we move it forward.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question? So, to Dr. Maguire. So when I went to Spain, I noticed that when you, so I went to one of the re-education centres, and I was struck that I wasn't surrounded by guards. They were psychologists, and I was particularly impressed on one of my visits that a judge had come to reconnect with the children that had been sent, or children and young people that had been sentenced. And I thought, oh no, this isn't going to go well. But they were actually happy to, and he was genuinely wanted to know the progress of each child, and they were happy to engage. And I'm just wondering, how does that whole of system approach, you're more into therapeutic rather than punitive. Where I was going with that question, sorry. How does that compare with, say, a legislative reform?
When we started, before all the reform that I was speaking about, everything was about punishment, short sentence, and it was evidence that was not working. There was not evidence about a new thing will work. That is the reality. But when we were given a pilot between 1991 and 2000, when the reform was, and we were trying to do things, and we were sitting politicians, civil servants, judges, prosecutors, psychologists, us as a provider, and we sat down thinking, guessing what is the kid needs and how we could fulfill the kids. one of the reforms that you've just explained, it was by law. In this reform by law, the judges need to go and visit in a monthly basis to check if the sentencing is working. The prosecutor needs to go every 3 months, goes, and need to check that the sentencing is working, for making sure that that community is safe for the victim and so on. We need to work in the same page. The one thing that you saw, it was there is no blaming culture because we are all responsible. If a kid absconds, they are not going to point at me. They are going to, because all have agreed that the kid needs to go, and if it comes, if he goes, it's his responsibility. He will know that it's a wrong decision, and that is how we did it. I mean, at the one thing that Marta have just said, there are going to be and that is something that every single party needs to know. It's not going to be, it's never perfect.
No.
Not even 30 years later. It's going to be some bump in the journey, and if we are all together, the system will mature better. That is how we did it.
Thank you. I'll throw to my colleague.
Thanks, Chair. And look, I just wanted to ask this. I mean, we have the evidence as well. It's pretty clear. As you've acknowledged, we have the expertise here also. The problem, it seems to me, is that our challenge is getting the public to accept that evidence, the expertise. We also have the Murdoch press that tends to, whip up youth crime issues. And do you have any insights from your experiences dealing with that could be of assistance?
It strikes me that the discussion around youth crime has had a wrong level sometimes. We insiders speak a certain language that the public doesn't necessarily speak. So for what animates a lot of advocates is human rights issues, civil rights issues, racial equity, and I'm not poo-pooing any of that stuff, right? I think that what we were doing to our children in New York was a human rights violation, and we were doing it almost exclusively to Black and Latino kids, almost exclusively,
Yeah.
right? So that's true. It's just the regular person, and I don't think regular New Yorkers want harm to come to children, and they don't want the system to be racially disparate. I don't think that New Yorkers did want that. But that's not what animates them. What animates my uncles who drive trucks in New York is they want to be safe, and they want their children to be safe. And sometimes when they hear the human rights and the civil rights arguments, they hear, you don't care whether I'm safe, right? I don't want Black kids being released just because they're Black. You tell me a way to get there that's safe, and I'm with you, because I don't like racial discrimination, and I don't like children coming to harm in state-run institutions. But you got to lead with safety, and I think that when we were able to get that disposition, that dull-named, Disposition Reform Steering Committee together, and assure people that we got this, we are going to stick the landing when we do this. We are not going to. This is not a jailbreak, right? When we were able to assure them of that. I mean, you're always going to get bad press. If you're afraid of that, you should get out of politics, right? There's no way around it. You should get out of running systems, right? You're always going to take a beating at some point. But if you're able to sort of look the cameras in the eye and look your fellow elected officials in the eye and look your constituents in the eye and say, this is absolutely the best in class. This is the way we should be dealing with our children. Some of them are going to be in a confined setting, but a bunch of them are going to be in the kinds of things that will help them turn into the neighbors you want them to be. And they'll be able to work the jobs and do all the things that these folks have talked about, right? That goes a really long way. And if you can get your colleagues to play ball with you, which is no mean feat, but is doable. It's not, you're not going to everybody, it's the real world out there, right? But if you can get a substantial portion of your colleagues to go along with that because it's effective, not because they believe in the exact same level of philosophy you believe in, And like it's been said, you've got a lot of the elements of that already. You have more of the elements, as far as I'm concerned now, than we had when we got close to home pest.
Could I comment?
Yes.
So I started in violence reduction. That was my whole ethos, because we had a very high rate of violence and homicide in Scotland. And my whole ethos was to prevent future victims. That was a really good place to start because it got people on board. I engaged with the media because we adopt a public health approach, and part of that is about changing cultural norms. So I brought every editor in at the time and I said, look, I'm not looking for a cheerleader. You can hold me to account if I get things wrong. And I have a whole series of lectures I do on failure. But I need you to take a sober and reasonable attitude to what we are doing. It wasn't universally successful. We kept on doing it. I have decided now I've become distinctly analogue in a very digital world, because I go out and I speak to communities and people to tell them what we're doing face to face. It is the only way that evidence and reasonable attitude can get through. And when I show people what we're trying to do, you do get nods around the room. I do get disagreement, but again, we're able to disagree well, but people see what you're trying to do. And I think it is a challenge. I think it's particularly a challenge for politicians. So I feel quite sorry for you. I know that's probably not often said, but particularly in the press. But I think that people can get consensus, and I think if you repeat it again and again and again, eventually the message gets through. Yeah. I now measure it with people who tell me things that I've said in the press 10, 15 years ago and repeated ad nauseum. And it comes back to me eventually, and that's my measure of change. And even the press, even some of the press that don't like what I do, repeat some of those phrases. And it's, change takes a long time.
Also, telling stories and tying those stories to your data. So here's what I understand, and I might have some of this wrong. My understanding is in New South Wales, you have 220 kids in custody, about. 75% of them, about, are on remand. And those remand kids stay an average of 9 days each. Yeah. I'm telling you, my truck driving uncles would not be reassured. No. 9 days is nothing. Yeah. And what you're doing is you're giving 9 days of an education in how to reoffend at a very high cost to young people. Yeah. So and that you have 6 facilities approximately housing those 220 kids. So let's imagine you were able to do something, fully analyze the young people and look at the kinds of programs that would work for those kids in lieu of incarceration for the lower risk kids. You could probably close a 30-bed facility, no problem. Yeah. Out of those 6 facilities, that's $30 million you'd have to spend. My bet is the programs I'm describing wouldn't cost anywhere near that. It might be a good place to start, and my bet is that somewhere in there, you have a mentally ill kid or a dozen of them who have been stealing stuff from the local store or graffitiing and then being put on pretrial release, and because they're either not personally capable of navigating the system, or their families are in distress, or they don't have transportation, they've been missing court appointments with their supervising probation officer, and now they're back in because of a breach. Most people aren't freaked out by a breach, by a mentally ill kid who's swiped stuff from the local grocery store. They're not. And so I think the conversation's often about the worst thing the worst kid did this year, but the system's not full of those kids. The system's full of a bunch of other young people. Now, certainly there are going to be some kids in there that, need to be held in custody for their safety and ours, but that is just not the majority of what you have today in your system. And I think if you can have that conversation with your constituents, it'll be a different conversation than what the Murdoch press is putting out on a daily basis.
So we seem to have, we've got a situation in New South Wales where I think back in about 2010 we had about 420 kids in custody, and then it dropped between then and about 2022 or so, and it was down at I think a low of around 180, 190. Since 2023 it's jumped back up by about 30%. And that was driven, I think, mainly by some reforms to bail law that imposed a much higher test for children in respect of certain quite prevalent offences. That was driven by sort of law and order media concerns. So I'm specifically interested in terms of the Scottish and New York experience about evidence on this question of the link between punitive responses and crime rates. Is there any evidence that refusing more kids bail reduces crime? Is there any evidence that longer sentences or the choice of custody, for example, actually drives down crime? Because that seems to me to be the misconception that is quite prevalent, that is actually driving these responses. So I'm just curious about the evidence base for it in your jurisdictions, maybe starting with Scotland.
Yeah. So I risk, it's not a soundbite, but the justice system's like an infection. Once you get it once, it can become lifelong and life-limiting. So trying our hardest to divert kids out of the system, not keeping them on remand, keeping them out, has a better evidence base than any justice policy. I can't think of any piece of evidence that says that longer sentences, correlate with a reduction in crime. And with respect to my colleagues in the US, if that had worked, America would have no crime because they've jailed 3.5 million people a year. And, they've tried this mass experiment. What we know is that meeting, and particularly young people's needs, absolutely has a better evidence base. And I don't think you can detract from that. I think what's interesting is, because we've been doing this for such a long time now, we've flattened the curve in prison. When I look at what happened in prisons and our incarceration rate 20 years ago, the bulge was around 18, 19, 20-year-olds. Now it's 35 as a peak age. So these are all the people we failed to prevent.
Yeah.
So you could flatten the curve and create a longer term change. That's not to say that we still have challenges in the adult justice system just now. We've got the same issues as Australia with backlogs and court backlogs, after COVID. But I do think that longer term policy and following that evidence has paid dividends for Scotland.
Yeah, so there's one of the good things of doing things so terribly wrong is that there's big numbers to study. And so one particularly good study in Chicago, which is Cook County, in Cook County, when a young person's case comes before the court, they're randomly assigned to different judges. So a number is going to come up, you're going to go to one judge, you're going to go to the next judge, you're going to go to the next judge. And some judges, much more inclined to lock kids up. Some judges are much less inclined to lock kids up. And so now you have a sort of natural randomized experiment. And so these researchers from MIT studied the random assignment of young people to judges, and they were able to then compare matched pairs. So the young people who are similar to other young people, some who got locked up, some who got sent back to the community, what they found was that when young people are living our young lives, we're accruing social capital. We're graduating from school, we're getting work experience, we're having experience with relationships, we're making our mistakes, we're learning from them, and we're growing older. And kids in custody are experiencing what they called criminal capital. They're associating with other young people who are delinquents, right, who are themselves committing crimes, so it's sort of a concentrated area of criminality. And they're also not getting to make their own choices. And therefore learn from their own mistakes. And so the young people that were similar who got incarcerated had higher rates of reoffending, and particularly reoffending in ways that got them into the adult prison system, had much lower rates of returning to school post-release, and higher rates of mental illness than the similar kids who were placed in the community by the softer judges, if you will. And like you said, the evidence, if you look sort of writ large, is as we reduced the number of kids we locked up through policies mainly, we had better outcomes from criminality. So that tends to support that research.
Interesting.
Can I just ask, thank you all. I just wanted to thank you very much for acknowledging all of the brilliant expertise that is in our incredible state that you've come into contact with. I think I'm the one politician in this place that stands up every time there is a law and order bill before the Parliament and almost weeps in pain, knowing that we're going radically in the wrong direction in relation to youth justice. When we just tightened up our bail laws, I knew that it would result in more kids on remand, making communities no less safer, but making children actually, potentially, far more criminal. Because the experts just keep telling us this. They're brilliant. I weep at their expertise not being uptaken and listened to by MPs. I really wanted to know, we have here in New South Wales one of the most internationally shameful ages of criminal responsibility. We are 10 years of age. You can be a criminal, and in fact, we have a massive push to, have to lock up kids at 10 if they've done something heinously wrong and terrible. How much, I know Scotland, you have no child under the age of 18 is able to be incarcerated. I know that there's 14 different ages. How much does that age suggestion or requirement in your law, how much does that influence what we do in terms of addressing young people and offensive behaviour?
Well, it does. It does have a great significance when we have 14 years old in Spain. If any kid commit a crime when he's 10 years old, we as a society have done something very, very, very wrong. I don't think that is, we need to understand the kids' needs, and that is the bottom line is we fail this kid if they committed a crime. If I could, and I had power in Spain, I would put 16 years old.
Yeah.
They're more mature and so even the legislation of how long a kid could be in custody, it depends on the brain development, and under 16 is very short comparing with over 16. I mean, the maximum you can be in for the worst crime you can be when you are under 16 is 4 years. For the same crime when you are over 16 is 8 years. It's double. Taking into account that development and so on. However, no kid, I think, again, my opinion, no kid under 16 should be in this position. For sure, no one with 10 years old. I mean, that is our fault.
Our legislation actually, shamefully, had been 8 years old for many, many years, and we just hadn't looked at it. So we moved to 12. Personally, I would have moved to, probably it will go to 14 and then 16. That would be my hope, as we evidence that actually we can support the children who come into conflict with the law. But I realise it's challenging. I do think it's important. I think it's a signal that you send out to the community that we will legislate for this. But then we also have all these other policies like the sentencing of young people under 25, taking into that evidence base that you touched on earlier on. And I think that creates the incremental change. But I do think policy and legislation, incredibly important in setting the sort of foundations for how the country will progress.
Maryland increased the age to 12 from 0. There was no minimum age for just kids accused of misdemeanors. And crazily enough, in the United States, possession of a gun is a misdemeanor because we're a very gun-oriented place. And so that really enraged the cops, right? Because now they're catching kids with guns and they couldn't prosecute them, 11-year-olds. But one of the things we did was we took a careful look at those kids. Like when we're talking about this, you're talking about almost a vanishingly small number of children. You can actually know them by name. In New South Wales, the number of 10 to 13-year-olds that might be getting in trouble. And when we started to look at their lives and say, why is this kid carrying a gun? Why is an 11-year-old going to school with a gun? How many times has he been beaten up on the way to school before? How many times has his lunch money been stolen? How many times has he been with his girlfriend and somebody sexually assaulted his girlfriend at gunpoint? All of those things were happening to these poor little kids. And That doesn't mean it's okay to carry a gun, but also, what is the alternative system going to do? And so you have a social service system. What more would they get from the delinquency system? What they would get is the kid would be sitting in a room, right? And let's imagine he's on probation, in a waiting room with a bunch of 17-year-olds have committed a whole bunch more crimes, and that's not going to benefit him. All the programs are the same. We have access to all the same programs. If you want a kid to get multi-systemic therapy or anger management class, you can get it from the social service system. He doesn't need to get it from us. Heaven forbid he would ever get into one of our facilities. That would be an utter tragedy. And then you're right, what you said, I forget exactly the phrase you used, we're writing a script for the rest of that kid's life. So it's, to the degree you can get on your front foot on some of those media occasions and actually describe the life of a kid and the alternative systems that would be available, I think most people want something to happen. I think the frustration for a lot of people is nothing happens, or it seems like nothing happens because there's so much confidentiality. But if you can explain to them, like, here are the two different choices if we go the criminal route or the delinquency route or the social service route, many of your constituents would be fine. They just need to feel some confidence that actually something is going to happen to help the young person stop doing whatever bad thing they were doing. That's really what most people want. They don't want 11-year-olds. Occasionally you're going to get somebody on the evening news who, wants to rip their ears off. But by and large, most people don't want that. They want the young person to stop doing the bad thing, whatever that was.
For Hawaii, it's statutory 12 years old, but the judges have a say. So we would have to call the judges to get an approval for the youth to be detained. So including the HPD or even at the detention center, they would have to approve for that. Because of the transformation and the reform, you will see mostly 14-year-olds being detained, but a lot of the 12-year-olds are looking for care. Based on what the need is to be placed in care or in shelters. So we have quite a lot of shelters to divert them from being in detention until they're settled down. Because usually for those 12-year-olds, it's a disagreement with mom and dad because their phone was taken away. So the cases are evaluated to that point and giving the judges the decision. Most of the time, they would say to send the youth to a shelter just for them to calm down and get reintegrated back with their family, with services in place.
And I just wanted to ask, in each of your jurisdictions, the relationship, that entry point, where does it happen? Is it always police? Do you have alternative people who are called as first responders to deal with a child who might be or an under 16-year-old? What is the nature or the culture of police when it comes to youth crime, youth justice, youth misbehaviour prior to crime?
Well, in Scotland, it can be anybody. It can be the police.
Yep.
Obviously, if an offence is, and we have had some serious offences.
Yeah.
I mean, I think every single one of us will have had serious offences where it tests us around how we do. But because we've had this, GIRFEC where we have children who come to attention, so it could be to social work. It could even be youth workers who are in communities. It could be, because we've got this sort of multidisciplinary team where we all know about how to identify harm and need in children. There is an interconnectedness there. It doesn't work perfectly. And I think my police colleagues, and I would pay real respect to some of the work that they've done and some of the intervention work, because actually the Australian police, you're set up like the UK police. The Pelian principles that set up the police in Australia, the most important Pelian principle to me is the absence of crime and disorder is a litmus test of great policing. That's about prevention.
Is there specific training for police in relation to young people or that you're aware of?
Absolutely. So
Right.
we have a centre for youth justice led by some fantastic people who do some great training with the police. It is absolutely within the police training. Police training is really there's a lot that has to go into police training, as there will be in Australia. But it does provide it's a fundamental part of the training that, really expert services like
Sorry.
Like the Centre for Youth Justice does that very specific training. And I think if you ask most police officers, they would understand that. We're also a very trauma-aware nation, so everybody's trained in adverse childhood experience, how to be responsive to it. So yes, multiple entry points.
Yeah.
But I think everybody would have the same, the same response. We would eventually get to the same place.
So just a last question from me, if I could, before time.
Yeah, we've got 1 minute.
Yeah.
I was going
sorry.
to see if anyone wanted a closing, but
Okay.
you
So
be
we've
very
got
quick.
a law in New South Wales that for breaking into and various car theft offences poses probably the highest test in the Bail Act that
Yeah,
we have.
that's
It
good.
only applies to children. They can't get bail unless the court's satisfied to a high degree of certainty that the child won't reoffend. Just wondering, and it's got a sunset clause on it, I think it's due to expire in 2028. Just interested whether any of your jurisdictions have bail laws that are more stringent for children than adults, and what your view is about whether that is an effective crime prevention piece of legislation. Maybe starting with New York.
Yeah, it's not the law, but the practice can often be more restrictive for young people, in part because for young people, the courts are concerned about social factors. So you won't very often find an adult getting detained because they were skipping school or staying out past curfew, right? That's just not something we do with adults, or even because their home life is not good, right? Whereas children, if their parents don't show up at court because either they're disengaged or they're super engaged, they have 2 different jobs and they're a single mom and they just can't go to every court appearance, that'll run against a child in ways that it doesn't for an adult. But the laws themselves aren't really different. I would encourage a better focus on an individual look at the kid and their risk rather than their offense behavior. There's no correlation. There's no research I'm aware of that shows that a kid who breaks and enters versus a kid who steals a car versus a kid who's selling drugs, that one of those offenses makes them more at risk than the other. Kids tend to, especially us males, right? Delinquent behavior is normative for males. You guys know, right? I mean, like when we were younger, we did stupid stuff that we're not proud of. That's true for these young people too, but they don't tend to specialize.
Getting that on the hand side.
And they don't tend to specialize. They don't always commit burglaries because they've committed a burglary. But a kid that's assessed at medium or high risk is at medium or high risk, regardless of whether it was a burglary or one of those other crimes.
Exactly.
Is there any similar law in Scotland?
No,
That
and
kids
we
are
would,
held to
we
a
would.
higher
I mean, obviously, we use secure care if the child's at risk to themselves or to others as quite a high test because we don't have many beds now, and our secure care facilities, which are about care and about the child's need, also has children there who are severely traumatised. And I don't want to go into it here, but sometimes we like to think that they're 2 separate groups and they're the same group. But my lasting thing that I would say is actually family support. I know we've talked about children specifically, but supporting families, I think, is probably as crucial as some of the other interventions that we've talked today, because actually kids grow up in secure families where they are loved, respected, and families have enough support to wrap around children so that they achieve well-being.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. We all very much appreciate. I'm hoping, because there are many more questions that we haven't got to ask today, whether we could maybe give you some questions to think about and answer later on. But thank you so much for coming and enjoy your stay in Australia. I wish it was sunny for you.
Yeah.
So do I.
Yeah, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate
And good luck.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Good luck.
We need it. Amazing.
Sorry to hold you up.
Not at all.
So welcome, and thank you for giving the time today to give evidence. So we'd like you to each, and I'll start with you, Mr. Tickner. If you can state your name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation.
Robert Edward Tickner, Chair of the Justice Reform Initiative, taking an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Satori?
Mindy Sotiri, I'm the Executive Director of the Justice Reform Initiative. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start with question?
Oh,
Sorry, opening statements. We must hear you.
Thank you, Chair. We have had a little discussion and we've agreed I might just start first with some opening remarks. It's not really a monologue, more a beginning of the conversation I hope we can have. But I guess in the first instance, I want to say that the Justice Reform Initiative is delighted in the cross-party nature of this committee, the integrity which all members bring to bear. We think it's an extraordinarily important committee, literally one that can help shape public policy in what has been, we have to acknowledge, a contested space when we've been in a bit of a national fog, but where the fog is clearing and we're finding that people of goodwill are increasingly prepared to speak out, speak up, take a stand and come together across the aisle in relation to youth justice reform. I mean, people may not know, but in this parliament, to the great credit of the parliamentarians, and we're talking about people, you know, as diverse as the most left and the most right, literally coming together in a cross-party group within the parliament in support of justice reform. That is unprecedented, and it certainly leads the country, and long may it continue and deepen and strengthen. You know, I have said before, but I say again, I think that this parliament does have a special responsibility. You know, we're little more than a few hundred metres away from where incarceration, as we know it now, started in this country. You know, this state, you know, led the pack. And unfortunately, on both sides of politics, you know, we got caught up in following the American model of building more and more prisons and more youth detention centres, and somehow thinking, and at enormous cost, and somehow thinking this was going to turn things around. And there's been some questioning and discussion around the, if you like, the art of politics. How do we change this? And I really want to engage with you on some of that as well. But of course, it's this question is the absolute reason why the Justice Reform Initiative has come together and been established. It is the reason why we are here. It's the reason why we've invited these 4 international visitors to come to the country to present evidence, to speak publicly with the support of the Paul Ramsay Foundation and the Minderoo, with the Paul Ramsay Foundation. That contribution, I think, is one that you've already come to significantly appreciate. But I want to say that if you look at the website of the Justice Reform Initiative, you really see that we're trying to live out the principles that we are espousing. You know, there is an extraordinary range of 120 patrons, including people, you know, from the right wing of the Liberal Party to the left wing of the Labor Party, Greens, Independents, people from all political hues who are there as part of the patrons, High Court judges, national icons like Cathy Freeman. You know, the supporting organisations range from Law Council of Australia, the Australian Medical Association, FECA, you know, and the Australian Council of Churches, just to give examples, the Australian Catholic Bishops. Do you know how hard it is for people to get that level of support? You know, it's unprecedented. to get the Australian Catholic bishops to say, they believe in this organisation and what we're trying to do. It is not a correct assessment of the landscape to think that, if you like, that old law and order politics is the prevailing narrative, because it's shifting. A lot of people are coming out. There was a speech, by Natasha McLaren-Jones about women in custody at the recent parliamentary breakfast. Every one of you here would agree with it. Fabulous statement, but it's indicative of, how this shift is happening. But I also want to say that this inquiry is a landmark inquiry already. It has such enormous potential, and the Legislative Council of New South Wales, for the benefit of the public, is like the Senate in lots of ways, in that it's a house of review, but it also makes massive contributions to public policy, of which I am a personal beneficiary. Had it not been for the work, the cross-party work that occurred back in the late 1980s in relation to adoption law reform, that law reform would never have happened. I would never have met my birth mother. But when we come to this inquiry, we're dealing with so much more in the sense of the huge numbers of people who are impacted by this failing system of youth justice. And so your opportunity to change things around is very great. I want to just highlight, I guess, three key areas that I hope we can explore, and which, if you do not address, if I can be very frank, if you do not address in your report as almost preeminent issues that are the absolute key, I believe, to the transformation of the system. And the first one, I guess, is to highlight what we're dealing with here. A doctor, before a doctor treats a patient, has to diagnose what the medical condition is. What's the problem that we're trying to solve? And the first thing to say on this score is that the biggest glaring, inescapable elephant in the room is that we are essentially running 6 homelessness shelters for homeless kids. That's not just my opinion. The New South Wales Inspector of Prisons conducted an inquiry into 6 youth detention centres and reported on page 7 of her report that essentially, when she talked to the administrators inside the centre, that's what they said. They get it. The workforce understands these things. So my first fundamental point is this has got to be a massive focus of your work. And if the Tasmanian Liberal government can start to talk seriously about shifting policy in this area, and all the people that you've heard from today have given you huge additional evidence, this is also the problem that we need to address in New South Wales. And my colleague, Dr. Mindy Satire, will deal with this issue in some depth. The second thing to say is, and we have to have an honest conversation about this issue. As much as we are totally committed to an absolute transformation of the system, it is likely as we go forward that there will be some children who may be in need of some kind of secure confinement, and some children who will be inevitably, whatever I might think about it, sentenced to some period in their lives where they are required to be part of the system. And this is the second point. The existing way that we treat the most vulnerable kids in our entire country, right? And they are among the most vulnerable kids who have been under state care, you know, who've been subject to family violence at various times in their lives, or impacted by, you know, drugs and alcohol in families. You know, parents who might have done their best but not been able to perhaps, you know, do the job of parenting, or other children who may have been separated with no proper cause for whatever reason. The fact is, we are talking here about the most vulnerable children in the country, and I ask you to think what we currently do with them. So we take the kids who more than anybody else need the love, and we shouldn't be afraid of that word, the love, the mentoring, the backing, the support, the care, to be able to turn their lives around. They're children. They are children. You know, this is the one shot in the locker to support those kids. But what do? We lock them up for huge prolonged periods of each and every day. They are locked up in a room. You know, most Australians understood from what happened in COVID what it's like to be locked up in a room, but imagine you're locked up in something that, you know, is little better than a cell, little better in most cases, and for very long periods of time. The point is, this is the second point after talking about remand, the system is completely broken. The model is something from the 1950s or some other Dickensian period. And that's the other challenge. We have to reinvent this model. And that's where our 4 international visitors here have been so important, I think, in making clear that there are models that are going to make communities safer. You know, they're going to be much better expenditure of public money. You know, that kids will be accountable, but they'll also be supported to address the underlying issues. I'm going to finish up on my opening statement, but I just want to say the third thing that is an absolute fundamental for you to highlight is that the system will not change. The system will not shift unless the third important key element is addressed, and that is a shift in the resources to the non-government sector in particular, and most importantly to Aboriginal community-based organisations. The significant shift in resources away from the failed incarceration model to a community-based approach similar to what my colleagues have been talking about today. But without that third element, a fundamental shift in resources, you know, you're going to essentially take kids from youth detention and put them on the street without any support. You know, you've got to get that, and that's why, you know, State Treasurer Mookie, you know, is, I think, a very good human. I think there's some recent important statements by the Premier that I welcome, and we should talk about that. But this needs transformational work of government, and it's got to be driven, I hope, by a Premier of good heart and supported by an opposition leader of good heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with the Select Committee on Youth Justice. I'm going to be very brief. I want to echo what my chair has just said and just note from the outset that the over-incarceration and criminalisation of children in New South Wales, especially First Nations children, requires immediate action and transformative change. We are unnecessarily incarcerating thousands of children each year, mostly on remand, for short, extremely harmful, disruptive periods of time. We know that children are being criminalised, policed and managed in prison settings instead of receiving the support, the care, the love, the programs, the education, the opportunities that all of our kids need in the community. And we also know that many of the kids in Australian prison cells have never had that opportunity to access those things. And we know that this has been government failure. Successive governments have failed to address poverty, homelessness, food insecurity, ensure access to healthcare and education. And especially, I want to emphasise the importance of access to meaningful, culturally appropriate support for First Nations communities. The submission that we've put before the committee goes through a number of different examples and case studies of evidence-based programs that could operate as alternatives to incarceration. And I know that a lot of what we have put in our submission is familiar material to people in the committee, and I know as the guests have talked about and Robert has talked about and the committee has talked about, there is enormous expertise in Australia. There are so many First Nations-led organisations, community-led organisations that are already doing amazing work when it comes to delivering programs, supports and services that are impactful when it comes to reducing the number of children that go to prison. The problem is that we are not funding these programs in anywhere near the scale that we need to. And we've also not given them the importance or the respect, I think, that those programs really require when it comes to looking at what their role and their part is in working together to reduce incarceration. We have in our submission, but also there's a larger piece of work that I'm very happy to share with the committee shortly, which we've been undertaking with the Minderoo Foundation for the last year. We've been researching how do we bring about change in youth justice in Australia. We've identified in our submission, and we go into a lot more detail in our piece of work for Minderoo, that there are 4 key policy areas that we really need to work on together. The first is around policies and resourcing that really prevent contact with the justice system. So things like early intervention. We talk about programs like the Pathways to Prevention program, which is an incredible evaluated program undertaken quite recently in Queensland that has seen a significant reduction in the number of children that we would have expected to end up in prison, just not going to prison. So prevention programs are a big part of it. The second policy area that we identify are policy and resourcing that build pathways out of the justice system. And again, there's a whole list of these that I can speak to, but that includes things like post-release services. Again, there is really strong evidence about what happens when you wrap support around children when they walk out the prison doors. That also includes things like bail support and bail programs, so that people that have contact with the system, rather than ending up in a police cell or in a prison cell, end up in a supported bail situation. There's ways of doing that really well, and I know there's some trials and pilots happening in New South Wales, as well as some long-standing programs, but with very, very small numbers of beds compared to the thousands of kids that actually require that sort of support. So the first one's about prevention in terms of policy areas. The second one is about building pathways out of the system. The third policy area are those changes that are required to prevent the harms of the justice system. So that's when we need to look at things like the diagramma model and like what's happening in Hawaii. If we are going to incarcerate children, what should or could it look like? That also includes things like the legislative reform that is required, things like raising the age of criminal responsibility, changing bail reform so that the thresholds aren't so difficult for children, and also ensuring that if we are locking kids up, that they have access to all of their rights. And again, just the point that was made in the adult, in the Nagel Royal Commission back in the 70s, when we were looking at sort of the principle of what it is that we're doing when we lock people up. And I guess that with the kids, we absolutely need to remember this so precisely. And that is that we send people to prison as punishment, not for punishment. The deprivation of liberty, especially for children, should be the only punishment. Everything else should be absolutely centred around what it is that children need while they are detained. So that is, when we're talking about preventing the harms of the system, we have to recognise that we have failed dismally in this area, although every state and territory, including New South Wales, has rehabilitative ambitions in terms of how both our departments and the judiciary describe what is intended by a period of time in incarceration. That ambition has never been realised in New South Wales. We have never successfully had a system that actually operates on those rehabilitative principles. Prevention, building pathways out of the system, preventing the harms of the justice system, and the final policy area that we identify in our submission is around policy and resourcing that really looks at the systems that result in the overuse of incarceration. And that's, I think, when we're listening to Karen from Scotland talking about the multi-systems approach and Marta from Hawaii talking about the way in which all of those systems came together, those are the kinds of reforms. And within that, in the Australian and New South Wales context, we have to talk about closing the gap and where that piece of work fits within that systems change. And finally, sorry, I said I'd be brief, but that was actually not true. I do just want to note, I was looking at the most recent Boxar data last night, and I'm sure that the committee is across this, but just to sort of ground us in, I guess, the severity of what it is that is happening in New South Wales. So as Vinnie said, there's 220 kids in that sort of snapshot. If you took a photograph of everybody in prison, 118 of those kids are Aboriginal children. 175 of those 220 kids are on remand, with 45 sentenced kids, so that's just the snapshot. But if you look at the reception data, and that in that last March quarter, there were 333 kids that were received into youth detention. None of those kids was sentenced. They were all on remand, so 0 of them coming in over that period were sentenced. And of the 305 children that were legally discharged from custody, so that were released from custody in the March quarter, 288 of them were discharged to bail, so they didn't end up doing any time over that quarter. A further 12 were discharged to a community order. 5 had some other form of discharge. So out of that 305, there were only 9 children that actually transitioned from a remand into a sentence. So I guess I just wanted to note that to again just sort of re-emphasise we have this system where we are churning these kids who should not be in prison through a system that is causing them harm, which is often lifelong and is often intergenerational, and there are so many things that we could be doing instead of utilising prison in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask us the same question, and Mr. Tickner, you mentioned it, talking about vulnerable children. So based on your research, what are the primary drivers that end with, say, children entering into the justice system?
Look, I'll pass to Dr. Satiri, but I think that I can say very confidently that anybody who's been associated with this work knows the answer to that question. Yeah. I tabled the Royal Commission report into Aboriginal deaths in custody 35 years ago. It was all there 35 years ago. We've had 3.5 decades of increased incarceration and following the broken model. There are literally reports from the floor to the roof, telling us those answers. So, but I'll pass to Dr. Satiri just, I think, to confirm that.
Yeah, I think probably the best research that we've got in Australia at the moment around that is the social determinants of justice research that's been conducted by Emerita Professor Eileen Baldry and Associate Professor Ruth McCausland. And they've looked at linked administrative data sets in New South Wales, and absolutely and precisely using government data have identified exactly what it is and the reasons why that children are coming into custody. They've identified 8 key factors, and I should stress that some of these, it's not blaming the children, it's just saying that this is what has happened, but the factors are having been in out of home care, so in foster care, receiving a poor school education, being Indigenous, again, this is a structural issue, obviously it doesn't, it's not a predictive factor on any personal level, having early contact with police, having unsupported mental health and cognitive disability, having problematic alcohol and other drug use, experiencing homelessness or unstable housing, coming from or living in a disadvantaged location. So what they have done is looked at linked administrative data in a really significant sample size, de-identified over a long period of time using the data that came to them, I think, from the Justice Health and Forensic Mental Health Network sort of data set to start with. They have linked up what happens to those kids and those adults that end up in prison and tapped all of their engagement and involvement with government sort of data and services, and found that those are the factors that determine it. But as Robert said, I mean, this is the social... We know that the people that go to prison are really poor. We know that the people that go to prison are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia. We know that they come from postcodes of disadvantage. All of this stuff is very clearly and actually really well documented by both our government agencies in Boxer and a whole range of amazing researchers. I guess that the question becomes then, I think that sometimes we can feel overwhelmed because there are so many different ways to respond to each of those different issues. We have to respond to what's going on in out-of-home care. We have to respond to what's happening with school exclusions. We have to respond to what's not happening in a lot of First Nations communities in terms of resourcing and support. We do have to talk about what's happening with policing. And I guess that what the Justice Reform is trying to do, and I sometimes think about, you know, how lovely it would be to have a really sharp policy ask, and I do, you know, we do identify what some of those sharp policy asks are. But I guess at the point of trying to bring all of this together, and again, the point of trying to introduce international jurisdictions where they've really recognised there is not one magic sort of fix here. This really is a complicated conversation that requires lots of different agencies working together, but it's absolutely possible. We just need to be really clear about what those factors are. And one of the great things, I think, in terms of the data is that we really know. We know what needs to happen, so we know where the resourcing needs to go.
And so you shared some of the Boxer data there. That's not a measure of success. What should governments be doing, you know, when they're looking at measuring effectiveness of youth justice? What does success look like?
I think from the Justice Reform Initiative's perspective, it looks like having no children at all in custody, in the way that we currently incarcerate. I think the reason that we were so excited to bring David and Karen and Vinny and Marta here, and I've also had the privilege of visiting the diagrama model in Spain, is that so success looks like no children in the sorts of prisons that we currently lock children up in. Our children, and this is across Australia, but they are deprived of so much that all of us need to actually thrive. Many children don't have access to sunlight, they don't have access to good food, they don't have access to education, they don't have access to love, they don't have access to care. It is such a devastating thing to visit children in those environments, and I know that members of the committee have had that opportunity. When you visit a diagrama centre in Spain, it is absolutely, it feels like nothing. I've been working in prisons and prison settings for the last 30 years. That's what my life has been. I have never been into a place in an Australian jurisdiction that feels anything like what it felt like to walk into the diagrama centre, because it does not feel like a prison. You walk in, there is laughter for a start. There's no big heavy doors, there's no visible security. In fact, I didn't see any security when I was there. The kids are not in uniforms, the staff are not in uniforms. Children are engaged. When I walked in, they made me lunch in one of the centres. There were children with big knives that were cutting up a lot of vegetables and fruit, and children engaged in art. But the relationships between the children and the educators were family-like. It felt like being in a family. And sorry, I can see that you're...
I was just getting excited.
But I guess that the other thing that success looks like is a huge injection of funds into First Nations-led organisations and communities who are telling us exactly what they need. They're really clear about what they need, but also into other community-led organisations, specifically organisations that are able to build support around that relational model that, again, there's a whole heap of evidence about why that works, meeting kids where they're at, letting kids fail, letting kids make mistakes, letting kids be where they're at developmentally. So there's what we're doing in terms of the kids that do require some sort of secure containment, but the vast majority of those children just should not be even getting touched by the criminal justice system or the youth justice system. They should be supported in their communities.
Thank you.
If I could just add.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Answer.
just
And then
because
not hold the floor.
because it brings in the conversation I think that people obviously want to have about the process, the politics, and so on. So, look, I think I want to speak in very relaxed, everyday language. and make really clear that this is a reform issue which is not a left-wing issue. It's not the province of woke people, trendy people. I mean, this sort of stuff is recognised by Republicans in the United States, conservatives in so many countries around the world, and right here in Australia. I was just delighted when I started walking the corridors of the Parliament to find people in the Fishers and Shooters Party, and a couple who've left the party, the most extraordinary people who've had a life experience that gives them the understanding of the failure of the existing system. And I did refer to, the earlier comment by Natasha McLaren-Jones at the event the other day. I thought it was wonderful. Someone who's worked with Bronwyn Bishop, someone I know well, got on well with, but Natasha's come from that background, and I think it's really, really important that people speak up. So what's success look like? Well, I think there's some other things to add to this to prove my point that this is not a trendy issue. I don't know anybody who's committed to youth justice reform from anywhere that's not also a believer in accountability. No one is suggesting that children or anyone else should not be accountable for actions. But the question is, how do you make that accountability effective? How do you have conversations and give support to a person? Secondly, I think success is about making communities safer. And we've heard the examples from the United States where those reforms have indeed reduced offending. I ask people to remember that the existing system takes children out of their communities for a relatively short period of time when they're on remand, where they get very little, if any, support or diagnosis. It's very important to say. And then they go back to their communities. And even if they're sentenced, for a period of 2 or 3 months or whatever, they're back to their communities. And as my colleague Vincent from the United States mentioned, you want people to come out of their experience with the justice system able to be numbers. I think it also means turning young lives around is a really important measure of success. And I think that we need to remember that the evidence shows from New South Wales government reports that there is a whole coterie of young people who are the most disadvantaged and particularly are deserving of this needing this more intensive focus. Because I'll finish on this note, because these kids statistically get caught up in the system, and then what are the consequences? The consequences are, can you get a job when you come out through this? Do you end up being able to contribute to society? And the answer is no. In fact, there are enormous costs if someone becomes disengaged to the health budget, to the social security budget, to the absence of paying taxes. But there shouldn't be anyone in this Parliament building that doesn't believe in life opportunities for kids, surely. And that's what we're on about, changing young lives. That's the measure of success. Yeah. Sorry.
No, thank you. And I wonder if I could ask a question that follows on from that. And I appreciate what seems to be, Mr. Tickner, a much more rosy view than sometimes it feels like, I've got to say. So I appreciate your take on it from your point of view. It's good to hear. I wondered though, in your submission, you've listed some sort of a range of policy changes and actions that we should consider. It's whole of government, it's holistic. And I just wondered, you know better than most, Mr. Tickner, turning a ship around is a big task. And while that's kind of a comprehensive suite overall of what would take us to the goal, what's the most realistic starting point?
Well, I think without question, as I said earlier on, you need to tackle this issue of really substantially resourcing the alternatives to incarceration for kids who would otherwise be on remand, and that's a huge one. I think the other one is that service model for children who are the most disadvantaged and who may be sentenced to a period of some secure facility of some kind. So that's the other one. But in terms of the processes of government, you are right, getting a hold of government responses is notoriously difficult. But, it's not a cheeky throwaway thing, but that's what people who are ministers are paid for. The public expects us to be able to, transform poor governance to a high level. And so, having a Premier backing this would be wonderful, because the Premier's department, I think, has a key role to play. The Tasmanian Liberal government set up an advisory committee of highly respected people to provide advice to the government in relation to their transition, because they had their terrible experiences with their youth detention centre and a royal, essentially a commission of inquiry, finding massive, I'm tragically ashamed to say, sexual abuse and other atrocities occurring in the system. So the more that you can get more active scrutiny and engagement to ensure things are happening is important. Very quickly, I think the police have a really important role to play. When I tabled that Royal Commission report all those years ago, I made clear it was not a police bashing exercise. The Justice Reform Initiative very much believes that we've got to have excellence in policing. We're delighted to see the Commissioner say very publicly that we can't arrest our way out of this. And I think what we're saying is very helpful to police, because they know, and it's been acknowledged, that these underlying issues that need to be addressed are really, to a very significant extent, outside the traditional justice system. So we can't blame the police for this. Ultimately, it's a government responsibility. So, look, I'll finish on this note. When we decide to do something as a country, we can just do the most amazing things. And even though there might not be everyone in this agreement who agrees with this, but John Howard's work in the aftermath of Port Arthur, bringing the nation together, leading the nation in relation to gun control, is what takes determination and rigour to do those things. So there's some observations that might be useful.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just ask very briefly? So we all know this current government has, for whatever reasons, and quite unsurprisingly, I think, and disappointingly, pursued that tough on crime, the law and order, and responded to all of those populist cries in a particular way. But primarily that introduction and then the extension of the bail laws that provide the higher standard of proof to young people between age 14 and 18 than the show cause test applied to adults. What do you think, or what do you see this approach and how it actually undermines progress in areas like Justice Reinvest?
Okay. Well, the first thing to say is that clearly the bail laws have had an impact on the numbers in a highly adverse way, and obviously the Justice Reform Initiative wants to see those issues addressed. But secondly, we also, and this is going back to my consistent one of the first point, we want to see those resources go into Aboriginal community-based and other Aboriginal community-based organisations serving their communities, and to other organisations in order to be able to provide what the community will see as realistic, safe and productive engagement with children who are not otherwise remanded to detention. In other words, the public doesn't want these kids just left, to their own devices. We want to see the kind of wraparound support like the Broadmeadows, approach to getting agencies together, getting a coordinated response in the life of the child, getting the community involved, the family involved, So that is a very straight answer to your question. Obviously, we want to see the bail laws changed, but we also want to see these other things. Can I say, however, and I don't want to exaggerate this, but many people were pleased to see the Premier's media statement of the 7th of November last year, and it's kind of escaped a lot of attention, but I've said positive things about a number of Liberals. Let me say that what was in that statement is quite encouraging, because I won't quote it, but I will paraphrase it. But he said, that we can't arrest our way out of this problem, that we need to work with communities for the long haul, that we have to effectively address the underlying issues, and he talked about the importance of having established a fund to fund some of these alternatives. Now, it's got a very small amount of money in it at the moment, but that was a positive step forward. The Justice Reform Initiative has proposed a much more significant fund, which is called the Breaking the Cycle Fund. We don't care what the fund's called, but this is a bit of an important shift, and that's to be encouraged, because I think that the voices in the Parliament, the people of goodwill who've been, working on these issues, have made an impact, and it's very encouraging. We want to see that shift now continue and be substantially manifested in real hard-edged changes that will, change the system fundamentally in the way we are advocating.
Can I just, the only thing I would add to that is that I think that a critical policy ask, and perhaps sort of alongside that, investment in alternatives and in First Nations-led programs, is that when we're thinking about legislative frameworks, that principle of detention operating as a last resort is absolutely critical, and we need to really centre that in all of our thinking, and that includes when we're reflecting on what's happened with our bail legislation. So we absolutely would be supporting reforms to bail legislation, which include things like removing technical breaches and minimising the sort of onerous conditions that so many kids that are on bail are facing, but also the threshold issues, which is clearly driving kids into prison. Similarly, we need to look at policing. So those front-end issues, decisions that are made around bail and decisions by police not to divert kids absolutely need to be examined. But I think that the point that we are sort of trying to make in our submission is that you can't just do one thing. And in a way, I sometimes look to significant legislative reforms in other jurisdictions, including, for instance, some decriminalisation legislation in the United States, which didn't happen alongside the building of rehabs, the building of community supports. And I think that what the risk is a kind of pushback. So if, for instance, you make a whole heap of legislative reforms that enable there to be less children in the system, then that is absolutely a good thing. But we need to make really sure that those kids have somewhere to go if they are homeless, that they have access to supports and programs.
So is that an argument that you wouldn't change bail laws until those programs are in place?
That is not an argument. I think Vinny sort of put this really nicely both today and in his discussions at the conference. Sometimes any contact with the system, in fact, is going to be criminogenic. It's going to increase likelihood. So no, I would say that we absolutely need to change bail laws. We don't have to wait until we've got a perfect system for that, and that's the same with the sort of shifts to legislation. But I think that sometimes, especially as advocates, and there's lots of lawyers in the advocacy space, we get very focused on legislative changes, and I we should be. But
In terms of 22C, just on that. In terms
Sorry,
of
Mr.
22
Lawrence.
Yeah.
Sorry, Emma Hurst had her
Oh,
hand
sorry.
up first, so I was going to go to the Honourable Emma Hurst first, and then you. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for coming today, and thank you for all the amazing work that you're doing in this space. We really appreciate it. I just have one question, and it sort of flows into a very similar vein that Mr. Lawrence was asking anyway, and so it might sort of work then to move on to him. But we get this real narrative that is pushed out there publicly that, you know, locking away children will actually improve community safety in some way. For the record and for the benefit of the committee, can we talk about some of the evidence that helps us to unravel that narrative and really show that actually that is not the case for the community?
Yeah, I can talk to that, and I'm also very happy to provide some much more detailed evidence about what doesn't work to the committee. Sort of in addition to this. So there is really strong evidence that the experience of prison is criminogenic. That is, if you have any contact with being locked up, you are more likely to go back to prison than not. There is some research, I think, conducted by Don Weatherburn about a decade ago in New South Wales that showed very clearly that those who were criminalised earlier in life are much more likely to go on to reoffend. So that means any kind of contact with police. And I've got in front of me here the description of a study which had 8,797 young people who received cautions, conferences or convictions that found within 10 years 58% were reconvicted, and that the percentage reconvicted was highest amongst those who'd first appeared at court between the ages of 10 to 12. There's a whole bunch of studies, both Australian and international, that talk about the way in which especially early contact with the justice system, and that includes adverse contact with police in communities, increases the likelihood of justice system involvement, but also increases the likelihood of offending.
Thank you. And just very quickly as well, you know, we were talking a little bit before about that, you know, obviously we need the investment in many of the programs that you've detailed in your submission, and thank you for that detailed submission. And then of course there's that immediate problem, you know, while we're actually, you know, fingers crossed we get the money for those investments, but I'm just wondering if you can kind of detail a little bit more about, you know, what some of the short and medium term reform suggestions you have if those programs were to start to be implemented. What can we do during that phase in the short term to really help kids that are still landing in the system?
Yeah, look, I think that what we sort of detail, and again, those sort of, if you think about it, is there's this piece of work which is about prevention and intervention, and I realise that, again, advocates often respond to kind of this crisis of a political crisis in terms of trying to respond to community fear and sometimes real increases in crime, sometimes perceived increases in crime. Often we talk about early intervention, which is not necessarily as helpful as talking about what we could be doing in those moments. Some of the things that we've outlined in the submission are about alternative police responses. So not saying that there's no response, that kids are just left alone, but that there are different ways of responding if a kid is in crisis or if a kid is committing crime, and there needs to be some sort of reaction. There's a really interesting and important piece of work happening at the moment in New South Wales, and a campaign that has formed around alternative responder models that have outlined a whole heap of that. We've got some of that in our submission, but there's certainly a lot more research that could be shared with the committee around what different police responses could look like. Similarly, there's lots of examples of bail hostels, places that people can go and stay instead of incarceration. And again, there's great research around in Australia and internationally. We have never funded this properly in Australia, so it's difficult to and we've never funded it at scale, but the small scale models that we have had really successful results. And there's certainly examples in places like Hawaii. Marta was talking about her centre earlier. There is a whole section on that, on those many hectares, which is for kids who don't have anywhere to live. So there are plenty of models that we could look at which are about that sort of responding to that immediate crisis. and recognising that, again, there's not a single thing, but sometimes perhaps those things in terms of building community safety that are perhaps a bit more visible in terms of how a police response operates or how bail might operate are some of the things that we could certainly share some more evidence around.
And if I could just add to that too, there's another elephant in the room that I want to address, and that is that New South Wales and the other states and territories should not be alone in this. Our national government has a huge direct responsibility here. It is true that this national government does not run prisons and police forces and youth detention centres, but it does run very, very significant potential sources of investment in health, housing, some of which is starting to happen, which is good, ranging right through to mental health. Department of Social Security has a key role. The potential role of the Department of Employment, how it relates to this, a whole suite of 8 federal departments or more that have a direct role in working with the states and territories in keeping kids out of detention, if that's what they wanted to do. And it could start tomorrow. And one of the things that must, I think, happen is that we cannot have the national government missing in action on these issues any longer. The time has come where the report of the former Children's Commissioner Anne Hollands, a very moderate, modest, common sense report which talked about the need for the Commonwealth to work with the states and territories in relation to youth justice reform, setting up a task force. Do we have to actually go through the process of having 8 separate jurisdictions all working on their separate alternative models? Wouldn't that be absurd? But in fact, we don't see the states and territories currently getting together on these issues. Just quickly, in the United States under Donald Trump right now, the Federal Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention makes significant grants to around the country to states and territories, through the states and territories and directed to NGOs in relation to a whole range of programs of this kind. Why aren't we doing that? Federal ALP policy has a really important clause there, which is, I think, may I say, directly relevant to your own work in other areas, because it commits the national government to work with the states and territories in relation to coordination about animal welfare. It's there in ALP national policy. Guess what? Nothing about youth justice and the need to come together. That's not right, is it? That doesn't pass the pub test, doesn't pass my test.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're at 11 o'clock. Do you want to quickly
I was just going to
one?
ask about 22C of the Bail Act, which we sort of touched upon. That seems to have been the primary driver of over a 30% increase in youth detention. And I'm just a little bit, I suppose, concerned that a focus on a grand new vision, which is a vision that I agree with, tends to distract maybe from the good progress that we were making in New South Wales and the singular effect of this provision. And my question is, do you know of a more extreme child bail provision in the world than Section 22C?
I'd have to take that on notice.
I have one more question, and then we'll.
Just very quickly, you mentioned about a multi-agency approach, and I think one of the good things here in New South Wales is when youth justice moved from being under corrections into DCJ, and obviously there's a lot more that still needs to be done. But I'm interested because you did mention in your submission about Victoria and a health-led approach. Do you think when we look at youth justice overall, is it something that should be DCJ, should it be health, or it should be Premier's Department? Just your view on how that and who should be leading.
Yeah, look, I think, and I wish I could get Karen back up to talk about what a health-led approach looks like. And I think that what's really interesting in Victoria is the work around the violence reduction unit. And I guess that in terms of responding to the needs of children, a health and a public health lens is much more helpful than a criminal justice lens. And it also, I think, enables us to think about children in a different way. So I am very supportive, and the Justice Reform Initiative is very supportive of those models which recognise that this shouldn't just be held by youth justice or corrections, depending on the jurisdiction. It really needs the buy-in, like the significant buy-in of other agencies and other parts of government. I think that what I've observed is, because everybody is so busy with their portfolios, the idea of sort of saying also, could you think about kids in detention, is a very difficult thing for people that have other portfolios. But I do think where that multi-government and that multi-portfolio work and that multi-systems work has operated and has operated successfully, it has had incredible outcomes.
I totally agree, and I think central agencies like Department of Premier and Cabinet have an absolutely critical role to play, and I think their engagement with the work in Moree, I think, has been very important and helpful. And this, in order to get this kind of coordination and shift, you need as much clout as you can, as much visibility and accountability with external organisations and so on. It's a huge challenge, yeah. But I want to just reassure people that there's no ambiguity about our position in relation to the bail laws. I mean, the Royal Commission for Aboriginal Deaths in Custody core recommendation, the absolute core recommendation, was that incarceration be the last resort. And there's no doubt about that. But what we're saying is we think it's really important that people don't see the work of your own committee, nor others see it as some sort of esoteric report that will come down and be seen as a nice to have or one day. We hope that your report is practical, pragmatic, and that you will continue, each and every one of you, as champions of this issue. And we will work so hard in this Parliament to bring everyone else along on that journey. This is something that, I just repeat, if Tasmania can do it, and Google Tasmania Youth Justice Reform, it might not be perfect, but wow, if they can do it in Tasmania, so can we. And as a real priority of government, it's an exciting one that could lead the nation.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. We may have supplementary questions. We're going to have a break now and come back at 11:15. But thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So it is 11:15. Welcome, and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. So what I'm going to do now is ask each of you, starting from my left, to please state your name and position, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation. So.
My name's Cara Varian. I'm the CEO at the New South Wales Council of Social Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Neha Shah and I'm a policy lead at the New South Wales Council of Social Service, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And would either of you like to make an opening statement?
Sure. I start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land that we are on, the Gadigal, and pay my respects to elders past and present, and I acknowledge First Nations people that are online or in the room today. Youth crime in New South Wales is a clear symptom of complex and interlocking disadvantages, and specifically I mean poverty, trauma and unsupported needs. The New South Wales Government alone spends $221 million every year responding to crime that is driven by child poverty instead of preventing it. And that is a cost of a system that waits for crisis rather than investing upstream. I bring to you a story of Jacob. We will call him Jacob, but he is 14 years old. He carries weapons. He has ADHD, an intellectual disability, a life shaped by domestic violence and poverty, and a father cycling in and out of jail. His offending is not bad, simply not bad behaviour. It's what compounding disadvantage looks like in a child. And 6 months ago, Jacob was not getting to school very often and could barely manage an hour when he did. And the system's answer was suspension, expulsion, and then a taxi to a school for a specific purpose that is hours away from his home and from which he absconded. But now he's managing 3 hours a day, most of the days, at what's changed for him is a school-based wellbeing hub that is treating his crime as a symptom. He has a paediatrician and a diagnosis that the family can work with. Speech therapy and counselling has become part of his life, and every morning an Aboriginal education officer texts his mum to check in with him. And 2 men from his community meet him at the front gate of school every day and walk him to the back of school, where he can build flat pack furniture and have bacon and eggs without being asked to perform the literacy that he isn't ready for. Jacob lives in a rural community where specialist services are hours away and wait lists stretch for years. His story is not just about what works, but it shows us where investment is most urgently needed. This is the holistic community-delivered early intervention that has changed Jacob's trajectory. That won't be changed by a court order. But it will change because someone has met him where he is. And Jacob's story is not unique. It's playing out in communities across the state every single day. The question we have, and I understand the committee is asking, is whether we'll meet those children at the back shed over bacon and eggs or pay $221 million a year to meet them in the justice system. We look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Do you have a... No? Okay. I'll start. And in your submission you say housing is important. So what was the relationship, say, between housing instability and youth offending?
So housing is a structural, a foundational structural issue for everyone in the community, but it has one of the strongest structural predictors of youth crime. And when children lack stable housing, they are exposed to environments that significantly elevate the risk of exploitation, association with others engaged in offending, and a kind of survival behaviour that can lead to contact with police. And we know across all areas of specialist homelessness services that the current needs are outstripping the demand is outstripping the supply. And approximately 40% of the clients that are coming to specialist homelessness services have complex needs, which make them take more time and resources for those services to deliver the support. And then without a safe place to sleep and store belongings, access support, young people can't engage with education, employment or health services, and the risk of reoffending escalates.
And you told us a story about Jacob in your opening statement, and I understand was like a school wellbeing hub. Can you tell us a little bit more about these hubs? Like what evidence, what more do we need to know about them? Because they sound like something that works.
Yeah, I think to kind of paint a national picture here, there's more kind of experience and sophistication in these models in Queensland and Victoria, where there is a central model and framework to support these hubs. In New South Wales, they are kind of cropping up all over the place. There is kind of groundswell that's been led by communities. And each of those hubs in New South Wales look a little bit different because they don't have that overarching structure. But fundamentally, it's bringing social services and health and education into one system and one place, and putting the children and their families at the centre of those decisions. NCOS actually runs a hub in Ashcroft Public School. It's a primary school rather than a high school, but so through that experience we can see that it's very important that there is some kind of independence from those systems, because as you've heard it through lots of different advice today, there's fracturing and fragmentation within the systems, and those individual health and social services and education systems don't always talk well to each other, and can at times cause additional trauma to those children and families. And so having someone that works within the school but is independent from the school, it becomes one of the catalysts to overcome those barriers. There's quite a lot of research, both from around Australia and internationally, to show that these hubs are effective. And again, because it's from within NCOS, I can speak, I guess, more authoritatively. But we have seen huge increases in developmental progress for children, attendance at school, and a sense of belonging at the school for the children over the last 3 years while we've been running this hub. But importantly, there has also been a significant increase in community engagement with the school, and this hub has led to increased employment within the community, and it also has led to an increase in teacher wellbeing. The teachers are not taking as many sick days, they are not spending as much time on the phone making risk of significant harm disclosures to the Department of Community Services and Justice. And overall, when the teachers described the school before this hub was put in place, it was a tense, sometimes dangerous place to be, and that is not how it feels anymore.
Yeah. I'm jumping all over the place, but I can't help ignore, or I can't ignore, say, that you can't separate, say, youth justice and poverty. And I'm just wondering, can you explain that relationship? And I mean, it shouldn't be a relationship, but it appears to be one.
Yeah, I think, again, in answer to that question, NCOS did some research last year on the cost of childhood poverty, and in New South Wales, the headline figure is $60 billion per year. And it's a big report with lots of information in it. It's done in a way that is economically conservative, so that, you know, we could really stand behind those numbers. I won't talk you through that whole report, but the one part of it that I wanted to share today is that 97% of those costs associated with childhood poverty are experienced, 93% of those costs that happen as a consequence of childhood poverty are experienced in that child's adulthood. So it's only 7% that are being borne by the state or the economy in childhood. And so it gives us a really clear indicator of the value of investing in childhood poverty. Poverty is also very closely connected to school disengagement, and the child protection system and housing instability. It's also very closely connected to mental health and physical health, lower levels of physical and mental health, disability and AOD use. And so the combination of all of those things is what brings those children to the youth justice system.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. So thanks so much for your submission and for coming along. I noticed in the NCOS submission that there's talk about the youth hubs, and I know that the Narromine one, I think, is at the school there at Narromine. And I noticed that the submission talks about the concept of a third place, which is something that I've done a bit of reading about lately. And just wondering what you think about the idea of youth hubs and the importance of this idea of a third place for people, and whether having them at schools is a sort of perfect way to achieve that third place. Is it better, for example, to have youth hubs at a different place in the community, maybe open late into the evenings and offering a range of services?
We see that youth hubs and the school hubs are different.
Oh, good. Yeah. Okay.
And those school hubs provide that connection between health, social services and education. They support the children and their families. It was a really important distinction that we saw at Ashcroft, where the teachers told us, we support the whole child, and we always have, but through this hub, they have it's gone through a huge cultural change at the school, and there's now a clear acknowledgement that by supporting a whole child, you actually need to support their families as well. So I think that they are important, and there's some pretty clear ways that you could, a government could support them to target socioeconomic disadvantage. And then separately, the need for youth hubs. We are very supportive of youth hubs, and we do believe that there is a requirement for that third place, both in suburban Sydney and suburban metro areas, as well as in regional and rural areas.
And I just wanted to add, I guess for us, we would be looking at doing a place-based approach to that, and really a youth-based hub may not work in some communities because there's just no outreach for services in that community or presence, and maybe a school-based hub would be more useful in that area because the schools are in that space, and vice versa. Sometimes you do need, the community does need that third place, but it would be going to those communities, tailoring solutions for them.
Great, thank you. Thanks, John.
Just to follow on from my colleague's questions around and one of your recommendations is doing a sector analysis or a mapping of the hub service system. So I'm interested to know a little bit more. Are you only talking about school hubs and youth hubs, or more broadly other types of hubs? So what services need to be mapped?
Probably both. So we need to understand where there are schools with hubs, and also what those hubs do. So there are some hubs that only bring health into the schools. There are other hubs that are kind of more social service based. We think that in an ideal circumstance, we would like to have both. And given our focus on equity, we believe that we should be looking at those schools that have concentrated socioeconomic disadvantage as the first priority for those school hubs. The other part of this is so many government programs that those hubs would depend on are run as programs from within different government agencies. And it can be incredibly challenging for those service providers to know exactly who has been funded to deliver what services at what level across different communities. And certainly the service providers that are our members are frequently telling us about the kind of the challenges of both being aware of who's doing what within the communities and when funding kind of changes at different times, but also given that they're in a situation where demand is increasing across almost every type of social service delivery, and funding is not keeping up with that service, that demand, as well as the cost of service delivery is increasing and funding is not keeping up with that, the service's ability to spend extra time on that coordination and collaboration work and away from direct service delivery is becoming more and more squashed. And so if we don't have that stewardship or coordination across different programs and within the different service providers, it can be really hard to be using the service provision that's available in communities to its greatest effect.
Sorry. And since our submission, the Youth Action alongside the Advocate for Children, Young People and Families, children and young people, they have started a mapping exercise of youth hubs. There is a steering committee and I think it's about to commence, but they are looking at mapping youth hubs and we are hoping that will include school wellbeing hubs.
And on that, are you aware if any of the departments are looking at some of this stuff?
I understand the Department of Education is.
Okay.
But we don't have visibility of that. And I guess that's another example of duplicative effort.
Well, that brings me to my next question around, I suppose, because you do, with all the agencies you work with, all the services you work with, you have a bit of an, I suppose, statewide opportunity to look at things. Is it about not enough resources, or is it the fact that resourcing isn't being streamlined and there is that duplication?
I think that I see regular examples where state government money is not being spent in, the most effective way possible because that stewardship or coordination is not being done to its greatest effect. Where it works the best, it's when, the police and the community service organisations and DCJ and the courts and the local health district and the primary health network are all working together. But often that happens only because of the kind of sheer force of individuals that make that happen beyond the scope of their KPIs and often their paid time. And I think we could do better.
And some of those, and Burke does it well. We've got obviously up in Newcastle area, there are some of that multi-agency operations. Is it good because it works in regional areas because there's an easier way of people communicating and communities are smaller? And can it be easily replicated in metropolitan areas where it's a lot more fragmented?
I think that it can be replicated so firstly, I don't think we should be trying to replicate people having to go above and beyond their roles and do unfunded, unresourced work. So I think we should value this work because it is a significant contributor to effective use of time and resources, which are all precious. And I think if we did resource it, then it would work differently in every community because every community is different, but it would work equally well in both a metro and a regional setting.
And one final question, it might be a bit outside the scope, but obviously we've got Thriving Kids being rolled out, foundational sports more broadly, which are, and we do need to be looking at that over 9-year age group. Where does youth justice and that early intervention piece fit into it, or does it not at all? Or could it?
As we've talked about already, we can see that some of the determining factors for youth justice are poverty, school disengagement, child protection, housing instability, disability. These are the same issues that we are dealing with at school hubs, and these issues exist in these children's lives from very early on. So working together to address this across the entire childhood will pay dividends for how we are then having to address behaviour, the antisocial behaviour or behaviour that allows or puts children into the youth justice system. So I think having youth justice involved within a school hub environment in a way that is accepted and trusted by the community. So again, that requires a process to build that trust, but I think there is an important role there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Higginson, did you have some questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to know whether or not you, and I apologise because I missed the first part of your evidence. I was trying to hear it on the multitasking, so I caught bits of it. But we've seen quite a dramatic increase in the last couple of years on the tough on youth crime tranches of laws in New South Wales, particularly in relation to tighter bail conditions. But more, I'm asking you this more about the kind of narrative around, evil bad kids, nasty kids that need to be dealt with in a tough way. And there's a political narrative about, you can't be too light on kids because that would just not send the right message, and we've got to be tough. But it is hard, it's very hard dealing with these naughty kids. Is this something that is coming in through your work in your sectors? Are you dealing with that? Is it manifesting, and if so, how are you grappling with that?
I guess it's a trend that we have also observed. It makes our work harder, and the work of our community, our members, harder. I think social media is part of the reason people have like an overly sensitive view of these issues, because they hear so much more about it through their kind of social media groups, and we also there is a structural deficit in the funding for early intervention and prevention services, which means that work that could be done to support children and young people in a preventative or diversionary way is not getting done. And I think that would be a more effective way of addressing the narrative that you've talked about, and that we observe as well.
Thank you. And I just also wanted to ask, you had in your submission, you talk about that young people with disability entering into the system, that the system just is not equipped to deal with them. I know, and I'm trying to remember when it was, the Inspector of Custodial Services, I think, provided a report saying all of our incarceration systems, and specifically for young people, that they just don't have the capacity to deal with disability, whether that's through physical needs as well. Is there anything you can help us in terms of that, this committee, in terms of how we can look more clearly in terms of our recommendations, the findings we make about specifically young people with disability?
One of our recommendations was that all first responders and youth detention officers should receive this training to be able to identify and respond in a culturally and disability, trauma-informed disability competence approach to the way that they deal with children. That remains, I think, a useful recommendation in this situation. But ultimately, our recommendation is that we should be funding disability supports in schools and through early intervention programs, so that, just like the previous witnesses, we think that we should be finding other ways of supporting children and dealing with the difficult behaviours as a symptom of their kind of broader circumstances rather than as the problem that needs to be resolved.
And then just finally, I wanted to, I'm not sure if you were here when we had some witnesses earlier. We had somebody from Scotland. She was particularly glowing about the work that her teachers, she referred to, so there's the way the justice system has integrated works with the education system. They said they have largely a non-exclusion experience in Scotland for young people in school. Is that something that we should be aspiring to here in New South Wales? Namely, no child should be excluded from school for... She gave a couple of sort of reasons that people were excluded from schools, whether it was administrative, small, behavioural things and children being excluded. Is that something that you can talk to at all?
This is less about my job right now, but I have worked previously in the education field, and two of the kind of strongest predictors of children's behaviours are the expectations that people have of them, and also whether they have a sense of belonging. And the exclusion disrupts both of those issues. And so I do think we should try and avoid exclusion from schools, but we also need to support schools so that those teachers don't have yet another responsibility. And I think the experience that we have had at Ashcroft Public School through the Marung program has been a good example of how to achieve that. The teachers, originally when kind of there was a partnership between NCOS and the principal, and I think the teachers were worried that this was going to lead to extra effort being put on, like extra work being put onto them. But actually, as the program has run through the school for a number of years, the teachers feel like they've been released to teach because they've actually set up, like they have meetings with the teachers as well as with the allied health and the paediatricians and the social service providers to work out how to best support these students. And so we see these school hubs as a way of being able to achieve that reduction of exclusion, if not elimination of exclusion.
Thank you.
Do you have a question? Yeah, it's a question that I asked the previous panel, and because it's a complex issue in that there's lots of factors that need to be addressed to help improve the situation, and you've given some helpful recommendations in your submission. But I just wondered, given that it's whole of government, given that there's a lot of pieces to fit together, what would you be advocating as the number one first thing that be done?
The number one first thing that I think that the New South Wales government could do?
Yes, the New South Wales government. That's I mean...
The simplest one would I think be to fund those linker roles in the existing hubs, because we can see that those communities have already started building the infrastructure. So it would be not having to, we're not trying to create something that doesn't exist. A slightly more sophisticated version of that, Michelle Brunish recently did, who is the former Education Secretary in New South Wales. She did some research looking at socioeconomic disadvantage and public schools, and she showed that the concentration of socioeconomic disadvantage at public schools is increasing. And so to make it very targeted, I think it would be sensible to do the mapping of where those schools are with the highest concentration of socioeconomic disadvantage and focus on building those integrated hubs at those schools, starting at the early learning level all the way through from, the day that childcare starts or playgroup starts all the way to the year 12. And building that continuum of care in those areas of significant and concentrated disadvantage.
And I think, what we've heard from high school hubs in high schools is that there is a group of feeder schools that come to that high school, and once those kids get to high school, it's often too late. And so to have school wellbeing hubs in primary schools that we know will feed into behavioural schools, for example, or particular high schools, you're getting those kids earlier, and we've heard this from our members as well. We need to be working with those kids earlier before they get into contact with the justice system, and so kind of looking at it more broadly is important too.
The 100 new preschools across New South Wales provides an amazing opportunity to build a new culture in the way that we support children in New South Wales.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. I want to go back to, say, the correlation between, say, poverty and youth justice. And in your submission, and I'll just read it just because it's easier. So it says, in Australia, children aged between 10 to 17 from the lowest socio-economic areas are about 6 times more likely to be under youth justice supervision compared to their peers. And then further on you say a key issue is the connection between poverty and the rate of child neglect. For instance, an increase of, say, 1,000 additional poor families is associated with 141 more juveniles involved in crime, assuming other factors remain constant. I'm just wondering, what should governments do to change that or to address that?
I mean, the first thing that is not within the New South Wales government's remit is to increase income support. The families that are dependent on income support at the moment are living significantly below the poverty line, and as a consequence of that, they're being trapped in poverty, and also as a consequence of that, the demand on state-provided services and health and education it's putting more pressure on those state-provided services. So that would be my number one recommendation on addressing poverty. Mm-hmm. But obviously, from a state government's perspective, there are other things that can be done to ameliorate the effects of poverty, which, like in particular, the provision of social and affordable housing. And I mean affordable housing with a little a and genuinely affordable, not the current structures that we have in New South Wales, which are discounted, temporarily discounted housing rather than actual affordable housing.
And you mentioned, say, raising the age of criminal responsibility. How would that change, or what should be done about that?
I mean, we very clearly recommend that there should be a raise of the age of criminal responsibility, and at a minimum to 14 years old. We've heard from many other people throughout this committee process, and we can say it again, that the more often and the earlier children are exposed to any part of the justice system, the more likely they are to keep going back, and so avoiding that at all, if at all possible, would be the aim of the game.
And so in doing that, would it be just raise the age, or would you have other sort of, guidance like intervention, or what would you have to go with that, raising the age?
I mean, at NCOS we talk a lot about care before crisis, mm-hmm. and we do believe that we need to raise the age of criminal responsibility, and at the same time be putting in place those preventative and early intervention services, and ensuring that they are available to the communities across the entire state. In particular, we see in regional and rural New South Wales that there is very thin markets, and for some children being able to access social services or health services is effectively impossible. Mm. The next layer, or the next step beyond those early intervention and prevention services and additional healthcare support is increasing the investment in the diversionary programs, so that at the point where there is an interaction with the with police or with the criminal justice system, it is as brief and as supportive as possible to try and work out what those children need to succeed and thrive, rather than working out how to put them into jail.
And you say centralisation of services, and that it should really be one-on-one rather than online. What about how would we do that in, say, regional areas? Have that one-on-one rather than doing online?
I mean, I think that there is a place for online, but it has to be done as a complementary component to in-person support. And I'm not suggesting that there should never be online support, but ultimately we need to give communities some control over the way that services are provided in their areas, working with the local community and working with the local councils to make sure that there is the right services. And we go out into the different regions of New South Wales, and our members can tell us where the gaps are. We need to use that same process the government needs to use the same process to try and establish how to adjust the way that things get funded, or how that funding gets allocated across the state, and using evidence and data to understand need, and being transparent with both the communities and the people that are receiving that, I think would be a really great start.
And I think young people are the experts here on how they engage with health services, and so whether online does work for them, it's about hearing them and incorporating their voices into that system as well.
Does anyone have any more questions? Is there anything that you would like to say that you believe this committee needs to hear in terms of youth justice and how we could change the current system?
Government services are often delivered as programs that can be easily contracted. And I think the tricky but important work that we need to do is to put the people at the centre of why we're delivering services across the country. And that requires more work to go into the design of the programs and the implementation of those programs, as well as the evaluation of those programs. So it would look different if we genuinely started at the beginning of every investment and we thought about the people that were going to receive those services, rather than how to roll them out as quickly as possible.
No, that makes sense.
And I think the effort of doing that would then diminish the amount of fragmentation that happens as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your attendance today, and we may have supplementary questions for you based on the evidence and your submission, but thank you so much for participating today.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your time.
we can start. Thank you. Sorry. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. We do swearing in now, so I'll start from my left. So if you could each give your name, or state your name, sorry, and the position and title, and then either give an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Patrick Flynn. I'm the Government Affairs Lead for the Paul Ramsay Foundation, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
My name is William Fraser. I am a Partnership Associate at the Paul Ramsay Foundation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Johnson?
My name is Sam Johnson. I'm a proud Ewan and Jarrah man, and I'm the Managing Director at Impact Policy. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to give an opening statement?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence today. And as a proud Wiradjuri man, I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting on Gadigal land today. And thank you for your time, given the Socceroos are about to kick off as well. We represent the Paul Ramsay Foundation, which is one of the largest philanthropic charities in Australia, having spent more than $1.5 billion since our inception. This includes more than $53 million in 15 justice reinvestment partnerships that span 34 communities across Australia. For the past 5 years, we have also partnered with the New South Wales government to co-fund justice reinvestment opportunities here in New South Wales at about $10 million each. We're also supporting other justice initiatives and organisations, a number of whom you've heard during this inquiry, including the Justice Reform Initiative and the 4 international experts who spoke this morning. Our funding of justice reinvestment has focused on partnerships that are First Nations led, driven by data, and focused on the early root causes of crime. We know that these approaches are working. Reporting from our partners and ongoing evaluations are showing young people stopping further contact with the justice system. Economic analysis is showing cost benefit for the government. And conversations that we're having with communities and community-controlled organisations is showing that this is helping to close the gap for First Nations peoples. We now hope to see justice reinvestment and early intervention approaches embedded within the New South Wales system, including a mechanism to track the avoided costs so that these can be captured in future budgets and be placed back into the hands of communities. While we're one of the largest philanthropic charities, our size is dwarfed by the resources of government. We see our role as taking risks on new initiatives, generating evidence of what works, including where it may be difficult for government to fund these approaches, and help build community support for evidence-based initiatives. Over time, we hope that government will adopt these approaches that have been proven to work. We believe that the evidence for justice reinvestment is now sufficiently strong to embed it more broadly in public policy, and welcome the opportunity for questions today.
Thank you. And do you have a statement?
Yeah. So I'm representing Impact Policy. We're a social policy consulting firm that's been working for the past 6 years largely across the New South Wales public sector. Policy is probably a really big part of what we'll explore today, and so what's really important with what we focus on is what we call the key building blocks of policy. We look at evidence, evaluation, strategy, communication, co-design and engagement with our peoples. Over these past 6 years, we've worked really closely with Youth Justice, we've worked with DCJ, we've worked with other government agencies. Sitting in before here, I've heard us talk about the role that other agencies play in how we understand and address the stuff that we'll be exploring more deeply today. I think the biggest thing that we're fundamentally passionate about here is really nailing down some fundamental reform opportunities that can have a significant outcome around how we understand and approach youth justice in New South Wales today. There's much work to be done. We have made significant progress, though, and it's important to acknowledge that, and I welcome the opportunity to speak to some of those significant opportunities in more detail. So thank you for having us here.
Thank you. Thank you. I might start with you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks so much for coming along. It's really appreciated, and the submissions. I was wondering if the Ramsay Foundation could talk about the difference between a collective impact project and a justice reinvestment project.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who isn't steeped in the language of place-based initiatives, I would assume that they're similar, but I'll maybe just define on how we understand justice reinvestment. So for us, it's those key components that I laid out before of being First Nations or community-led, driven by data and being in place. Now that'll have some similarities with collective impact, but for us it's really letting the community decide what they want to do as an approach. For some, that might be something that looks like going out and connecting with other community members and having that collective impact approach. For others, it might be something a little bit different. So I would argue that's how it's different, but not being completely across the collective impact terminology. Can't speak to that.
Yeah, I think as Will said, there's some overlap and some similarities, particularly around communities agreeing to a common set of goals or objectives. I think some of the, and obviously that's part of collective impact, and then agreeing about how those, to achieve those goals and objectives. One of the key differences, I think, with the justice reinvestment is this approach which says we're also going to track the avoided costs, and we're going to look at what those costs are over time and ensure that the funding is recommitted into those communities. That's one of the key functions of justice reinvestment and how it works. Yeah. And then there are some other similarities usually around local governance and what local governance looks like. In our case, and in the work that we do around, or have invested in rather, in justice reinvestment, we've obviously invested a lot in local Aboriginal community controlled work. Yeah. And so that's also been a key part of our work around justice reinvestment.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of impact policy, the reason I asked that first question was I've sort of had some interaction with the Burke project, and I'm sort of broadly familiar with the kind of theory of justice reinvestment in terms of starting to spend more on one side and then decrease expenditure on, I guess, police and incarceration, corrections and so forth. Have you got any specific thoughts on which area of government operations we need to up the spending in order, I guess, in the medium to long term, to cut the expenditure in police and correctives?
Particularly specific to justice expenditure, and where we can think about reallocating that from a...
Yeah, like, I guess in the social services area, the things that will have a meaningful impact, I guess, on crime rates.
Yeah, look, I think one of the most significant pieces of work that we're a part of is really an equity-based model. So you asked that question around the difference between justice reinvestment and collective impact, and you've talked to justice reinvestment around understanding the redirection of funds and how we think about that. In terms of collective impact, and the distinction between the two of those, the difference between collective impact is that's about collective accountability. So the answer to your question is that it doesn't sit within one specific impact area of justice. And in very much, if we're thinking about much of the issues around youth justice being equity-based issues that are, health, education, range of factors that I know you've been listening to today, then the accountability piece sits across government. So it really requires us to think about how we look at the Young Offenders Act as legislation, and think about how the reality is that collective impact doesn't just sit within the youth justice system or DCJ. Collective impact is about community care. We're talking about equity-based models about how we respond to social disadvantage. And so, at a high level, when we talk about justice reinvestment, we think about, let's redirect that $1 million+ budget that we use to incarcerate kids and put that into community-based projects. And I think that's the easiest reference point for people to make that connection of those dots with. But what we're actually seeing is a broader accountability piece for whole of government, where we actually need to think about how we look at the Young Offenders Act as legislation and really consider the roles of cross-government agencies in playing a part of that equity-based response in terms of diverting young people away from the system. So it's a, it's a long answer to say no, but I hope that provides some context more broadly.
Yeah, and just lastly from me, have you got any comment on, I've sort of noticed this tendency when, particular good projects are being funded for, I guess, people to take an immediate interest in what impact they might have had on crime rates.
Mm-hmm.
My kind of experience tells me that unless you're looking at a 5, 10, 15, 20 year period, there's actually not a lot of utility in looking at crime rates. But we've sort of seen this tendency to suggest that a particular project's had a dramatic success in a particular area, but when you look at it in a more longitudinal way, that doesn't necessarily turn out to be the case. So just wondering if you've got any observations on the need for long-term commitment, not to think in the short term, and ask that question acknowledging that the Ramsay Foundation is doing exactly that and is committed to the long term.
To be fair, I think that's one of the fundamental opportunities of the philanthropic sector in how we respond to this and think about this long term. We know the reality of the machinery of government is that some of these structural barriers are outside of the public sector's control. So that's where roles like Paul Ramsay Foundation and others have a real opportunity to fill some of those longitudinal gaps that you're talking about. For example, you've probably heard or may have heard people talk about Aboriginal community-controlled organisations and local governance and place-based responses and stuff like that, and there's amazing progress that we see. The real opportunity, though, with organisations, with sectors like philanthropy and others, is that they have the opportunity to do that longitudinal work alongside the public sector. Sadly, and I heard a question earlier around the tough on crime media rhetoric. And sadly, that's a cycle we see coming into the election periods, and that's a lived experience and reality for our people. But we do have a real opportunity to think a bit more differently around how, as a cross-sector response, we actually can invest in a long-term understanding around how to build that capability. Because what we see is governments change or ministers come and go, and we see well-intentioned programs get rolled out again, but we don't see that long-term investment into building that community capability at a governance level on the ground. And that's sort of across the board. There's amazing examples of great stuff happening, but like you've identified, trying to get that longitudinal data to be able to see that impact requires us to be able to invest in that work and do that, moving forward.
It's very helpful. Thank you.
I have a question. And you mentioned avoided justice costs, and I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that and how it could be reinvested into communities, and like, how would it work in practice?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and something that our partner organisation, Justice Reinvest New South Wales, I know speaks quite a lot about and has provided evidence to this committee on. I know Jumbana at UTS is currently working on a paper outlining a justice reinvestment mechanism, and at the core of that is shared decision making between government and communities. As we know, justice reinvestment and the way those issues will be tackled in each community will look slightly different. And so the way that those costs should be calculated, I believe, should really be decided on in partnership between individual communities and the government. The mechanism paper that UTS is outlining has a 10-year time horizon where government makes a large upfront investment. The suggestion is into the one fund, which is New South Wales Sovereign Wealth Fund, and then revenue from that investment will then filter down to communities on the ground who will start doing impactful work. As was just talked about, community-led work looks a little bit different. Our research is showing that you're not actually seeing proper outcomes in terms of justice-related outcomes until at least year 3 of site operation, because places need time to get that leadership in place, start tracking data, getting the capability to even use data. So we need to think about this as a long-term thing. And then that UTS paper, which should hopefully be public in a few months, suggests that over those 10 years, government and communities will come to some sort of agreement about how those costs will be tracked. So that's not something in particular, the mechanism that we have an opinion on, but suggests that it be sorted out by government and communities.
And I think just to be a bit specific about it, I think what will be required is that there is work done around the avoided costs within government, and that government has confidence in that methodology. And so that's probably a task for Treasury, where they have a lot of capability to be able to do these kinds of things. But as Will said, the key in what we're hearing back from our partners and the people working in this space is that there needs to be a joint process around deciding what the outcomes are that are being measured, and then obviously a rigorous process for tracking those long-term avoided costs, because as was already pointed out, some of the benefits of these things are not calculated in a couple of years, they're calculated in over multiple years. But those capabilities exist. There's already work that's been, actuarial work that's been done to be able to build those models. So that work already exists.
And would that work? So a lot of time funding is, say, like from election cycle to election cycle. So by having this one fund, does that avoid, going from election cycle, because it's there and that you're able to sort of dip into that fund depending on what is needed in the research or what outcomes have happened? Or I'm not sure if I'm putting that right. But
Yes. Sorry. Did you want
Yeah, there would be some sort of community and government governance mechanism surrounding that, but those short-term funding cycles are really killing progress in this area. As I said in the opening statement, we're currently about 2 years into a 3-year matched funding agreement with the New South Wales government, which is due to end at the end of financial year 27. And the issue of sites on the ground being in that short-term funding cycle and not knowing if they're going to be able to pay staff this time next year is really inhibiting how they're actually able to make impact. So we suggest, one, government contracting as it stands needs to be longer term, and two, we inevitably need one of these mechanisms that sits outside of, as you're saying, political changes, public narrative changes that can really stand the test of time.
And you said UTS are doing a paper on this?
Alongside JR New South Wales.
Oh, yes, okay. And it will be ready later this year. Would you recommend that this committee have a briefing from them, or?
Yes, and we're more than happy to facilitate those connections.
Yeah, okay. I think I did last week, but I thought I would throw it open to the committee rather than just me trying to explain it. It wouldn't do it justice.
Yes.
So, and you've kind of helped me understand a bit more from what I heard last week. I'm just wondering, is it Alderton?
Yeah,
Johnson?
Sam.
Sorry.
Johnson.
How should government then evaluate that social return on investment?
Yeah, look, I think there's existing social return on investment models, that provide a solid framework for government to be able to take a lead from. I think the fundamental shift needs to come from a policy perspective in terms of how we measure deficits versus strengths. I'm a founder of a community-based not-for-profit. We run a women and girls program that provides access to sport and recreation services in Sydney City and South Sydney. 90% of our kids are Aboriginal young women that access that program. We have no funding to deliver that program. We've been knocked back by a range of recent funding submissions because we refuse to lean into this deficits narrative around our kids being a problem that needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
We're working with girls that are from ages 6 to 11 that have no contact with the justice system, that are still attending school, but we know their families have had generations of contact with the justice system, with out-of-home care. We know the risk factors exist, but we are reluctant to paint our children as problems that need to be solved, and we are really pushing back against this narrative around having to paint them like that to receive funding. So it comes back again to this again, I was listening before I come up to give my testimony today around equity. And I heard Eileen Baldry, and I read her testimony as well. She talked about the equity gap that exists. This isn't a justice problem we're talking about, it's an equity problem. So for those girls in that program that we provide, it's about access, inclusion, equity and justice. We're not doing anything special or miraculous for these kids. We're making sure these kids have the same opportunities as every other girl in their classroom to go play sport with their friends on the weekend and to build stronger, more pro-social relationships with their broader community. You don't need a magic wand to understand how to do that. But the system that we set up to funds deficits, it funds problems. But we know the evidence exists around equity that recognises that we're actually looking at the wrong part of the puzzle. So my advice for the sector, when we talk about social return on investment, is to actually, obviously we have to think about the long-term likelihood and reduction in reoffending from a justice perspective, but we need to bring this back to an equity-based community care model of understanding impact, and that's where I think the real opportunity exists long-term for justice here for
Yeah,
kids.
so we could reframe how we, instead of saying early intervention, what you're doing is kind of early intervention, but the young girls that are participating wouldn't know that.
Absolutely.
And then the economic benefits are just amazing, I think. So anyway, I've hogged the floor enough. So yes.
Can I ask? It's a kind of a very general question, but given all of your expertise and engagement and the answer that you've just given, one of the earlier panel of the international experts and practitioners spoke about, I guess, not just youth justice, but children as being seen as a collective responsibility, so that if something goes wrong, it's not the child that we blame, it's ourselves. And I just wondered, that seems, I don't want to be pessimistic, but that seems quite a shift in thinking that we'd need to engage in. I just wondered on your reflections on that and what you think might help that shift, because it's needed but big.
I think it's about us remembering as a community and as a society that community care is a part of how all of our communities have existed. It's about, if we're thinking about this from a justice perspective, yes, there's a different lens once kids are in contact with the justice system. We know that there's a range of, system interactions where the state maybe has let them down or not met their needs. But if we're talking about models like I referred to about early intervention and really looking at kids in our communities that sit within those at-risk groups and working with them, it's about recognising that we do need to invest in community care models, because we have a society that exists today that doesn't necessarily facilitate the support for that. Much of us here are very, disconnected from our communities in many different ways. Some of us are lucky to volunteer, and that's fantastic. But the significance of investing in community care so that people can be a part of these journeys and programs and young people's lives is critical. And it's those connections, it's relational work that starts to shift the responsibility. We've got girls in our programs, we've got a handful of people working on that program that have connections with those young kids, and we can see the risks that exist there, and we all feel a responsibility to provide the most significant experience and access for that young person to minimise that risk. But that collective care is there, and our communities, Aboriginal communities, but all communities, have collective community care models that have existed for a long time, and it's just about us remembering that this is not about us just thinking about one child, it's thinking about all of us, and it is a big shift. But I think the state has a significant opportunity in how we think about funding opportunities to be able to do that. And just to be clear on that when I talk about that, because I know that, like you said, it's it's easy to say it, but it's a big shift. It comes back again to thinking about funding opportunities where we're looking at measuring outcomes against not deficits, and how to rethink how we understand what success looks like in our communities. And we've heard about place-based responses and different things like that. It comes back again to co-designing what success looks like with our communities. We do program evaluation all the time for DCJ and youth justice. And one of the biggest things we talk about now is actually co-designing the evaluation metrics with our communities before those programs even start. Because too often what we're seeing programs get designed, get rolled out, maybe get defunded, or government changes and they don't exist anymore, and we hear communities say, they said it wasn't having an impact, or now they've just stopped that pilot. But we know that success looked like this, but they looked at that. So, you know, examples of policy shifts really looks like involving our communities in actually not just designing what responses look like for our young people, but also determining what success looks like.
So co-designing the evaluation as well as the program.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Critical.
I couldn't have said it better. I was at a summit last week with all New South Wales Justice Reinvestment sites talking about what justice reinvestment means to them and their communities. And what surprised me over 3 days of discussions with community members is how little the justice system was talked about. And actually what's important to providing these models of community care are things within the health system, within the education system, within cultural care, working with young girls. We know these things that are needed cut across the different systems that we all work in. One of the other things I reflect from the international experts this morning is the importance of stories and the importance of proving out these alternative models of care. And what we actually have in New South Wales, in our justice reinvestment communities and broader, is communities that have been doing this for 60,000 years and know how to care for their children. And so we have an opportunity, and this is what the Paul Ramsay Foundation has been investing in and welcomes government co-investment with us, is really proving out these models, showing that alternatives work, and then sharing those positive stories with the public, with the media, with whoever will listen.
Thank you.
Mr. Barrett.
Thank you. I'm going to change tack a little bit, and I suspect, Sam, you might be able to lean on this, and if not, I'm happy to move on. But I just wonder if you could touch a little bit on the outside the formal intervention structure. Some of the other activities, whether that be, you know, within your community, the footy or the cricket or the rock band or whatever that is, the benefits that can have in community, all of this covert intervention.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we see that case in practice week in, week out with the programs that we run. The challenge with that though is the sector shifting how we understand the value of that. So, you know, whether it's, you know, cricket, sports programs, whatever it is, the fundamental shift comes back to equity, and it comes back to access, and it comes back to policymakers and decision makers sitting there and saying, if, you know, what opportunities do I want my young person to be a part of in their broader community, and why? And I can tell you straight away that you come into any of our communities and we want the exact same thing. And because we want that exact same thing, right, because we know that access to these programs builds leadership, builds confidence, strengthens relationships more broadly with their communities, deals with challenging situations. You know, the reasons are endless around why any of us would want any of our kids to access these types of programs. But the reality is, for us, and we collect the data so we know what access gaps exist. We know that we've got parents that financially are excluded from accessing any of these programs. We know that there's parents that they can't drive, so transport becomes an immediate barrier that stops any of their kids participating in these programs more broadly. We know that we've got parents that are exiting domestic violence relationships, and they don't have the ability to be able to show up and be present because they're in transitional housing. So we know housing can be an instability. So really, like, I don't want to digress too much from what you're trying to ask me, but I think it really comes back to fundamental questions around how we look at our children as a society and give every children in our society the opportunity to be a child. And these happen before the risk factors start to emerge, you know, but doesn't mean they're in isolation of them. You know, our kids exist within our communities. We know that there's kids that have emerging, you know, issues that might need to be explored when we think about neurodiversity and other different things like that. But what these opportunities give us is they give us strengths-based tools to be able to respond that don't sit in a deficit. You know, sports programs, cricket programs, rock bands, like you said, they're not new responses, right? Youth centres have been doing things like this for decades. But the difference is that, and, you know, I'm an ex-youth worker myself, so no slight on that sector, it is critical. But what that does is they provide programs in isolation of the broader community. What we're trying to talk about is we're trying to talk about investing in community care so our kids can be members of their broader community through all these types of programs and activities. You know, the youth centre and those youth programs, they're fantastic, but they're not the solution. They're a part of the puzzle. And so, you know, it's about a strengths-based lens. This is about consistent, long-term interaction and relationships with young people that come from our communities that, you know, have lived experience and risk factors that are present, but their connection to their community is constant. And, you know, we see that as one of the most strongest protective factors in all communities, but particularly for blackfellas.
Do you have some questions?
I do. Thank you very much. I suppose this is more for impact in relation to one of your recommendations, which is a whole of government youth prevention strategy. I wanted to know whether or not you've had any interaction with the newly established Office of Youth.
No.
Okay.
No, in short.
What about from the advocate's point of view with the strategy for children and young people, which is, I think, going to get announced later this year? Have you had any interaction on?
With regards to that recommendation, in short, no.
Yep.
But with regards to that recommendation, where I see the fundamental opportunity for a whole of government response comes back to how we think about law reform and the Young Offenders Act.
Okay.
You know, Young Offenders Act 1997, well ahead of its time, you know, very, very for great stuff in there, but we've come a long way in 30 years. Our understanding of trauma-informed responses to young people in the youth justice system, our understanding of all these different sectors that play a role is significantly more developed. And so I think the real opportunity for that structural whole of government response comes in law reform. And I was a part of drafting the Aboriginal Languages Act. You know, that's a part of, you know, that there's cross government responses embedded in that legislation. The Young Offenders Act has a real opportunity. There's diversion pathways that exist. We've got youth justice conferencing as one of the most critical as part of that. And I wrote my thesis on youth justice conferencing, and so I've got a lot that I could speak to when I talk to that. But what I'll say in short is that the Young Offenders Act provides us a real significant opportunity to make sure those missing pieces of the puzzle are a part of that diversionary measure. You know, it's one of the most earliest opportunities to engage with a young person that's fell through the cracks and is before the system. So if they're coming before that conference and that circle, and we're able to identify some of those issues, maybe around, like we've talked about, you know, cognitive disability, you know, we've talked about health-related stuff, different things like that. They're the opportunities for significant therapeutic intervention that we're just not even touching. So yeah, in short, I feel like it really comes back to law reform and how we recognise this as a whole of government response.
Have you had any? Are you familiar with the New South Wales police youth strategy, which I think only came out maybe in the last 12 months?
Yeah, look,
I suppose also what's your take on it?
So my take is that, and you probably seen a bit of a theme here around community care and moving away from the state, is that, you know, when we brought youth justice conferencing here in New South Wales, it came out of a Maori model of addressing offending in community, where community led the response, where shaming was recognised as a really important part of accountability for people that had committed crimes in their community. But it was really also just as important that that offender stayed within their community and connected to their communities. Amazing outcomes, you know, and that was the reason why we've adopted it here in New South Wales. But we made a fundamental policy error when we adopted it here, is we took away the control of that process from community and we gave it to the state. So the police ran it as a pilot in the 90s, and then now DCJ, you know, Youth Justice, lead it and coordinate that response. We have a real significant opportunity to actually share some of that power with our communities. We look at the statistics, you know, we're not looking at every community in New South Wales where kids are coming into the justice system. There's very specific geographical locations where we can identify kids that are coming into contact with the system. There's a real strong case for us to argue investing in community-led responses of restorative justice through youth justice conferencing. And so further to that, I would say in the 30 years since the Young Offenders Act has been around, there has been no evaluation of youth justice conferencing outside of merely diversionary statistics. So we have a real opportunity to actually strengthen that as a legislative response for reducing crime and reducing contact with the system.
And I suppose the last question around this, and it might be too hard to answer, but obviously the Office of Youth comes out of DCJ, Police comes out of DCJ, Youth Justice comes out of DCJ, but they're all in their own silos because DCJ is huge.
Absolutely.
Is DCJ the best? Because obviously you need a government agency part of that. Is DCJ the best one, or is it somewhere else within government we should be looking to say, okay, we need to be driving this somewhere else because all these silos aren't necessarily getting the outcomes?
I think I'd like to take that question on notice.
Yeah, that's fine.
Have a think and come back. I think there's a range of different ways we could probably consider a response.
Yeah,
That's a good question. Thank you.
Did you want to?
Yeah. Sorry. I have to leave, but I just have to ask. Could you please help us to understand whether the change in bail laws in New South Wales for young people and has had an impact on your work, the people in your work, and if so, what is that impact?
Do you want me to start?
Sure.
I think from our perspective, and obviously we focus today on justice reinvestment, clearly, and we've said this in our submission, changes to the bail laws will have an impact on the success of justice reinvestment as an approach, because as I think many of the people who've presented to this committee have amply demonstrated, and who our experts have said, that the greater contact with the justice system is going to lead to greater contact with the justice system. And so, yes, it will have an impact on the effectiveness of a justice reinvestment approach.
Is there anything else? Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I might just follow up and answer with a broader statement in that we recognise change needs to happen sort of across the spectrum, from that early intervention to diversionary, all the way through to through care, and then even at a meso, macro and micro level at systems change, we need legislative reform, we need public narrative change, and we need, police and judiciary officers and people on the ground to change how they think and understand these things. So completely agree that bail reform is important, but similarly to what Justice Reform Initiative said this morning, it needs to be done in consideration with a transformational change of how government responds to youth justice.
Thank you. Thank you. And excuse me.
Ms. Hurst, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your time today. It was mentioned earlier, and I was the one that asked the question about that sort of narrative that's pushed out into the media, that we've got to lock people up to sort of, make the community safe. And I think the comment was, that unfortunately young people kind of have to live with that narrative. But I just wanted to sort of get a better understanding about, what that actually means for these young people on the ground that are, first of all, hearing that narrative and what effect that has on them, but also sort of more from an actual ability to get that help, whether it actually also affects their, I guess, uptake in some of the programs and things like that, or whether it just makes things much harder for them.
Can I answer that? Yeah.
Definitely. That'd be great.
Yeah, look, it's a critical question, and you would have heard in my opening statement, a big part of impact policy is communications. Communications are critical to building strong policy, and we recognise the significance of the impact of the media rhetoric on our communities and our kids, and we know that it's lazy politics. Because we know that the evidence exists for us to be able to respond to this in a way that can have a significant impact. I think Paul Ramsay Foundation talked about the impact of storytelling. And so what we're starting to see now is we're starting to see a real shift in terms of how we build an evidence base that's qualitative, that really builds in story-based narratives of impact. We do that at Impact Policy. We've got a studio where we really embed our people's voices in how we understand what impact looks like. Paul Ramsey, you know, their work with Mountie Yarns and the work that they're doing out in Western Sydney is a great example of that too. And they're real examples of where what we're talking about is shifting power, you know, who's telling these stories. So if we start to give young people in our communities the opportunity to tell their stories, that's where we can actually start to see a bit of a shift. We're wrestling with this now with this girls' youth program that we're developing, like I said, and we're trying to think, how do we tell this story without our kids having to talk about their trauma or the worlds that they live in? You know, why can't they just talk about how much they love being with their friends and playing basketball? And I'd love to table a piece that we put together as evidence for you to review to try and understand that impact, because it's that real friction that we're sitting with in terms of, you know, how do we think about responding to this from a media perspective and communications perspective that actually addresses some of the structural issues but doesn't paint our communities as problems that constantly have to be solved. Hopefully that provides some context.
Yeah, thank you. That was really helpful, and if you could table that would be fantastic. Thank you.
I've got a question, Chair.
Okay.
I was just wondering if you have any observations, all of you, about the role of the Aboriginal Legal Service as a partner in projects, and any particular observations about their resourcing constraints and whether they're a barrier and whether there's some other relevance there in terms of those issues. And I'm fully appreciative that this is not just a justice system issue, it's much wider, but the ALS obviously plays a crucial role, particularly given the overrepresentation issue.
Absolutely.
Oliver Craig?
Go for it. Yeah. I can talk to that specifically because we've partnered with the ALS alongside DCJ on a number of significant projects. One of those was around how we start to rethink governance and decision making within youth justice, and how we start to co-design a decision making model alongside community so that whenever youth justice are making significant decisions, structural decisions or operational decisions, that they're not made in isolation of a community voice. So the ALS was a key partner with us on that work. And critical to have somebody independent, not just of government, but of consultants and experts coming in. They're experts in this space in terms of how they're working and delivering, but in many ways play that independent observation role as well as part of that process too. From a resources perspective, my recommendation would be that they're significantly under-resourced. And they have a significant opportunity to have more of an impact for our communities if we can recognise and invest in that. So,
yeah, the reason I asked the question was I used to work at the ALS in Dubbo or across Western New South Wales, and I just used to sometimes sit there and observe this incredibly high volume of young Aboriginal people being channelled through our very modest office, and I would observe our very modest resources, particularly in terms of non-legal field officers, people that would assist with diversionary work, people that would assist with compliance with court orders and so forth, and just think that while there's a lot of resources generally going into a whole range of different things, perhaps there wasn't an appreciation of just how close that organisation is to the exact cohort of kids that are so important to reach.
Absolutely, and I think when we're talking about real significant opportunities, when we talk about reform and agendas moving forward, I think organisations like ALS are critical, but like you said, like you talk about that Dubbo example, you've got real experts in there that can be at the table adding value to this agenda that we're building moving forward. But without the resources to be able to fully be present, what happens is those caseloads get compromised or, different things like that. So I think that they're a critical piece of the puzzle in terms of our reform agenda ahead, but not without the right investment so that they can actually have a really strong voice at the table.
Yeah, I just echo all of that. The Paul Ramsey Foundation is a proud supporter of the Aboriginal Legal Service. We fund them under our Justice Reinvestment portfolio for some community development and community connector work. So, and not a funder of their legal service delivery, but hearing from communities and knowing the importance of access to justice, wholeheartedly agree with the notion that they should receive more funding for that service delivery as well. And, as an Aboriginal man, one of the first ACOs ever, they're such an amazing organisation and with such a rich history to to us as people, it's a really important organisation to make sure is well resourced for our communities.
It's really helpful. Thank you.
I have one question. So you mentioned in your opening statement about that you've invested more than, say, 53 million in the Justice Reinvestment initiatives. Say, from your evaluations, what have you learned from those investments? And I know in each one, it's not like a cookie cutter approach. They're all different. So if you could, and we've got 3 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, well, Patrick's got the paper in front of him, and we're also happy to share this report.
Yeah, so we tabled the evaluation or the summary of the evaluations that we've done with our submission, so people should have access to that. What have we learned? The imperatives of community control is essential. It does work, and we believe that there's now a body from $53 million of investment across different communities. It does work. The economics do stack up, and that it will reduce costs to government in a range of different areas. And it needs to be sustained. The greatest benefits we've seen have taken place after the year 3. And so you need to sustain it to see the benefits that you want, and then that will lead to longer term benefits as well. So that would be my quick summary.
And so with that 53 million, it hasn't been in 1 year. Over what period are we talking about?
Good question. I would have to check what the exact period of the 53 is. Our partnership with the New South Wales government has been, I think for the past 5 years, was that particular piece, but the 53 would perhaps have been a longer period of time. I'll check.
And in your evaluation there, does it say like which communities have had really powerful outcomes? I mean, they're not all going to have the same outcomes because they're different, but I'm sure that they're all positive.
Yes, I think there are a couple of case studies, particularly in the report, that we could speak to. They're also at different stages of the journey over that period of time, and so obviously people will be aware that, for instance, Maranuka has had a much longer history in some of this work than some of the other communities which have come online more recently, and so therefore the outcomes are different. But happy to take it on notice to provide additional information about which communities have had particular success.
And what are the barriers, say, like for Justice Reinvest becoming sort of more mainstream policy?
I think it's the lack of a mechanism and business as usual implementation of government of a justice reinvestment model. At this stage, despite the name reinvestment, it doesn't actually do any reinvestment. And so for us, the implementation of that and allowing those communities to have that longer term funding of the model in a way that's community-led, data-driven and place-based would unlock that longer term impact.
Okay.
And I think, if we're reflecting on the comments of some of the earlier witnesses from this morning, that a lot of people have talked about the need for the investment in community in order to reduce the need for justice over time. The mechanism creates a way to drive that investment in community, and so that can support over time all of those things that need to happen. So the mechanism itself can be quite transformative in terms of shifting the way we think about how those investments happen over time.
Yeah. So thank you for your time today. I believe you had some documents that you're going to table, and there may be some supplementary questions too. But again, thank you, and have a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
So the committee will now break and reconvene at 1:45. and thank you for making the time to give evidence this afternoon. So what I'll ask now is if each witness, starting from my left, could please state their name and position and either swear an oath or an affirmation. So if we start with you, Bernie, and then we'll go that way. So
Thanks. Bernie Shakeshaft, I'm the founder and director, Backtrack Youth Works, based in Armidale, New South Wales. Did you say start swearing?
you can do the affirmation.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Steph?
So I'm Steph Olsen from Backtrack also. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mark?
Hi, I'm Mark Robertson, CEO and founder of One Vision Productions, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Conroy? Is it Corey?
Curry, that's correct, yeah. I am Francis Curry, better known as Frank, and I am a director with One Vision, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Banu?
Helen Banu, CEO of Streetwork. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Bishop?
Willie Bishop, I'm a youth caseworker at Streetwork. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would anyone like to make a short opening statement? How about we start ladies first?
Oh, thank you, Hayley. Streetwork is a community-based early intervention service supporting vulnerable young people aged 12 to 18 in Sydney. We work with young people at risk of entering or already in contact with the juvenile justice system through community outreach, mentoring and advocacy at the point of police contact, helping them build stability and reconnection with specialist youth services. I want to start with a key point we hope this committee takes away. There is a clear and widening recognised gap in the current system. New South Wales does not have a dedicated ongoing funding mechanism for early intervention and prevention that works for young people before they become entrenched in the justice system or immediately after contact to prevent reoffending. Our experience is that the drivers of youth justice are not isolated. The young people we work with are often navigating overlapping challenges such as trauma, disengagement from school, unstable housing, mental health issues, drug and alcohol issues and exposure to violence. When those needs are not addressed early, they escalate into youth justice system involvement. We know that early relationship-based intervention works. Streetwork's most recent independent social impact report shows that 91% of young people who came to us with a crime-related challenge did not offend during their time in the program, demonstrating the effectiveness of this approach. We also know it works economically. Independent analysis has found that every dollar invested generates around a $16 value to the community through reduced demand on justice, health and the welfare systems. Importantly, a significant proportion of early intervention services across the state are already supported by philanthropy and community investment. This means government does not need to build and fund a system from scratch. There is an opportunity to invest in and scale what already exists, complementing substantial non-government funding for a greater social and economic return. Across New South Wales, organisations like Streetwork, Backtrack and One Vision are already delivering this work in different ways, but with the same underlying approach. We are working with young people early, building trust and assessing the root causes of behaviour. The only thing holding us back from having a greater impact is the lack of consistent funding model to support and scale this work. In response to this, Streetwork is currently working with a number of organisations across New South Wales to bring together a coordinated proposal for a statewide early intervention and violence reduction grants program. The intention is to provide government with a clear, practical pathway to invest in what is already working by bringing together providers spanning different approaches and geographies. We can create a structured mechanism for scaling early intervention across New South Wales. From our perspective, the solution is straightforward. There is a need for a dedicated, recurrent early intervention and prevention funding program that allows community organisations to scale proven models, reach more young people and operate with stability over time. The model already exists. The organisations are already in place. What is missing is the mechanism to support them at scale. I'm going to ask Willie to share a story in relation to one of the young people that we've supported who had come in contact with the juvenile justice system.
Yeah, kia ora everyone. Again, my name's Willie Bishop. I'm a youth case worker with Streetwork. Obviously grateful for the opportunity to share a successful story about a young person that I've been looking after for about 6 or 7 months now. Young Ollie comes from a loving home, loving mum and dad. Just unfortunate that he's been surrounded by, I guess, people that are sort of leading him away from the right direction. He's been in trouble a lot of times with the law, broken his curfews and bail restrictions. And so I connected with Ollie through referral. We have a Kickstart program at Streetwork. It's a 8 to 10 week program where we have two roles. We have two sides as a youth case worker. We have a serious side where we go plan. Could be things like getting back into work, looking at apprenticeships, back into TAFE, things like that. And then there's also a fun side where we go and throw a footy around or pretend like we know what we're doing when we're swinging a golf club. Fun things like that. And I find that a great way to build rapport with the young people that I look after. And so through that journey, through that Kickstart program, I was obviously able to build a real great connection with Ollie, sort of let his walls down with me, built a really good connection with mum and dad. And he was given an opportunity to go up to Armidale to backtrack with the awesome backtrack crew doing a great job with a lot of young people up there. He was on a 3-day trial. After day 1, he said, I want to stay here. Mm-hmm. I said, awesome, man. It's the best place for you to be. And I obviously know the circle that he's hanging around with here. Not a great circle. And so he went up there. He had a 2-week trial. He didn't want to come back. We checked in with him every second day, see how he was doing. I was up there for the first 3 days, and I just seen how the other young brothers and sisters up there really sort of took him under their wing and made him feel welcome, made him feel a part of the family there. And so he had a 2-week block there with the backtrack crew. He come back to the Northern Beaches where we are. He was here over the weekend and sort of got himself back into trouble again, back around that environment, around that circle. And he reached out to me on the Sunday saying, I got to get out of here. I got to go back to the backtrack crew because that's I feel safer there. And he went back and I haven't seen him since. And so I know from experience, meeting the awesome crew over the couple of days that I was there. They do a great job with a lot of the young brothers and sisters in the community. And I know Ollie's in safe hands. So that's one of many successful stories that I've had with a lot of young people. So grateful for the opportunity. I just thought I'll share from the heart. I don't have notes, so apologies for that. But that's one of many stories that I get to share with a lot of people. So thank you for your time.
No, thank you. Thank you. And Bernie, would you like to make an opening statement?
I think you might agree that one of the most important jobs we have as big people in society is to raise happy and healthy little people. And when I look at the state of play in Australia, with suicide being the leading cause of death for young people, when I look at the 1 in 3 kids now diagnosed with a mental health disorder, a quarter of the kids, from the Dusseldorf report in 2014, 1 in 4 kids in Australia under the age of 17 not going to school, not in training, and certainly not employed. I would hate to think what that number is post-COVID. While we're all sleeping in our little beds tonight, there's 40,000 kids sleeping rough or, couch surfing. And then, I guess for me, the biggest shame is going in Australia, a 10-year-old who's in some kind of trauma for who knows what, at 10 years of age. We think that the greatest solution that we have is to incarcerate that child, knowing that it's going to have almost a 90% success rate of reoffending and ending back up in there. So for 2 decades, we kicked off as a bunch of volunteers. Backtrack's been finding solutions for some of the most vulnerable young people across Australia. That includes those kids that we talk about in the suicide category. All our kids disengaged with school. Don't think I've met one that hasn't used these 3 police cautions, These are kids that are suffering enormous trauma, and we just don't have the setups to look after them. We have to get in earlier for me to start with this. Over 2 decades, probably something like 75% of the kids we've worked with are Indigenous, and we have almost a 90% success rate of hanging in for the long haul, getting them across the line, and they end up in employment, not in the jail system, not on the dole, but now we have them not only working alongside us, but leading and finding solutions. I think when we look at the underlying drivers of young people's contact with the criminal system, it's a pretty tough case to argue that our systems are getting it right. I think there are just too many people in the justice system, and our current practices are affecting communities and destroying young people's lives. Steph?
I'm Steph, also at Backtrack. I'd like to start off by saying, as Bernie's already stated, that, a lot of these young people, it's not just a simple thing. There's a lot of things that contribute to what comes afterwards. So, a lot of these young people, they have a cluster of risk factors. We see this on a daily basis with the kids that come through the gates at Backtrack. It's not just one thing that they have. So, they're disengaged from school, excluded from the Department of Education. Most of them are floating from house to house on any given day. They're dealing with disability, mental health, drug and alcohol, all these things, a whole mixed bag. And, most of their families are dysfunctional, so there's nobody there to support those kids.
We know that an ounce of prevention is better than a ton of cure. I've known these 3 organisations, one of which I'm included in, and many others around the countryside, that are stepping in and stopping these kids before they end up in all sorts of trouble. I certainly know when we started 20 years ago, we were working with 16 and 17-year-old kids that were on this revolving cycle of incarceration. I can tell you the success rate for the amount of time, effort and money you put into it is pretty shameful. It's just really tough gig once a kid gets locked up. So what we've been doing is back to that age-old strategy, I guess, of going further upstream and seeing what we can do there. When we're getting these kids, even when they're sleeping rough or have used their police cautions, the success rate when we get in early and teach them to read and write, teach them how to be in the world and wrap this sense of belonging and care and learning and generosity around them, we're saving not only children's lives but the community a truckload of money. I'm preaching to the converted to sit here and talk about the $1.2 million to incarcerate a child, a 10-year-old child, if we start with. $1.2 million. When I look at the amounts of money that we spend on prevention and I look at the outcomes, it just seems a little bit crackers that we're not going further upstream and stopping this stuff. I mean, why is it that we will throw any amount of money at it once we lock a kid up, but we're not prepared to use a tiny percentage of that money and not go down that path? So what are the factors? When I look across all these organisations that do whatever it takes for as long as it takes, this is not a 6 or a 12-week program. We hang on to these kids and do whatever it takes for as long as it takes. The wraparound support, I don't know if anyone has children themselves, but if you look at what you do to bring your own child up, you're looking at every aspect of the child's life, you know. When our funding is siloed into just education or just mental health or just employment, it makes no sense. When we look at some of the great models around the world, and having a quick scan on your door before I came in, you've had some giants in the room this morning, and I hope that we don't only just listen to them, I hope we take some of those lessons. You know, joint funded models from right around the planet. I think Canada's probably about as good as anyone in the world of doing it. Saves the government half the money. Imagine if we could save half the money and get a lot further down the track. It just seems that now is a pretty good time to take a new approach. It's not like we don't have organisations in this country that are doing the work. It's just our systems are not responding. When we look at our community, just for us in Armidale, and Aileen, you'll have seen it many times in action. It's not just the mayor and the cops and the magistrates that visit. It's not just the CWA and the Rotarians. It's not just the employers in town. It's the whole community have got in behind this thing, and the village to raise the child piece. It makes it work. Where are we going moving forward? Everyone's got to look at succession plannings, whether it's a business or a family farm or an organisation. We're bringing these young people through now. Probably shouldn't keep calling you young because you're nearly 30 and got 3 kids. And when I look at the generational changes now, I know his kids are going to finish school. When he was a young fella, I know he wasn't going to finish school, you know. We've got a shed full of them. And you know, when we just set the table, and I'd like to acknowledge the Premier and the Police Minister for funding a crime prevention little wave we had at the start of the year. It was our young people that have come through the program that are now leaders came up with the damn solution. Everyone knows about stolen cars and kids and break and enters in those towns. When the Premier and the Police Minister backed these young people in, for just 12 weeks, in 12 weeks, they reduced stolen cars and break and enters by 75%. 75% reduction in 12 weeks. Now they've gone on to fund it over multiple years, and we've matched that funding half and half to make sure it goes for twice as long. Why shouldn't we be doing that in prevention work as well? Steph's just going to share a little bit with you about what he sees on the road, and you know, it's a handful, a dozen or so of these young people how they're keeping our crime rates for young people down in our town. I can only ask why we're not doing it in more towns.
Yeah, so I guess it comes back to when I said just before about how, you know, these kids, they have a mixed bag. It's not just one problem. So when we first started the night crew, it was just, you know, these are our nieces and nephews, they're getting into trouble, we need to try and intervene. And so we started off just intervening, you know, breaking that cycle so they weren't walking and having the opportunity. And then once we picked them up, we realised, well, you know, it's not just that they're walking from one place to the other and they got bored, you know. Then we discovered, so they're hungry, so that's why they're breaking into somewhere, so they can steal something, so they can go and sell it, or so they can get money, so they can go and feed themselves. So then we spoke to our board, and they went, yep, obviously you have identified the next issue, and so, you know, now we provide food for them kids, transport and food. And then the next thing was in winter time last year, we realised some of these kids are walking around with no shoes on, or they're wearing shorts and shirts.
Mm.
All right, so now they need clothing, and then so we provide clothing for them kids, and then we went, well, some of these kids, they didn't even have somewhere to go, so we'd just be like, all right, well, we'll just take you around, let them sit in the warm for a bit so they could think of where they were going to go to, and then they'd think of a safe place. So then we'd identify that, because we're in the community, all us guys that are on the night crew, so we know the people and the houses that they're going to. So we know if it's a safe spot or not a safe spot. So yeah, that's what we see on the street. And, picking them kids up, it's the early intervention. It prevents them from getting into trouble, and then they end up in the system, and they go back through the system, and then, everybody ends up paying for it.
Thank you. Mr. Robertson.
Thank you.
We're keen to ask questions, so I might ask you to keep it short. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries at all. So I direct One Vision Productions. Have been a CEO over there for about 11 years. We've worked with over 10,000 youth, kids that are looking at going into custody, kids that are in trouble. We work with most Indigenous kids on the north coast of New South Wales in some way or form. Quick, going back to what Bernie said, so I'm just going to speak from my heart here. We've got nearly 40,000 kids on the streets here at the moment. I'm a street kid that got taken away from family service at 12 years old. I was on the streets in Inala and Brisbane until I was 17. So I was on the other side of the fence of this as well. Went for every single youth shelter in Brisbane, no help, water the state. And then on an inevitable path to jail, which happens to every kid pretty much on the streets, in the real reality of not having nowhere to go, trying to survive, like you said, they go into incarceration nearly a lot of the time. So I was looking at a 2-year sentence. I had a system that was happening in Queensland at the time. They put me on an immediate release order, and I got referred into a mum when she got out of a women's shelter. She's in a women's shelter most of my life. And then also into her care, community service every weekend to grade 11 and 12. Since then, I became a teacher, running one of the most successful grassroots organisations in Australia, where I've lived experience helping kids going through the same thing. This is not something that's just a piece of paper. With $1.2 million per year per our kids that has been taken by privatised prison systems, I'm going to call the elephant out of the room, where it's $1 billion industry and our kids are suffering. I had tears coming down on the plane just by closing my eyes, thinking about what's going on with our youth and being a part of that abusive system that if we don't enact and do something about, we are just in the same boat. So we have solutions. I was a Churchill Fellow, I was a Westpac Fellow, I've travelled the world, I've seen where solutions work. We know as an Australia, we know as a country how we can solve this, and to not work in a privatised prison system and to actually take back our country, whereas again, this is a disease in our system, this is a disease in our country. We're sitting here, organisations that have done the work, we know that it works, we know for 1/10 of the cost, we can keep these kids out of prison system. This is the no-brainer. It's actually insanity if we don't enact as a country. So I'll try to keep it short. I've got so many stories I could try to tell you about with hundreds of kids that we constantly have kept out of jail systems, and we, as I say, over 90% success rate as well. I don't really want to go into about our organisation or anything, because I think this needs to come from a trickle from the metro to the regional areas, where the people that are doing the work need to have consistent and consistent funding to be able to do it. So, I haven't got any piece of paper. I want to speak to heart. The issue is real. The privatised prison system that we have enacted inside of our country is also real. I think we've got to be leaders, and we've got to step up to this, and we've got to actually create some change. It's up to us.
Thank you so much. I might do the first question, and then we'll go from there. So you mentioned belonging, Steph and Bernie. What is it about belonging that changes, say, the long-term outcomes for young people?
I guess for some of the kids that, that belonging, well, almost every kid looks for belonging, whether it's in a good circle or a bad circle. Yep. And so Backtrack makes that good circle, and it's the whole wraparound thing. So, it's not just belonging because you've got nowhere to live or, because you've got nothing to eat. It's just, like I think, what's his name from Streetwork? They said, that they brought a young fella up to Backtrack, and straight away he felt like it was family.
Yeah.
And you know, he's back with us now. Like, it's just that family.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know that I could add any more to that. I think it's beautifully said, mate, you know. But that belonging is such a terribly important thing. We run our whole organisation based off the Circle of Courage, First Nations mob from Canada, where they say if you get these 4 things in balance, whether it's your personal life, whether it's your business, or whether it's your whole community, you get these 4 things in balance, everything will be going well. The first one, belonging, you must feel connected to something.
Yep.
The second one, mastery learning. Doesn't matter whether that's learn how to tie up a shoelace or do a university degree, but you have to be learning something. The next one is independence, having a say in your life. And the last one, generosity, doing something for someone else, giving back. You get those 4 things in balance, that works.
Thank you. Can I call you Helen? Sorry. You mentioned in your opening statement about for every dollar invested, it generates $16 in community benefit. How do you measure that, or how did you come at that figure?
I didn't come at it. PwC did a social impact or a return on social investment for street work. They've done it twice, one in 1993 and again in 2000. Sorry, 1930. Sorry. Let's just say 2020 was the latest edition, and they confirmed that for every $1 invested in street work, it delivers a $16 return to the community, and mainly in relation to the young people we support, not then being, leaning in on the systems, whether it's youth justice, health, housing, or welfare. So that's where the savings come from.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for appearing today and for the work that you do. Mr. Robertson, I wanted to go back to something you said, and forgive me, I'm going to ask a money matter, but that's not to say that everything else that everyone hasn't said is obviously at the core of this. It's just that it's where we get to. We've referenced the $1.2 million a year that it costs to incarcerate a child. You mentioned that it was for 1/10 of that we can do the prevention work. Now, to you or to others on the panel, is that sort of a standard figure? Is that across the board? Is that the sort of best practice figure? Is that the rule of thumb? Where
I'm making that up from what we see, but I think if you actually probably ask similar organisations, it would probably come back to the same sort of cost value or whatnot, and it's not just for the first year, the $1.2 million that these kids go into jail and it's costing the Australian taxpayer. It's the reoffending that happens after that. Like 75% of the time, kids will go back into incarceration. It happens over again. So we've got a wheel that's continually turning without us creating any solution to it. And when I say like around at 1/10 of that, it's literally, it wouldn't be much more per kid to keep them out of custody. So it's actually, I think Brent, you said it perfectly today. It's insanity that we don't actually enact on some sort of thing here in Australia, because look, not just the cost benefit, the real impact on these kids' lives. As I said for you, if I had done 2 years and from being on the streets and whatever it actually is, there's no way I'd be sitting here in front of this thing, help thousands of youth. We have trauma on one side. At the moment, we have care and protection, belonging on the other. At the moment, our system's going from kids being from trauma, and all we're doing, like a kick dog, is enacting trauma. So there's no way in a variable of any insanity that we're actually creating any solution here. So, that's a figure that I just think around that. I know that we could do that for about a tenth of the cost. Don't know. I can't speak for other organisations, but that's how much of a no-brainer it is. It's like. And look, I think, as I pulled out the elephant in the room, Frank's director of organisation, he's done a lot of lectures on criminology, he's an ex-barrister, and can talk a lot about the real situation that's happening there in that forefront. But, yeah, it's just, 1/10, how do we create this trauma? How do we stop trauma in its tracks? The early intervention we do is always the way. I've got an 11-year-old that I just left my house right now, and just, hugging him on the way out the door, and just, he's had love and care and protection his whole life, so he wouldn't understand any of this. Some of these kids have been abused since day dot, and we think that just locking them up is going to be a solution. They go into incarceration, learn from better criminals, find safety and belonging inside the incarceration system because they've got no other opportunity and go and reoffend, and it goes back in the same wheel over and over again. So it's very simple, really.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks you all for coming along. It's really appreciated. Something that we've heard a lot in this inquiry is this idea that it's really expensive to lock up kids and you can save money if you put the resources elsewhere. But I guess the kind of lazy, easy thing for government is if a kid gets arrested, then you know who you have to deal with. It's the kid who's been arrested. Whereas if you want to stop offending by early intervention, you've got to work out where to spend the resources. So my question is, how do you identify the kids that you need to work with to kind of interrupt that kind of life pattern? And if they're not involved in courts and don't have court orders and so forth, how do you sort of engage with them in a way that works when you don't have bail conditions or things like that?
We've just been speaking to Judge Skinner and all sorts. All judges are looking for alternative solutions to put our kids in jail systems. Not most, especially. So they want solutions. So instead of a kid that's going out and stealing a couple of push bikes and then all of a sudden he's been locked up and going into jail systems at a young age, they want to be able to put them on diversionary pathways. So right now we work with the schools, with the hardest kids that are going in there. They get referred to us. Once the court system, if we enact some sort of policy change, they have the option instead of kids going to jail systems, incarceration for that thing, to actually come to organisations like this. Everybody's screaming for solutions. Even just speaking to Judge Skinner, which is just an amazing judge that I spoke to, they're like, we wish we had a pathway present that we could do something with our youth. So that's what sort of, I think, in a not so much a policy shift, an enactment of being able to allow judges to be able to not send their kids to jail systems, come to organisations, school kids that are going through in school systems, being able to, like what we're already doing, we go through there for early intervention. There's for us, we'd be taking kids instead of going to jail systems, and we work around from rites of passage to 10 hours a week mentoring on their passion and purpose to the whole of the system they're well worked out, community, education, safe environments, learning how to rites of passage and how to forgiveness, understanding self, all these sort of modalities. So we know it works, and what we're doing from a triple thing is the same sort of thing. It's pretty much the same, but just doing it in a little bit of a different way. But it's the same sort of enactment. So we've got to allow the judges to be able to actually be able to refer kids onwards. We've got to be able to open up a field where these kids, instead of going to incarceration, we can put them on alternative methods. Like what happened with me, instead of me going to incarceration, I got put on an alternative method to be able to live my life and to be able to actually walk through with care and love. So that's more.
It's
Can I just add just a response to that? Street work receives referrals from multiple sources: police, juvenile justice, education, health, local community, other service providers, and
so not necessarily kids just in trouble.
At the moment, probably over 95% of the young people that we support have had contact with the police or the juvenile justice system. So being able to strengthen those referral pathways so that before the behaviour becomes entrenched in the system, we're trying to do the diversionary activities or the pro-social activities and so forth. So what is missing is that upstream funding to be able to then educate police on how to identify the difference between a young person who may have a disability and have, cognitively not understanding what's going on, or is under the influence of alcohol and drugs and so forth. So it's really around strengthening that referral pathway to all of our organisations so that those people doing those referral systems are better able to identify the early intervention that's needed to prevent those young people from, falling through those cracks and into the youth justice system.
Yeah.
I think there are some simple precursors that if you pick up early. So how do we identify who the kids are? It's pretty easy. If you're totally disengaged with the education system, we're now seeing kids not make the transition from primary school to high school. So if you're kicked out of school, if you're kicked out of home, if you've used your 3 police cautions, if you have a mental health issue, if you have drug and alcohol issues, if you're living, I think the other one is if you're living in a house with someone who has been incarcerated, and sadly in Australia if you're Indigenous, tick those boxes, you're on the slippery slope.
Yeah.
So how do we know who those kids are? It's pretty easy to know.
Yeah.
These guys and girls, when they're driving around at 2 o'clock on a Saturday morning over in the wild side of Armidale, if you see a 10 or 11-year-old out at that time in the morning, you don't have to be Einstein to go, boy, that's probably a kid that needs a bit of a hand, because you can bet that kid's not going to school.
So do you think if you meet those criteria that it should be almost like NDIS, like a package kicks in?
Yeah, but just
where
cheaper.
It's cheaper, yeah.
For sure. Costs us about $160,000 to have a child full-time, and I'm talking full-time. That's educating, feeding, housing. We take control of that young person.
Appointments, everything.
Doctor's appointments, dentists, the whole lot, 160 grand. I know on our books of the 35 younger kids that we have at the moment, there'll be 4 or 5 on bail that are non-repeat offenders. There will be another 2 that would be incarcerated except they're with us. We're not receiving any funds for that, but it costs us about 160 grand a year as opposed to 3 grand a day.
Can I just ask?
Oh, no, sorry, Mr. Barrett had his hand up first, and then we'll go to you. Sorry. Mr. Barrett.
Chair, I've got 2 questions. One specific question for Backtrack, then a general question for everyone. Bernie, you just talked about the education. I think at one point you had a teacher at your depot. I just wondered where that's at and what benefits that had or what you've lost if you don't have that anymore.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Scott. I think we paid for a teacher. Most of the kids that we get can't read and write, so if you've got a 15 or 16-year-old that can't read and write their own name, better start teaching them how to do some of that stuff. So for over a dozen years we've paid for the teacher at a private philanthropic funds. It is probably the most, well, one of the cornerstones of what we do is having that school teacher. We've been working to find solutions with the education department for that period. For the last 3 years, the department have paid for the school teacher. They're receiving the funds for it because there's 35 kids enrolled in the system that are not allowed to go back to school. It's as simple as that. The onus is on the education department to find an alternative education process. They just don't exist, or if they do, they're so few and far between, which is why we get kids from Sydney or the Northern Territory, because these programs are not around. So in December 24, the education department stopped funding that teacher. The schools still continue to receive the money for all those enrolments. We're just back to having to pay for the school teacher. So, it's a problem for us. We're doing all we can to try and find a solution, but, if not, there's 35 kids will lose that education opportunity. They won't be enrolled in school, and it's going to happen pretty quick.
Thank you. And just more generically, I want to talk about sort of the hereditary nature of what we're facing. I'm guessing a lot of the kids that you're coming into contact with, their parents, might have also had a tricky upbringing as well. Have we been around, have you guys all been around long enough to now see the kids that you've dealt with having their own kids and sort of breaking that cycle to a certain degree?
100%, over and over again. We just say one of our kids just go up and perform for State of Origin. Got a lot of our kids that work for us in the day, they're now mentors, working with other kids that work for our organisation. So same as Backtrack. We see that just go on through once you're given that love and care and protection and a pathway and a road to success, anything can change. It's as sitting here next to old mate, and so it's 100%. I don't know. You just probably have many young
specifically with their own children. To me, the kids you deal with when they grow up, they're going to give their kids a much better start in life than they would have had otherwise.
They're just absolutely over and over again, and like say, and even just say for my case, I just moved from my 11-year-old boy as I left. Like, he's never even seen anger or seen an argument or never raised a hand, and it's because I got the mentorship and the understanding of belonging like we're talking about, and a way and a pathway to be able to treat differently and stop that intergenerational trauma. Because what we're looking at is intergenerational trauma happening over and over again. You got kids from the age of 19 having kids that have been through abuse for the whole time. That abuse gets passed on, it just goes on. So as soon as we stop that cycle, we're not just stopping that cycle there, we're stopping intergenerational cycles. So it's, and I could not even name the amount of times I've seen that over and over again with the kids we work with. So
at Street Work, the young people we work with probably change gears once they have had some success, and they actually want to ensure that they are better role models, not for their kids but for their younger siblings. So I think that I can't comment about whether the kids graduate or the young people graduate and have their own kids, but I can definitely say that we hear it frequently. I just want to be a better role model for my younger brother or my younger sister or whoever it might be. But they need to be empowered to see that there is a life that is different to the path that they are currently on, and that they can thrive given the support early to change that trajectory that they're currently on.
Yeah, so I say for Backtrack, like a lot of us guys that have come through the program, we had our own issues, and now we're doing change for our kids. But at the same time, while we're coming back into Backtrack and working, we're helping other kids to help change their life so they don't go down the same path as their parents.
Scott, with the older people we employ, I think last count between them, this is Steph's age and down, there are over 70 kids of their own children under the age of 5. 70 under the age of 5. Guess what? They're all going to school.
Yeah.
And of those guys, how many of you guys went to school or finished?
Pretty much none of us.
We're seeing the generational change now. Blissy's the oldest, his daughter just finished year 12. If I ask him, do you think your daughter will ever have a job? He looks at me like I'm a Fruit Loop. She's already got a job, Boone. What are you talking about? Both his mum and dad didn't finish school. That young person came from 3 generations of not seeing anybody ever go to work. So once we start talking about the costs, and is it 1 in 10 or whatever, how about you reckon your 3 kids will finish school?
I only got 2, but
I only got 2.
most definitely.
I got some intel.
You heard it here first.
Can I just ask about, I think, Bernie, you said something that is just kind of so obvious to me as a parent, grandmother, whatever. Do whatever it takes for however long it takes. I hear that and I sort of think, what you're talking about from my perspective, that's kind of unconditional love, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
So what does it take? How do you, I think what I'm trying to say is, how do we communicate to the people that provide the money, the people that make the decisions, the lawmakers, or the people I'm trying to convince in this place, that actually the only way out of this, not the only way that we can be truly accountable to the children that have been failed, unintentionally, intentionally, however that's gone. How do we change the narrative from these kids are bad, they're problems, they're violent, they're nasty, they're uncontrollable, some of them need to go into prison and actually be isolated from everyone for their own good. Like, this is what the system's telling me. I sat in this very room in budget estimates, and I had a lovely person running Corrections New South Wales and the Juvenile Justice telling me, oh, no, this is isolation practices. We have to do this for their own good. That's wrong, isn't it? Like, it's just not true in terms of how we get to the accountability to young people.
I'll let you answer this. During COVID, 23 hours a day, you had up to 10-year-olds that spent up to 23 hours a day in isolation in jail systems.
Yeah.
It's up 10 years old, 10, 11 years old.
Yeah.
It's not even though I was older than my kid. But I'll let you answer that
Yeah.
question. That's the reality right there.
Yeah.
No kid deserves that.
24 hours a day for 22 days straight in one instance.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that's just not humane, is it? Like, yeah.
The US Supreme Court, in similar circumstances, held that it breached the Eighth Amendment against cruel and unusual punishment. We're analogous
Yeah.
in Australia.
Yeah.
You know what I think when we start to normalise the talk? People ask how many clients we have.
Yeah.
If I hear somebody talk about a child as a client, they're not going to be working for us. When we start to normalise it, when we talk about it as your own children, would you lock your own child in a cell for 22 hours for 23 days? Probably not many punters are going to have a crack at that and think that it's okay. What I think that we need to do is to keep highlighting things that work, just over and over and over, you know. I don't think the dollar value makes a difference in people. It just doesn't seem to click. But when you go to Diagrama in Spain and you look at those young people in detention, you go, boy, that's a world of difference. Why do they only have us a 20% reoffending rate and we're nearly 90? I think when we just keep looking at things that work, stop concentrating on the things. Of course, there will always be place for incarceration in extreme circumstances. You know, it's just going to be a thing, but not for the volume we're doing it at. And when we humanise it, and when we just keep concentrating on things that work, and then wherever the people in that power can vote to go, why don't we try something different? You know, why don't we try something different? You know, we keep trying things, and if it works for some reason, then we stop it. I don't know. I keep going back to my Churchill scholarship where I go, how clever in Canada they make sure funding cycles go longer than a term of government, so that they can't come in and switch it and roll it out again and whatever. I think we just have to be big people. Leave that stuff, and I don't know. I'm a bit like Mark. When I sit on that aeroplane coming down, I just think about those kids that we're working with, and I go, you know.
Can I just ask one more thing? I know we're running out of time, but I really want to ask one more thing in terms of particularly the Northern Rivers. Obviously, we're all from the same country up there. At the moment, my friends who are lawyers and dealing with kids on bail, on remand in custody, there's a few young people who are saying to her, no, Arnie, I'll just go back in. It's much better. It's much fucking better in there. Let me in. Like, that is happening. She's telling me this. They are the conversations she's having. And I say to her, get them somewhere else. And she says, Sue, I have no way. There is no way.
This is exactly the thing, because once we talk about this belonging, and, you know, same as me, when I thought it was a rite of passage to go to jail as a child, because that's what they learn. And then actually inside of when you've been institutionalised, like let's just think about a kick dog, where it's just getting 3 meals a day, but at least it has some sort of environment of getting fed, and they institutionalise in that system, it's safer than on the streets and whatnot. But the thing is, that goes on over and over again. They never leave that incarceration cycle. So it's because our present system, that's all we're offering. And then so it's like, okay, so you're going through trauma, incarcerate you. Oh, you're getting 3 meals a day, learning by better criminals, learning to become a part of the system, learning to be institutionalised, and that's what you know then. So then you become a criminal inside of that jail system. You know your place inside of that. You know where you stand in the authoritarian regime of that, and you find your place in it. It doesn't matter where we put these kids. It's like we're putting them into hell and wondering why are you not recovering? Because you're around some of that. You know, you got kids going in for push bikes and stuff like that, around kids that are going, you know, been murdering or whatever it actually is, and gang life and all that sort of stuff. So that just as everything's energy, just passes on to the kid. They learn new traits of behaviours, come out criminals even when they weren't even in the start with. And like Bernie said, it's not like we know that there has to be some form of incarceration, but a lot of our kids are going to jail for the most smallest of minimis offences. And then if a courtroom can turn around, a judge can turn around and say, look, I want to be able to go, like, instead of putting this kid in jail, we know this is going to be life incarceration. We have an option now to refer him to an organisation like us that knows that we know that we can actually make it work. It's a no-brainer.
And do you need more resources? Like, is that
we have
what you
no
need?
resources.
You have no resources.
I mean, like we
totally.
But we have to ask these questions. Sorry, we've run out of time. But we will ask them on supplementary questions.
Can I ask a couple? And it does follow on this funding thing.
It just means that you're here longer.
That's okay.
And
Just-
I really want to take a photograph with you guys.
Yeah.
So
I'll
I'll let
longer
you.
because the others are
Just,
ready to go in their order. So,
Just very
yeah.
quickly on funding, you mentioned that you get referrals from DCJ. Is that a cost recovery?
No.
So you get no funding
No
despite
recurrent
being
funding
referred?
whatsoever from the New South Wales government for street work at all. So we are funded through philanthropy, community, and the grant system, and the our own fundraising opportunities. Just going to say that over 90% of the referrals street work receives comes from a government-related agency or service, with no recovery at all.
We have a $9 million budget this year.
Yep.
Less than 5% comes from guess where?
Yep.
And the only other final one, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but I'm interested in with your safe places to stay and how they're set up from a legal framework. Is it a Hyatt model? Is it sort of residential care type thing? How that legally, because you're obviously dealing with minors who are not in the out-of-home care structure. And if there's anything that could be improved to make that make it easier to set these up.
Do you want me to take that on notice?
Take it on notice and we'll have a
I'll
quick.
come back
it is
to
detailed.
It's complicated, but
Quick
it's
pho-
very
photo
easy as well.
and then
Thank you.
If I send you questions asking for your financials,
Absolutely.
you happily,
Yeah,
and then we
absolutely.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So,
Come around and stand by.
yeah. This is
It was a really good session.
you
Thanks
really
so much.
have
So, are you ready?
Sure.
All right. Well, I might call everyone to order.
Thank you.
So welcome, and thank you for making the time today to give evidence. I would ask if you could please state your name, position, and then position title, and either swear an affirmation or an oath. Swear either an oath or an affirmation.
No worries. Good afternoon, Sally McLean, Acting Inspector of Custodial Services. Affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As I just mentioned, I am the Acting Inspector of Custodial Services, and I thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Select Committee on Youth Justice today. I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and pay my respects to Elders past and present. The terms of reference to this inquiry require the committee, among other things, to consider governance and oversight mechanisms, including the adequacy of youth justice service models and reports by oversight bodies, including the Inspector of Custodial Services. The Inspector is an independent statutory office holder who must inspect youth justice centres every 3 years. The objective of the Inspector is to improve standards and the delivery of services so to advance better outcomes for inmates and young people in custody, and to deliver reports to New South Wales Parliament. The relative legislative provisions prescribing the Inspector's functions and powers were provided to the committee by the former Inspector in her submission to the committee. This also canvassed the Official Visitors Program, which includes 12 official visitors dedicated to youth justice centres, and the development of youth justice inspection standards to guide inspection criteria. And I note we are currently consulting on inspection standards for Aboriginal children and young people. The submission further noted the 5 reports to Parliament on youth justice centres completed since 2015, with the most recent tabled earlier this year. Canvassing across these reports, you can see that there's been a shift in youth justice operations to be one that is more child-focused, more trauma-informed, and one that is gaining cultural competency, while grappling with the high proportion of young people in custody who are on remand, currently around 75%, or 79%, excuse me. The report also shows that over time the Inspectorate has observed and supported principled approaches, including those that are cross-government or multi-agency initiatives. For example, the Orana Youth Justice Centre bail team, who work proactively with the New South Wales Children's Court to assist young people to meet their bail conditions and to find appropriate accommodation. Education New South Wales has also responded to increasing remand numbers by revising the means of service delivery, for example by creating education plans and short-term programs that can be transferred into the community. TAFE has also had involvement in job readiness for young people in custody. Effective partnership is one of the inspection standards. Cooperation between agencies also supports strong exit planning, which usually involves the custodial and community caseworker, psychologist, youth officer, school principal, health staff, family or significant person, including support from the Aboriginal community and other community members. We've found supported reintegration aims to reduce the return of children to custody. For example, the Waratah Pre-Release Unit at Reby Youth Justice Centre has received the Inspectorate's continued support as it plays an important role in supporting young people's readiness for work and for returning to the community. While no formal inspections are required until 2028, the Inspector maintains contact with youth justice centres. Since I started in this role in mid-April, I visited Frank Baxter Youth Justice Centre to meet the staff there, and I had conversations with the young people in the high-risk unit. I visited Orana, where I was taken through the program of renovations that they are doing. And on Wednesday this week, I visited Reby to try and gain a better understanding of the Waratah program. Looking forward, the Inspectorate will continue to focus on the wellbeing of Aboriginal children and young people in custody and work towards a focus on responses to disability for our next inspections. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear, and I hope the observations of the Inspectorate has assisted the committee.
Thank you. Did you want to start?
Can I start?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you
Hi.
very much for being here, Inspector. The inspectors repeatedly raised the asbestos contamination at Cobham, the Youth Justice Centre's Tendara unit, and also that young girls are often received into youth justice, as well as the broken emergency intercoms, dirty linen, used toiletries. Can you help us understand what you're doing, if anything, to escalate the actions Youth Justice needs to take to adopt the recommendation around that?
Yes, so there's a few recommendations within that. In particular, the recommendation about the accommodation at Cobham. You may have seen on our website we've posted Youth Justice's response to those recommendations. That recommendation was not supported. I continue to meet with Youth Justice, so I meet with the Executive Director of Youth Justice monthly. It has been monthly, it's now moving to quarterly, and these are kind of continued discussions we have. For Youth Justice, that requires resourcing, and we continue to outline our serious concerns with that particular accommodation. But I think, as we've spoken about before, the reports are intended to stand on their own. They're reported to Parliament to then uplift, I suppose.
So am I understanding, this, is a genuine desire to understand. It's like, so if their response is, from a lay perspective, not the response you would expect, i.e. a recommendation's made and they're saying, no, we're not doing that for various reasons, and those reasons, don't necessarily seem adequate. Is it then there's not much you can, in terms of your powers as an inspector, do, and that it is incumbent on those who read the reports, particularly parliamentarians, to then do something? Or is there more that you can do?
Section 16A of our Act gives us the ability to follow up on recommendations that, following up on recommendations that are not supported, as you know, can be a frustrating process. And to request an implementation update, in this case there won't be one unless there's an update on funding, and to continue that process. That is the end of our statutory power.
Thank you. Can I just ask as well, the Ombudsman's investigation in South Coast Correctional Centre recommended that the inspector put in place a process reporting suspected instances of serious maladministration, which you are authorised but not required to do by legislation. But with regard to the importance of investigation, maladministration and misconduct in youth justice, but also across the prison system, would you... is it your, I suppose, modus operandi that you would report any instances of serious maladministration to the Ombudsman if you came across that?
Yes. And so we have responded to that recommendation directly to the Ombudsman already, proposing a standardised process by which to report maladministration. Certainly, this office has reported maladministration in the past to the Ombudsman. I think that was a particular set of circumstances surrounding that matter. But yes, yes and yes.
And I've just got one last one, if that's okay. The recent inspector report on unannounced inspections of 6 youth justice centres observed multiple cases of extreme and rapid weight gain including young people gaining 30 to 60 kilograms within 6 to 8 months. When I asked the Premier last year about the intent and impact of the government's agenda currently that's led to more young people in detention, he actually said, you know, youth justice centres are where young people can get 3 square meals a day. What have you observed in youth justice centres surrounding nutrition, and what does it offer for young people who come from low socioeconomic backgrounds and might not be accessing nutritious foods?
I personally haven't, in those 3 visits that I've had, haven't witnessed the lunchtime or anything along those lines. But I have canvassed back through our reports to kind of understand those issues. We've certainly seen over time some centres that are bringing forward a better kind of nutritional program than others. It is a key concern of the inspectorate, and one that we'll continue to make inquiries about. It seems to me to be a very fundamental provision, that being nutrition. And we know a lot about nutrition, and we know a lot about nutrition for children, and young people. Work is, we're continuing those conversations, but certainly I know that Youth Justice are attending this afternoon, and they may have an update.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a few. Thanks so much for coming along. Appreciate it. And I know that you're new in the role.
Yeah.
Just wondering, in terms of the objects of the Act and your sort of powers, and noting that one of the objects of the Act is to improve the prospects for the rehabilitation of offenders by improving standards in custodial centres, rather.
Yeah.
Have you got any views about what should be improved in juvenile justice facilities to improve rehabilitation outcomes?
We have identified some best practice, and I suppose that to see those elevated, and I think you've heard a lot about those ideas across the course of these hearings, being multi-agency, coordinated response with strong through care, particularly with young Aboriginal people in custody, that we're not just talking about Aboriginal programs, we're talking about a need for embedded cultural competency across every interaction in order to, instill a sense of belonging we were talking about earlier, a sense of belonging to community, not to a custodial community. These are things that the inspector has over time really indicated strong support for moving forward. I think it's a very complex landscape. I don't think there is one solution or even kind of two put together, and I know that a lot of concerted effort goes into considering what is best for the children in care. It's complicated by the high proportion of children who are there on remand. You're talking about an average of 2 weeks in which they're in custody. It's long enough to completely upend a child's life, but not necessarily long enough to assist that child to have greater supports and so on. So,
in terms of the remand stuff, I mean, we've obviously got, I know that there's different classifications and there's obviously different institutions, but overall we've sort of got a one-size-fits-all approach in terms of we have these institutions that you get sent to. I mean, the percentage of young people on remand has skyrocketed, and that sort of mirrors what happened 2008, 2009. It sort of started, I think, going back to the previous Labor government, then also a response to changes in the legislative framework, particularly bail. And I'm just wondering whether, if we're to re-enter a lengthy phase where short periods on remand for children who won't ultimately be sentenced to control, is the current institutional framework appropriate? Like, do we actually need different institutions? Like, and I know in the adult system, when you go in on remand, you go into maximum security. I'm not exactly sure how it works for juvenile justice facilities, but if this is to become an ongoing feature of the system, is there actually substantial institutional reform that needs to occur to try to minimise the damage to these children who are being locked up in circumstances where it's only really because of effectively the mandatory operation of a highly stringent bail condition in circumstances where a court would not sentence them to control? Like, is there something institutionally that needs to change to respond to this? And I know you're not there to second guess bail changes, but is there something about the way we administer the remand that needs to change of a structural type?
I mean, I think so. Again, going back over the past kind of decade or more, that the inspector's been looking into youth justice and monitoring and inspecting, you have seen kind of that slow turning of the ship from a kind of a system that was set up in the main for children on control orders to now trying to work with the remand population. So we're seeing things such as a short education bursts that then aim to be able to be continued in the community. Engagement, setting up engagements with things like TAFE and things that are too complicated if you have a chaotic life outside. And other kind of, and I know Youth Justice will be able to speak to you about this probably better this afternoon, but lots of kind of bridging ideas, trying to utilise that short period in custody to advance better outcomes rather than just upend. I do think it's a challenge. I mean, I think that it's a huge challenge, but we have certainly seen a shift in the way education is delivered, or particularly setting people up, communication with NDIS, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
But are you comfortable from the point of view of the rehabilitation outcomes that a kid on remand, likely to be on remand for a short period, will go into one of the existing facilities? I mean, do you think that there might be room, for example, for some new residential facilities of quite a different type, still sort of run under, obviously, the umbrella of juvenile justice, still recognised for the purpose of the legislation as facilities, but actually of quite a different type?
I mean, yes, I would support something along the lines that you're talking about, maybe something more like a dormitory or, bail house that's well organised and maintained and safe.
A bail refusal house, maybe.
Yeah, so,
Language matters. A campus, a refuge.
No, but I'm talking about people, for example, 22C, a kid that is locked up because of 22C.
Totally.
Who's never getting a control order. And he's going into a system, I know it's structurally designed for remand and kids on control, but it used to be a majority kids serving a control order. Now it's overwhelmingly kids on remand, and I just wonder if the system is built for it.
I don't think that the system was initially built for it, and what we've seen over time is adaptations. So, I mean, it would be a good and useful process to kind of map what would be different if we were looking at, the state was looking at accommodating children and young people on remand in a different way. I think it would be,
it's just something
process.
that I asked because it just seems, if you look at the kind of trajectory of the statistics, we were achieving quite good things for about a decade, started to rise, 22C came in, we've now gone 32% up in terms of kids in detention. That has a whole flow-on consequence in terms of criminogenic factors, trauma, the real undermining of kids' capacity to live happy, fulfilled lives in the future. Is this something that needs to be closely considered in terms of how these court orders are actually implemented? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we've run out of time.
Okay.
All right.
No. Well, we started late.
Yeah.
are you happy, say maybe one more question? Or?
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Did you have another
I've
question?
got one more.
Yeah.
Can I? Yeah. With the just wanted to raise confinement. That's been raised with me from advocates and experts, and we recently had a presentation as part of Parliamentary Friends of Youth Justice, and I learnt some things about confinement I didn't realise was happening. But so confinement in youth justice centres is being used as punishment for quite minor misbehaviour, such as disobedience and bad language. Has any inspection, or has the inspector come across this as an issue? And if not, would you likely, how would you be analysing the use of confinement?
The most recent report, tabled earlier this year, looked at confinement by reproducing some data, and I don't know if you had the opportunity to look at that data. The conclusions drawn were that confinement in response to misbehaviour as part of that regime is, particularly in some centres, overused. There are other options. There's cautions, there's restriction to leisure, which also has its own issues, as well as taking on additional tasks and so on. So the regime has other options. The inspector has looked at it in being, to some degree, tied to the legislative regime. Then the question becomes, how is it administered? Like when we're looking at a regime like this, constantly, and I think probably 3 of the 5 reports, though don't quote me on that, I know I'm on record, raise the confinement as an issue.
Yep.
Raise any kind of behavioural system that keeps children in cell, as a problem. So we're very acutely aware of the use of confinement. I haven't seen the detail insofar as the conduct that leads to the confinement, and I don't know, that granular detail would be available to us, and it is something that I think going forward, if we continue to see this kind of continued use, in some cases escalation of confinement. I will say in some centres it's really decreased over time. We would go into that granular detail.
And if do you have the power to recommend, based on a finding of conduct that is not, but if it was in line with a legislative regime, and there was, in your mind, a thought as an inspector, actually that regime should change, do you have the powers under your Act to recommend legislative changes in legislative regimes?
I don't think that I don't have the power.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it might not be expressed, but certainly I could we could give it a go.
Yeah. Let's give it a go. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I think that's... thank you for your questions today. There may be supplementary questions, but thank you.
We
will have a break
break.
now.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you both hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So we might kick off. So welcome to, and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. So what I'll do is, so you're both online, so we've got some people online and some people in the room. But before we proceed, I would like if you could state your name and your position title and then swear either an oath or an affirmation. And I might start with you. It's Mrs. Owens?
Miss,
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. My name is Rachel Owens. I'm the General Manager for Justice at Serco Asia Pacific, and I will be reading an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Horseman?
Yes, my name is Sean Horseman. I am currently the Deputy General Manager for Prison Services at Acacia Prison. Acacia Prison is a prison where at Serco currently deliver prison services to the Western Australian Government. And this afternoon I will say an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to make, either of you, a short opening statement?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you. Chairs, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Serco is not a youth justice provider. We operate adult correctional facilities in Western Australia, New South Wales, South Australia and New Zealand. We have no involvement in New South Wales youth detention system, and we are not seeking one. We are not here to advocate for any particular delivery model or provider. We are here because a meaningful proportion of the men and women in our adult facilities have come directly from youth detention, and we feel that the lessons we have learned working with that cohort at a very difficult point may be helpful to inform the important work of the committee. Our work sits at one of the most important points in the justice continuum, the moment a young person crosses from the youth system into adult custody. What happens at that moment can shape the rest of their life. Many arrive carrying family separation, trauma, housing instability, educational exclusion, and unaddressed disability. A disproportionate number are Aboriginal or Maori. By the time they cross into an adult facility, they are already carrying substantial disadvantage. Without adequate support, that transition can make things worse. Exposure to entrenched adult cohorts, abrupt changes of routines and expectations, and sometimes a loss of connection to family. Mental health can deteriorate, and the likelihood of continued involvement in the justice system can increase. None of that, we believe, is inevitable, and in our view, a good deal is preventable with the right approach. Our submission outlines 4 programs we have developed in adult custodial settings that we think could be adapted to youth justice settings. I do want to stress that these are not alternatives to dedicated criminogenic and rehabilitation programs. They are designed to sit alongside those programs to help people who might otherwise struggle to engage with them and to do so more consistently and more effectively. At Acacia Prison in WA, we have developed a dedicated unit for young adults entering custody. Before a young person arrives from Banksia Hill Youth Detention Centre, our staff, and for Aboriginal young people, our cultural advisor, travel to meet with the young person in advance of the transfer date. On arrival, they are met by a peer mentor who helps them settle in, explains how things work, and provides a consistent point of contact throughout those first critical days. From there, young adults work through a clear behavioural framework with voluntary programmes in life skills, literacy support, cultural yarning circles, parenting programmes, and vocational training. The aim is to build a degree of stability and purpose that gives someone a real chance of engaging meaningfully with more intensive rehabilitation programs later. Acacia also runs an Aboriginal support model and tactical elders program developed with respected elders and Aboriginal communities, and it's central to how Acacia operates. Elders provide one-on-one support, cultural healing and mentoring through crisis. The 12-step corroboree program, designed by Aboriginal men in partnership with elders, has been completed by more than 200 men, and for many that's the first program they've ever finished in custody. At Kahora in New Zealand, we run the Tiana Rangatahi mentorship program, pairing young men with older mentors who have demonstrated sustained rehabilitation. It runs over a 3-month period in a residential unit, grounded in Maori principles, and concludes with a graduation that includes whānau, reinforcing the family connection which can be frayed by the time someone reaches custody. And finally, our team at Clarence Correctional Centre contributes to a council-led youth health and wellbeing initiative that connects young people to support well before any crisis, addressing mental health, drug and alcohol issues, and social isolation before they escalate. That upstream work goes directly to the drivers of youth offending that the committee is examining. We also want to be honest about some of the structural barriers, fragmented responsibilities across agencies, sometimes short funding cycles, and procurement that can be built for conventional tendering rather than community-led delivery. Good programs do exist. From all of this, we would draw the committee's attention to a few key areas that connect to your terms of reference. First, investment in structured transition support at the move from youth to adult custody, a high-risk point that requires attention. Second, the power of culturally co-designed programs led by Aboriginal communities and elders, not delivered to them. Third, the importance of community-led early intervention before a crisis develops, where small investment can have a large impact. Fourth, the need to treat the justice continuum as a whole, extending rehabilitation into post-release settings rather than stopping at the gate. And fifth, the need to address some of those structural settings that can make all of that good work harder than it needs to be. Chair, we appreciate the opportunity to contribute. Sean and I are happy to take your questions.
Thank you. I might start if that's okay. And I guess in terms of your facility at Clarence Valley, how does that support, say, the education, training and family engagement?
Yeah, so our Clarence Correctional Centre has a function delivered by Inmate Services, which works with both internally employed SERCO staff as well as other organisations, for example TAFE, to deliver those programs that are tailored to meet the needs of the cohorts that we have at Clarence. So at Clarence we have male maximum security adults as well as female and minimum security held in different areas of the facility. I might actually ask Sean if he has anything to add on that one. Sean is currently working at Clarence Correctional Facility as we speak.
Nothing to add as such, other than we work very closely with the prisons that are managed by the state, more broadly across the network, to make sure that we're aligned, or we're certainly an extension of the educational and programme services that they would deliver. Of course, we agree on what those services, what those services are, how they're delivered in conjunction with corrective services, New South Wales, and then we will operate wherever possible with community-based organisations to augment those services, again wherever possible, in addition to the standard internal services that we would provide.
And am I correct in you don't have any youth correction facilities in Australia, or is it in New South Wales?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that's correct. Across Australia and New Zealand, we manage adult correctional facilities only.
And so with the younger people that are coming into those centres, how does like Serco measure rehabilitation?
So depending upon the particular contract that we're talking about, so we don't have specific measures for reducing reoffending within our contracts in Australia. We do in New Zealand, and we are measured on a recidivism rate, which is a return to custody over a 2-year period. So we are measured, and we have that as part of our contractual arrangements in New Zealand. We don't measure reducing reoffending in any of the others, albeit we do work closely with different academic universities to look at the evaluation of programs. So specific programs that we deliver within our correctional facilities, we will undertake both internal evaluations of those, so are they meeting the outcomes that we expected, and some of those factors that we might look at are based on the behaviour of the individuals. It could be around the specific risk factors, their health requirements. There's a number of factors that can be measured that obviously lead towards pathways to rehabilitation. So they are indicators of that. At Acacia Prison, we work with Edith Cowan University, and we often will work with local universities where we can, as well as our own internal evaluations. Sean may be able to talk a little bit more about some specific program evaluations from Acacia. If I can hand over to you, Sean.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Rachel. So we're actually, as Rachel has mentioned, ma'am, we're currently working particularly with Edith Cowan University, and they've started to undertake evaluations of the additional programs that we provide. I'll just take one step back, and we do deliver a fairly standard suite of criminogenic intervention programs, which are based on cognitive behavioural therapy, and they feed into the traditional considerations around recidivism. We don't have the statistics around that, or rather we don't generate those statistics. We generally rely on the statistics that will be generated by corrective services to tell us the impact and the impact of the standard suite of services. Where Edith Cowan are now going to assist us is that some of the complementary programs we developed over a period of time, they're going to assist us with an evaluation. We've run those programs for a period of time now, to the point where we're in a position that we can start some form of evaluation. For example, there's our cultural program that Rachel has already mentioned, and also another example would be our veterans program, with both of which have run for a couple of years, and they're going to be assisting us to perform some kind of evaluation. So whilst we don't have any figures just yet, we started developing a methodology with that university that over time then of course give us an understanding as to the impact of the additional programs that we provide.
Okay, thank you. I have Mr. Barrett online. He has some questions also.
Ms. Owens, you spent a bit of time there talking about the resources you put into, or the efforts you put into that transition, getting kids out of youth facilities into your facilities. I just wonder there seems to be a lot of focus on that. Why is that so important to you? And I guess what happens if you get that wrong, as far as consequences for the time in your facility, and then hopefully when they come out the other end?
Yeah. So I might kick it off, and then I'll ask John to talk a little bit more detail. But the reason that it's so important is because it is such a point of anxiety. It's a really heightened time of stress for an individual to move from youth custody into an adult correctional facility. We've seen examples of where that can have a real impact in terms of mental health as they come in. You can see at times there can be more difficulty in connecting with family when you're moving from one facility to another. You're experiencing a significant change in routine and regime, and all of those things add to or contribute to the behaviour then that we see on entry into the adult facility. So the work that the Acacia team are doing, as an example, is really going in to help relieve some of that stress. So set expectations of what they can expect when they arrive into the adult facility, and also pairing with peer mentors who can help them in those really critical early days of settling into the regime. As it relates then to the rest of their time in custody, and Sean will talk to this, anecdotally what we've seen through the young offender, the young adults community, it is that it really has an impact on the behaviour and the incident levels that we see across there. We actually see people who are more able to engage in those criminogenic programs, those more structured rehabilitation programs, because we're creating the right environment. And I think that's the real critical part of that, is creating that environment in which somebody can actually then engage with, as I say, those more structured programs that helps them on their rehabilitation journey, and obviously therefore then on into their reintegration. The area that we would love to see more is then how does that translate into post-release services, and how can you keep that connection all the way through that person's journey through the system into the community. I might ask Sean, given the unit actually sits within Sean's area of responsibility, so he can talk maybe a little bit more detail around how we see the impact of some of those initiatives that the team have implemented.
Thank you, Rachel. Well, so I think the starting point is, for us, is important for us when we're looking at any young man who's going to be coming from the juvenile system or the youth system into the adult system, is an understanding of the vulnerabilities of these young men as they travel, even for a starting point as to where they're at in their own life transitions, their cognitive development, physical development, and how that is affected by their circumstances, first and foremost, and the circumstances that led to their offending. And then, of course, being incarcerated, because that itself is a disruptor. It interrupts their typical development. Going through a key formative period of their life in the terms of adolescence. So that creates a number of vulnerabilities before we even start. What we say, of course, within that, particularly when they're held within youth detention facilities, as we've all seen, as that could quite lead to stress responses, which includes extremes of behaviour, be it acting out in ways of self-harm or in violence towards others and so forth. What we do recognise is that transition from the youth estate to straight, particularly when they come straight into an adult facility, that's additional stress. And if we do not act in the right way and act early enough, the added stress then could actually just exacerbate potentially those extremes of behaviours, and that continues when they come into the adult estate. When they come into an adult facility, there is additional vulnerabilities, of course, because the young man coming into adult state open to influence, as well. And if we don't intervene early, those added pressures and those added aspects of what make them even more vulnerable, we do not take that into account. Then that makes that young person very much at risk to themselves, to themselves, and from others. So if we don't get that right, and we get that wrong, then, as Rachel rightly said, that means their behaviours are largely concentrated on their stress response, and that can manifest in a number of different ways, from self-harm behaviours to extreme violence behaviours, and so on and so forth. If we're able to support that transition and reduce some of that stress and engage them early in some of the programmes or supports that we have in place in our facility, that actually makes them comes to term a little bit more with that transition, comes to term a little bit more with the environment they're moving into, reduces some of that stress, and then we can almost create an environment where we can encourage them to engage in programmes. And we start off by programmes within the young adult community, which they might be more interested in engaging in. Something, for example, which might be based around some kind of physical activity, sport, gym work. We have a boot camp style training regime for 1 minute a day, which is just full on intensity and burning someone off that excess energy. that can sometimes be a trigger then to start to look towards focus on other programs, and then we see them then transition to be more likely to be much more engaged in the key rehabilitation programs.
No more questions?
Thank you.
I was just, thank you. Hello. I was just going to ask you about isolation practices and isolation practices. I'm aware that in New South Wales there has been findings that isolation practices are being applied to young people for fairly minor misbehaviour in some correction centres. I just wanted to understand perhaps your views, your understanding of how they're used by Serco, if at all, and and the consequences of that use.
Yeah, I might just ask Sean just to talk more broadly in terms of some of the management of behaviour and some of the approaches that we take at Serco, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, thank you, Rachel. Thank you for the question, Marmot. Yeah, certainly I will confirm isolation is used to some extent within Acacia Prison. I will state, however, that it's not used arbitrarily. It's certainly not something which is used and certainly not used unnecessarily. Typically, a young person or any person in our prison is find themselves isolated. Typically, for if we have to manage extremes of behaviour and they require some level of intensive supervision of support. That is for the shortest time possible. So, for example, if a young person is involved in extremes of behaviour, they may well be isolated under Section 36(3) of the West Australian Prisons Act, and that is at that point in time for a maximum of 72 hours. In that time, the plan typically is to make sure we look at strategies so we can allow that person to exit isolation as soon as possible. There are mechanisms within the policy and within the Act that allow us to extend that. That extension at the 72-hour mark has to be approved by the superintendent, and there has to be a clear rationale as to why that extension is required. And that was, as I said at the start, was mostly for the need of any intense supervision and support if we're particularly managing extreme levels of behaviour. There is a mechanism for another level of isolation, and that is what we call a close supervision order. It's not as intensive, or is not as restrictive rather, as Section 36(3) order. A close supervision order is a behaviour management tool. Time out the cell allowed on that one would be 3 hours, and there has to be a certain amount of structure, more structure, which would go into that. That's not applied under the separate confinement policy, which is under the Commissioner's Operating Policy Procedure Framework. That's actually applied under the Behaviour Management Framework and is linked to the Individual and Earned Privileges Scheme. It's one of the levels of that scheme. It's the most extreme level of that particular scheme, if you like. That typically can only be applied for a maximum of 14 days, but as I said, that is slightly separate. The most extreme version we don't use. That would be a Section 43 placement, and that has to be actually sanctioned by the Commissioner, by the Minister. We would not use that in any way, shape or form. That would be completely unnecessary. The main difference from that is that somebody under that order is not permitted association with any other person within the facility, whereas the other orders that applied, they're allowed association time out of cell, access to various other things where they wouldn't be under that most extreme order. That's kind of it in a nutshell, Mum. I hope that's answers your question.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. I think just to add, I think given that experience is from Acacia, across all of our facilities we operate within the respective jurisdictions, policies and procedures, and that is how we operate in line with those. We do have broader, I think, progression models, incentives and earned privileges schemes, so that we can actually encourage people to engage in the rehabilitation programs, the education, the industries, those things, that we know can contribute to positive outcomes, particularly as it relates to rehabilitation and reintegration.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions, Mr. Lawrence?
Not from me.
No.
Thank you so much.
There's no further questions, so thank you for your time this afternoon. There may be supplementary, I'm not sure, but again, thank you for providing evidence today and for making your time available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies. Okay. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. I will start from my left. So I hope if each witness could please state their name and position, title, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation. So if I start with you, Ms.
Jackie Fitzgerald, I'm the Executive Director at the New South Wales Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Michael Veder, I'm the Director of Operations, Metropolitan Custody for New South Wales Youth Justice, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Nelson.
Candice Nielsen, Director of Strategy and Engagement for Youth Justice New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Scott.
Hi, Jodie Scott, Acting Director Policy and Practice for Youth Justice New South Wales.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And would any like to make a short opening statement?
I would if that's okay. Lovely. All right, thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we're meeting on today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and recognise their ongoing connection and care for land and waters. I'd also like to recognise that our post-colonial systems, which include the criminal justice and youth justice system, inequitably impact the lives of First Nations people, incarcerating them and their children and young people at greater rates than their non-Indigenous peers. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak about the youth justice system in New South Wales. I'm going to start by using some statistics to paint a picture of the current youth crime situation in New South Wales, which doesn't, as I know you've heard from lots of people giving evidence, reflect the youth crime explosion that we see in the media. In New South Wales today, there's 225 children and young people in custody in New South Wales. 110 of those kids are Aboriginal, so 49% of the cohort. 180 are on remand, so 80% of the cohort. 11 are girls or young women, 5% of the cohort. And 7 are under the age of 14. There are 3 12-year-olds and 4 13-year-olds in custody today. We also are looking after around 800 young people in community offices around the state, of which there are 34. The Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research, my colleague sitting at the end of the table here, found in its most recent quarterly update from March this year that the total number of legal proceedings issued to young people by police in the 2 years to March 2026 remained stable. Similarly, the number of young people proceeded against to court for offences remains stable, while the number of young people being proceeded against for breach of bail increased, and the use of court diversion also remains stable. Similarly, youth justice conferences, cautions and warnings, stable. The latest New South Wales crime statistics show that there are some categories where offending has significantly increased in the 2 years to March 2026 for 2 of the 62 criminal offences. These are non-domestic violence related assault and breach of bail conditions. On the opposite side, there are 3 of those 62 criminal offences that have significantly decreased in that same time. Motor vehicle theft, again, very media heavy, focus on that. Fraud and the possession and use of cannabis. So I think with all of this media messaging that's going on, it's inaccurate and it's unhelpful to the conversation that we're having here today. The key message that I'd like to leave the committee with is this. We know the social determinants for young people's contact with the criminal justice system. We know what works to intervene early and divert young people from offending and from the criminal justice system. We know geographically where the need for a better whole-of-system response to at-risk young people is. We know the relative numbers of young people needing this support is small and includes a number of repeat offenders and young people with highly complex needs. What we need is leadership and investment in bespoke, place-based, community-led, whole-of-system support for early intervention and diversion to break down intergenerational cycles of contact with the justice system. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand we have an apology from Miss Kellyanne Stewart, so we direct our questions to you initially, is that?
For youth justice related questions, but Jackie will take all the box. Miss Fitzgerald will take all the box of questions.
And I might start with...
Okay, thanks Chair, and thanks to all for coming along, much appreciated. I might just start with Bureau of Crime Statistics, and thank you for all the work that you've done for me and everyone else in the last couple of years. Hope I haven't annoyed you
Not
too
at all.
much.
Here to help.
Our terms of reference require us to look at a whole range of things to do with youth crime and incarceration and the criminogenic effects of the system, and we've been taking an interest in the political process and the way that law and order issues are mediated in the media and the community. And wanted to ask you firstly whether you've got any evidence that there is a positive relationship between more stringent bail laws and crime rates, i.e. is there any evidence that toughening bail reduces crime in the community?
So we actually have a study underway to look at the individual impact of remand on
individuals
Yeah.
offending. So that was requested of us by the President of the Children's Court, so that is in process. We also have a study underway looking at the impact of DV remand on crime. We don't have that evidence at the moment. I mean, we all can imagine that some prolific offenders, that there's clearly an incapacitation effect of remand. It's hard to know without interrogation what those individuals, how much offending would happen. So we're trying to get that evidence. At the moment, we don't have that. And then, of course, there's that longer term impact of the deleterious effect of incarceration. We kind of are trying to weigh up that any incapacitation benefit with any long term harms. But I think it's true to say that we don't have that evidence at the moment.
So when I spoke on a particular bail reform a little while ago now, I got long-term data for crime going back to the liberalisation of the Bail Act in 2013, then to the tightening of it that I think occurred maybe a year or two after. And then there was another substantial reform maybe 4 or 5 years after that, and then the introduction of things under this government. And I just couldn't see any relationship at all between the tightening of bail and overall crime rates. I mean, I take your point about individual people, they might be incapacitated, but that might be offset then by other things that occur, or they might then go on to commit offences after their period on remand.
So my feeling is that there are big societal impacts that are affecting young people's offending, and they're generally reducing young people's offending over the long term. And the bail changes are kind of happening on the edges of that, but they are no match for those big societal changes in things like how young people spend their time, how young people's association with peers, young people's drug use and alcohol use, and all of those factors I think are more influential in terms of those overall crime rates, which are long-term definitely down. There's no question that they're down for young people. And when we look at the bail settings, the changes aren't as significant as that overarching decline in crime.
Just on Moree specifically, which obviously has been the subject of attention for break and enter and car theft, and seems to have been the genesis for statewide legislative reform. If you look at break and enters into dwellings in Moree in over the 10-year period that is in the statistics that I've accessed on Boxar's page, so 357 in 16-17, 340 in 2018, and then if you jump forward in the last 2 years, 240, 246, so it's lower than it was sort of 6 to 8 years ago. There's a bit of a spiking pattern in between. I mean, can you make a case for crime having reduced in Moree on account of those statewide bail changes? Have you looked at that?
You cannot. I don't believe you can.
No.
So Moree kind of went. We had a, I would say, a modest post-COVID kind of bounce up in youth offending. In no way offset the long-term decline in youth offending, but Moree was one of the first communities to kind of to see that pattern. So to see a kick up in car theft and burglary, and that was kind of 22 into 2023, and then it started to subside, and maybe that was a result of interventions, or maybe it wasn't. We don't really know. It's clear that there's been a huge improvement in crime rates in Moree. It's also still the case that Moree has very high crime rates, though.
Yeah, and it's the long-term patterns that really tell you about factors at play, right?
Yeah, but I don't think we can attribute causation for any of the improvements we've seen in Moree, unfortunately. It's hard with a small place like that. And a lot of activity as well. We've had bail activity, we've had local interventions, so...
Just going over to juvenile justice, and I'm not sure who this is appropriately sort of addressed to, but I asked some questions of the Inspector of Custodial Services earlier in the day about the fact that the remand population in juvenile justice, I think, is now like 90% or something.
80% today.
Sorry, 80%.
Yeah.
And I know that that was substantially lower if you went back 20 years ago. It was still significant, I think, but was sort of under 50%, I think. And I just wonder, if you take into account the fact the average period we're told is 2 weeks on remand, we're talking about kids, if you're talking about Section 22C of the Bail Act, you're talking about kids who won't get a control order, but they're subject to refusal of bail. And we've got evidence before us that that is highly criminogenic and damaging. Are our institutions built the right way now, taking into account that such a large majority of the kids are on remand and not sentenced? Should we, for example, do we need more, much lower security institutions to put these kids into? Is there a less harmful, less criminogenic way of dealing with this cohort of kids that are only in custody because of a politician-made law?
So you mentioned the average being 2 weeks. In fact, the majority of young people will be in and out within less than 24 hours.
Yeah.
So it means there is a very short window of intervention, and most of the time that they are in custody in that very short window, we're taking care of their basic needs. So making sure they have a health assessment, making sure we've got somewhere safe for them to go home to when they leave the centre, making sure they're getting legal advocacy. We're not actually able to do that really therapeutic approach. And for that reason, we are advocating for that really early intervention. I would say prevention. When you look at the determinants of crime, children who are in preschool, children who are in primary school can almost be identified as early as that as people who will ultimately end up on a trajectory into our system. The opportunity for really meaningful intervention is that very early stage of life. It's certainly not too late to help kids by the time they get to our system. We've got incredible success stories about the incredible work we do and that our staff do every day of the week. But wherever we have an opportunity to, we advocate for that early intervention. Because ideally, as you've said, coming into custody is highly criminogenic. We don't want a child to come in for any length of time. So, and if there are appropriate supports early in the piece, they don't need to come into our system.
Yeah, but is there models?
Just directly on that one, just from your answer. Thank you for that. It's really interesting. When you say, obviously, we've heard a lot about early intervention and how important it is.
Yeah.
And starting as early as, I think you said preschool.
Yeah.
And you're saying we know who these vulnerable children are. So what do we do at that what do we currently do when we say there's this child or this, area at preschool stage? What is it that we currently do?
Well, this might sound flippant, and I don't mean to be. It's a question for a different witness, I think, because we are working with the young people when they're right at the end of the spectrum. So we're not the people delivering those services in the very early stages of life.
But we do deliver services that young, do we?
We don't in youth justice.
So a corollary of that is you don't deliver them in youth justice, and they're not obviously attached to the justice system. So we're presuming that a suite of other policies exist which inoculate children to the system. So we're hopeful that what we do somewhere else, say in, we're building 100 preschools or whatever, we're hopeful that that might keep people, as opposed to a coordinated strategy of, we know for this child. So we know that works, but we don't have a coordinated multi-agency strategy to do that.
I'm not saying we don't. I'm saying it's outside of my kind of.
But if it's a multi-agency strategy, you're not involved with it. Your agency's not involved with it.
Well, no, because we don't work with children until they're 10 or over. So within the youth justice system within New South Wales, children from 10 to 18, and sometimes we can keep children up to the age of 21, depending if they have already offended and been incarcerated.
Thank you. I'm not trying to be funny about it. It's just the evidence we've heard today is that we need a linked-up system. So us already having a system where we say, we wait till a child's 10 and then it's the youth justice, and before that it's another thing, and before that it's another thing. I guess that's what I'm getting
at. And that's
not meant
what
to be
I'm
a criticism.
saying. What I'm saying is that we don't want to bring children into the justice system. So we've got education systems, we've got health systems. There are other systems where children should be receiving those kind of supports.
So just on that, if somebody contacts youth justice and says, I've got a 9.5-year-old whose birthday will be in 6 6 months and there'll be 10.
Yeah.
What would your people say?
They would, well, we have a lot of staff who work really closely with community, within the community. So our staff operate across 34 community offices across the state. They live in those communities, they know the people in those communities, and they participate in lots of multi-government forums. So for example, youth action meetings with police is an example where that exact conversation might transpire. So you might have youth justice working with a 14-year-old, for example, and the police will say, well, there's also a 5 and a 6 and a 9-year-old, and we can see there's a similar kind of challenges. And then within those youth action meeting forums, there would be community organisations that those families would be referred into. I think where we see the most success and where our young people that we're in touch with, and when we ask them, what does a system look like that works for you, they say it's a whole of family system. So it's not you working with us in isolation because mum needs support, dad needs support, the younger siblings need support. So it's about how do we work holistically with the whole family, and that does require a multi-agency response, because different agencies have different mandates to work with people at different points of their kind of lifespan.
Did you want to go back to you?
Have you got more?
Yeah, I've got a few more if you want. Yeah.
I've got more when you're ready.
Yeah. So just back to Boxer, if I could. So the other phenomena that we see is kind of incremental changes to maximum penalties. So, for example, you might increase the penalty, I don't know, for car theft from 5 to 7 years. Is there any evidence that those sort of changes have an overall impact on crime rates?
Little evidence for those. So there's probably not much evidence for general deterrence. Young people aren't so much aware of what the penalty might be, and they are acting impulsively often. They're not weighing up the consequences, the long-term consequences. Generally, the deterrence literature says that the likelihood of being apprehended or caught is more of a deterrent than the severity of the punishment if someone is caught. So that's what the evidence suggests, not that lengthening penalties is beneficial for those. It would reduce crime.
Yeah. You probably heard about the super predator idea in America, which was afoot in American politics, I think in the 90s. They were talking about, black juveniles being super predators.
Okay.
I recall talking to someone at a point when we were debating changes to bail laws, who was telling me that they were being told by the police that young people now are much more psychopathic and committing much more serious offences, and that was a reason to introduce changes to bail laws. Is there any evidence in crime statistics to support this kind of super predator idea that kids are getting more and more violent and that there's more and more extreme violence occurring?
Well, crime is reducing. We actually, the big reductions are in theft offences, and malicious damage is a huge reduction. Driving offences are also reducing. We have seen, I think, it's stability in terms of non-domestic assault. We have got an increase in domestic assault, I would say. I think that's because of the police's proactive enforcement of domestic violence, not necessarily an increase in domestic violence by young people. I would challenge that there's young people are worse than they previously. I think this generation offends much less than previous generations, and that's what that there's fewer kids in court, there's fewer kids in custody, there's fewer charges being laid by police, and no one's accusing the police of being soft on youth crime. So the fact that the police are laying fewer legal actions, I think, is pretty clear evidence that there's reduction, and we also see crime reductions. So the pattern is clear that I think this generation of young people are much less likely to be engaged in crime than past generations.
Can I just add some data from another perspective?
Please.
The Young People in Custody Health Survey, which we repeat every 6 years, if the most recent version was the 2022 version that we published last year, is showing an increasingly complex cohort of young people, not super predator, psychopathic young people, but people who are increasingly more likely to have severe cognitive disabilities, increasingly likely to have verbal reasoning disabilities. So it's almost the opposite of what that super predator is describing. In fact, it's a cohort of young people who are increasingly kind of disadvantaged and complex.
So do you think that's because there's less kids overall committing offences, less going into custody overall?
I think so.
As a
There's a
general
concentration.
trajectory?
A concentration.
So you get a
effect.
concentration of more severely affected kids. Would that be why, do you think?
Look, I can only guess, but I'm assuming so, yeah.
I've got just sort of like a follow-on, because you said that. So what proportion of children in custody have previously been, say, involved with the child protection system?
It's a significant proportion. I was just scanning through my notes for some exact figures. We can take that one on notice, but it is a significant...
I have the figures on the court volumes. Of young kids, of young people that appear in court, 23% have spent time in out-of-home care, and 54% have had 10 or more ROS reports, report of serious harm or significant harm reports.
Sorry, did you say 10 or more?
10 or more. 54% have had 10 or more.
Yeah.
So, as Ms. Nielsen said, there's indications in these young people's
so they're super victims.
early life. And we released a study, I think it was towards the end of last year, that showed that you can, with reasonable accuracy, predict, unfortunately, who young people who will transition to an offending life cycle. So it's all of those things are relevant.
And then there's a follow-on. So what proportion have a diagnosed disability?
Again, significant. The majority of young people have some kind of diagnosis.
Yeah, I think we did a study on disability in the justice system a couple of years ago, and we found 41% of kids in custody had a recognised disability, and it was around about 25% of kids in court. And psychosocial disability was the most common, followed by cognitive disability. It was huge proportions.
Yeah. There's significant underreporting as well, I think, so you need to take that into consideration. It's why the Young People in Custody Health Survey data is so rich, because it is a snapshot of young people in custody at any one point in time, and there's a really deep analysis of a whole range of different psychometric tools. The young people work with our psychologists over days to kind of collect that data to form that picture, because of that that kind of underreporting effect means that we don't ever really have a really good idea based on self-report data.
And then what proportion, say, have experienced homelessness?
Oh, I have that too. Sorry. I should be directing. So this is again the young people in court. 39% have access to a homelessness service. So that would be either homeless or at the risk of homelessness. And what other little morsels of information? 27% are known to police to be a victim of domestic assault. Again, this is just reported domestic assault, so where the police are aware that the person was a victim. A huge proportion, 1 in 4 of those young people.
I asked a witness earlier today what they thought what success looked like in the youth sort of justice sector. So what would you say success is in the youth justice sector?
It's funny you should ask that, because we're in the middle of a piece of work at the moment to design an outcomes framework to measure the success of our strategic plan against. And so we actually asked young people, we showed them the strategic plan, said this is what we're working towards. What would it look like from your perspective and your family's perspective if we were successful in delivering the plan? And they told us, they didn't say things like reduced reoffending, which is often the benchmark that we are measured against. They said things like, I'd like to get a job. I'd like to go back to school. I'd like someone to help support my mum, put food on the table for my younger siblings. So I think a lot of those success measures are the kind of basic human needs, and I think there is a real opportunity for us to think about, when we're measuring the success of a system, to think about those kind of measures. Young people not coming back into the system is a great outcome as well, and we would love to see people reconnected with community, reconnected with culture. I was listening in on some of the witnesses you had earlier today talking about some of those really successful programs where young people are back in community and embedded within that environment. That's what success looks like from my perspective.
And then what, say, percentage of youth justice expenditure is directed towards prevention compared with, say, detention?
The majority is directed towards detention. It won't surprise you to hear, just by virtue of the, the infrastructure, staffing those areas. I've got the figure here about how much, and you would have heard it ad nauseum, how much it costs to keep a young person in detention per day versus how much it costs to keep a young person in community. It's a really significant difference. Yeah.
And what stops it sort of, doing it the other way around? Like, what are the barriers to investing or putting more into the resources for, say, diversion and early intervention rather than the detention route?
Well, I suppose there's always a finite bucket of money, and we're in this situation at the moment where if we want to invest in early intervention and diversion, we still have the kind of tertiary system that we need to continue to prop up until these numbers start going down, and we're investing more in this side. So it would take, I suppose, dual investment. You need to keep the current system going and continue to invest in the current system so we can rehabilitate the young people in the current system, but then you also need that significant investment at the front end of the system as well, the really early end of the system, to kind of get it towards that prevention and early intervention space.
And so when you said you talked to young people about what they thought success would look like. Did they also say being safe, being listened to, belonging as part of...
Sense of belonging is a huge one for young people. Feelings of safety. Absolutely, yeah. Those are themes that come through really strongly.
And how would you incorporate sort of like that feedback into a new justice system? Or
what we're doing is very heavily focusing on including the voice of young people and people with lived experience of our system in everything we do. So we have mechanisms in place now when we're designing new services, new policies, that we're actually seeking feedback from young people about, as I just explained, like what would success look like, what do we need to do. So we're actively incorporating that as part of our model.
And do you evaluate the system or programs, and how often would you do that?
It varies. So some of our programs have been evaluated by Boxer over the years. Other programs, we've had independent people come in and do evaluations of the programs, and other programs are relatively new. But as part of any new program that we're establishing, we always build in an evaluation period. It takes a few years for a program to get up and running, and I think another message I'd really like to leave the committee with is that we need to allow time for programs to bear fruit. So if we're too quickly looking for results, then we risk cutting off something that might develop and grow over time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask you, Ms. Fitzgerald, just about the knife wanding powers?
Yes.
And we've just extended, or the government's announced they're extending the laws. There was a commitment from the Premier and police about the collection of data on the powers. Demographic information, how they're used against young people, First Nations people, how effective they are, where they're used. But I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, you may be having, or Boxer is having some difficulty getting information. Is that the case?
So there was a commitment to share data with Boxer for that reporting. This quarter, for the first time, we actually did publish the number of, I'm going to call it wanding episodes, but it's probably got a special name, and the number of searches that arose from those wanding episodes.
Yep.
So that was the first time we've published that. So we have been in discussion with police since that agreement was made, and I believe we are may have all of the information that we require now. We still want to be able to report on I understand that we will never actually have the demographics of the people who are wandered, because it would require police to probe those people, and that's just not the way wanding operates. So that's been acknowledged by, I think, everybody.
Yeah.
But we want to be able to report on the people who are searched as a result of the wanding, and we haven't done that yet. So we're in development for that. So
Okay.
I think it's the case at the present that we have what we need. But if that's not the case, I will advise the committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I also ask about digital evidence access orders, or DEAOs, which are now an important feature in LEPRA? Is Boxar doing any work to track the usage of those orders, if so, in connection with what offences?
We are not, no. So.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask about, youth justice, can I ask you, Ms Nielsen, about the Countering Violent Extremism program in Youth Justice New South Wales, which I think is referred to as the Special Support Unit. How much investment is going into that program?
I'm not sure if we have the exact figures on hand. My colleague, Ms Scott, might be able to talk to that.
Yeah, we might take that one on notice if we can, but it's quite a small amount. It's a combination of Commonwealth funding and state funding.
Thank you. And how long has it been going for?
I'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay.
It's been a few years now.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, if you could, I'm looking for really I've got 2015. I don't know if that's the right year, but if so, what funding since that what funding's gone in from the state each year, if I could?
Certainly.
How many psychologists and caseworkers are in that unit?
I'll have to take that one on notice. We've got a one psychologist from memory and 3 caseworkers, but I don't want to mislead the committee, so I will come back to you with confirmation.
Thank you, no problem. I raised with the inspector just previously about the fact that the inspector has repeatedly raised the asbestos contamination at the Cobham Youth Justice Centre. Is that something you're able to speak to?
Mr. Vita, are you able to talk to that?
Contamination.
Asbestos at
Yeah,
Commons?
so it's asbestos at the Tandara unit, where young girls are often received into youth justice, is what the report stipulates. It speaks of the inspector's report has spoken about that, as well as the broken emergency intercoms, dirty linen, used toiletries, and from the reports, and the inspector confirmed these recommendations the inspectors made around those matters, including to close that unit, has been that recommendation's been rejected. Is there anything you can elaborate as to why, or is there a plan?
Sure.
Thank you.
I can tell you that all units within youth justice undergo cyclic maintenance, and from time to time undergo building renovations. And there was one occasion in what we call one of the front units where asbestos was found, and the appropriate remedial action took place to remove that. As far as the age of the units, they were built in 1980, and we would love to have the funding to be able to knock them down and build new ones, but we don't. We have received some funding and we are renovating some of the old units. As a matter of fact, one of them starts in about 3 weeks' time. But our position with numbers, the sort of cohorts of kids that we have, our ability and need to separate the different classifications of young people don't allow us to close any units at this stage.
Thank you. The inspector's recent report on unannounced inspections of the 6 youth justice centres observed multiple cases of extreme and rapid weight gain, including young people gaining 30 to 60 kilograms within 6 to 8 months. The inspector previously was just in here, gave evidence about the concern the inspector holds around nutrition I think she was indicating intention to try and learn more about it, that she hasn't had visibility over that. Is there something you could tell us, this committee, in relation to evidence-based nutrition standards, menus?
Sure.
Yeah, how we're looking after the nutritional needs of the young people.
Sure. We're looking at that recommendation. I can tell you that that is the exception rather than the rule. The example I think that I read in the inspector's report was an example where someone had allegedly put on 60 kilos. I'm not aware of that example. Kids are no different to our kids. We have to provide a balanced diet for them. We seek advice from people like Justice Health and dietitians. We do have incentive schemes where if the young people display the appropriate behaviour, they are rewarded. And yes, on some occasions, those rewards are around confectionery, sweet things and cakes. For us, it's balancing. We certainly don't want young people put on that example of weight, and we're in the process of making sure through our liaison with our dietary partners to make sure that the menu is, balanced.
What about the one, and I know it's, there was in that report, the inspector observed instances of young people in youth justice centres being given used underwear. Like, is that, that is an inspector. So, to suggest when I read that, I sort of go, well, if that's happening under an inspector's visit supervision, that you cannot tell me that's an exception. Like, it's, there's a level of normality or something about that. What can you tell us about that?
You are correct. Our policy is not to issue second-hand underwear, including socks. The examples of the inspector that she rose was from an inspection in what we call our admissions area, which is the area which distributes, and there are different, for the want of a better word, buckets of clothing that are distributed. And unfortunately there has been a few occasions where washed underwear has found itself in the wrong bucket of just being distributed, as opposed to a policy where we want to wash underwear and then redistribute it. I can tell you that's not the case, and since those examples were found, I think approximately from memory, a year or a year and a half ago, there's been some strong memorandums put out to make sure that that does not happen, and that includes that the centre manager, he or she personally inspects the underwear on a weekly basis, writes it in a template that comes to me as the director, and I satisfy myself that there are no examples of that.
And just finally, there's I raised earlier this idea that is that the use of isolation practices in youth justice centres as a form of punishment, and that last year in 24-25 there were 139 instances of young people being held in isolation for periods exceeding 22 to 24 hours. What situations would normally warrant that kind of prolonged period of isolation?
Sure. Young people get put in their rooms, as you put it, isolation. We describe it as segregation, separation, or confinement.
Yeah.
Separation, you may be aware, can be due for medical purposes, infectious diseases, for example. We used it quite extensively during the COVID period. Segregation is basically for manage risk to self and others, and confinement is part of our disciplinary process for poor behaviour, where confinement is issued for under 16-year-old boys and girls. It's under 12 hours, and for over 16 up to 24 hours. It's something that the agency focuses on. I get reports on a monthly basis. and yeah, depending on what form of isolation you're talking about, they're the three categories for as a punishment, as a separation because of gender or vulnerability or medical purposes, or for segregation, which I suspect a lot of the times it's because the behaviour of a young person poses a threat to himself, herself, or others.
We recently had a presentation that provided some data on the overuse for behaviour, or the observation, I think it was a fair one from the analysis, was that it was for small bad behaviours. Do you think it would be wise if we stopped that as an option for in corrective services in juvenile justice? And just the argument that was being presented to us from experts was, if you take that method of corrective behaviour away, then people are very clever and they will work out perhaps kinder, more innovative, different ways to respond to bad behaviour. Do you think that that's a truism?
I'm not really qualified to answer that in the way that I think you would expect, except to say to you that this is a subject that we often discuss with our professional staff, including psychologists, and there's various views on that. Some would agree with what you've just said. Others would say, from a behavioural point of view, particularly with young people, a short, sharp punishment such as confinement for something that they have done is actually something that's seen, if it's done correctly, that helps. For us, we have that range that I spoke about, and that doesn't mean that everyone gets 12 hours. Depending on what the issue is, the shift supervisor or the duty manager uses their discretion, and sometimes it's an hour or 2 or 3 or 4, depending on what it is that they've misbehaved. And then secondly, I'll just point out that, as I'm sure you're aware, that's included in the legislation for us to be able to do that, and our policies reflect that legislation.
But it's true, if it was not in the legislation and you couldn't do it, then people just wouldn't do it, would they?
Well, you would need some repercussion for poor behaviour. The numbers of young people that we've got in custody, that cohort we heard a little while ago about the challenges that they bring with them, their history of trauma, poor impulse control, at the moment, very strong gang affiliation, which they don't leave those behaviours at the front door when they come into our system. When they're dealt with by the judiciary, they all come into our centres, and unfortunately they still display some of those behaviours. So we need there to be a consequence. That's the best way that I can answer that question.
Can I add to that, that it's one of a suite of tools that our staff have at their disposal for looking after and managing young people's behaviour within the system. Our staff are trained professionals and they execute judgment when they're deciding what type of response to take to a specific behaviour, and all of those tools are really heavily oversighted. You've spoken to the inspector. We've also got the Advocate for Children and Young People who has access to our facilities. The Ombudsman looks at reports. And as Mr. Vita pointed out, we as an executive team scrutinise that data as well. So the executives get monthly reports about how those different mechanisms are being employed by the staff. And we have seen a downward trend over the last 5 years, quite a significant downward trend. As we've really zeroed in on and focused on that, we've seen a downward trend in the use of those different tools as well. So I would say, while it remains at our disposal, it is something that we are very careful about how we employ, and it is very carefully scrutinised, as it should be.
So should any 14-year-old inside a prison literally be locked in a room all on their own with no human contact? I mean, it's that we just had witnesses that basically said no, under no circumstances, because this is the whole pathological, this is how you make somebody more criminal, you hurt somebody more, you compound the trauma, you hurt the pain. I can't imagine.
Might be helpful for us to explain a little bit about what happens, because they're not without human contact. Do you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, I'd just like the committee to know that when we're talking about isolation, we are not talking about a particular area where a young person is walked to inside four walls. We're talking in 99.9% of the time in their own rooms, air conditioned, with a television, with contact, electronic contact in case they need anything. Every 20 minutes staff check on them. They have the radio, reading material. So that's important for us to get across. It's not like a room with four walls with nothing in it.
No, I understand. Thank you. It's not their own room, though, is it? It's the room within the prison that they've been sentenced to. But I understand.
That's true.
Thank you.
I just wanted to go back to early intervention and prevention, and particularly my colleague asked about the 9.5-year-old that would then be referred on to other services. I just wanted to unpack that a little bit more as to where would they be referred. Only because we heard this morning from some witnesses where they said, yes, we get, I think, 80 or 90% of all the young people they deal with are referred, but they get no cost recovery. So if the philanthropic funds run out, they cease to be able to provide that service. So I'm interested to understand that a little bit more.
Look, it would vary geographically. I can only talk to our experience in the youth justice space. So I'll give you an example. Down in the Riverina in Wagga Wagga, we have a program that operates down there, our short-term remand program, where we have funded an Aboriginal organisation to develop a program to look after young people who were at the very early stages of coming into contact with the criminal justice system. Initially, when we went down there, it was with the idea that it would be young people who normally fit within a youth justice mandate. When we went into the community and started having conversations, the community said, we're most worried about children who are transitioning from primary to high school. We're worried about the kids in year 4, 5, 6 who are starting already to show signs of disengagement. We know that that means that ultimately they won't make it to high school. And so we leaned into that and went with what the community was telling us they needed. And that initiative is now a hub, Wurundjeri Dreaming, down in the Riverina. Highly encourage anyone to go down and visit it. It's quite amazing. And what they have done is they have a bus that goes to the primary school at the end of the day, and they've got a really long waiting list now, unfortunately. And lots of children who weren't even turning up for school even at that young age they come to school because they know at the end of the day they get to go on the bus, they go down to the hub, they learn language, they do different cultural activities, but at the same time they also get to start to have conversations about some of the challenges at home and trying to be referred into other services. So I think that is an example of a program that is functioning really, really well. And I think that's the kind of thing that could be made available in other areas as well.
And you said they've got a wait list. Is there any modelling that's being done by Youth Justice sort of to get a snapshot of how much of the demand there is and how much of the demand is actually being met? Because obviously they're all the kids that fall through the crack that you just wait until they eventually come of age and then end up in the justice system.
That's right. And because that community has really embraced this model, it was a bit of a case of if you build it, they will come. So local GP has leaned in and comes a couple of days a week and provides support and services to kids. So there's a lot of other community members kind of leaning in to pick up some of that overflow. I don't have a definitive answer about how many people need the service compared to how many are receiving it. But I think certainly if we made those services available, they would be really well patronised.
But is there any modelling that Youth Justice or the department is doing across the state to look at that need as a part of a prevention piece?
Oh, look, there could be. There's not that I'm aware of off the top of my head.
Is it something you could take on notice?
I think the issue here is funding, to be honest. So we have some really amazing early intervention programs. So we've got the short-term remand that Candice was talking about. Then we also have the Cockatoo program and the My Path program. those things are discreetly funded, and they're almost pilot sites that we would love to roll them out across the state, but the issue is the funding. So, for example, the short-term remand only has funding for another year. So those are the barriers for us. We would love to see them roll out. The other problem is these sort of programs are more successful if they're place-based. So when we're setting them up, we work with the communities to find out what they would like to see. What are the barriers? What are the gaps? What do they actually need? And we go from there rather than trying to just cookie cutter something across the state.
And do you know what the budget allocation for this financial year in relation to prevention intervention is?
In relation to what, sorry?
Prevention and early intervention.
I've got a list of all of the different investments that we're making across the board. I don't have it totaled before me. I can read them out, or I can provide it. I can provide it out of.
That's last year.
It says 2025-2026 budget committed 112.
Yeah, so if you could take on notice for the.
Oh, that's last year.
Yeah.
For next
I know it only came out in the last 3 days.
I could read it all out, but yes, I'll give it to you on notice.
That'd be good. And the only other thing, and you sort of partly addressed it, but whether or not, because you actually said that increased investment would make paraphrasing, would reduce the need for custodial setting. Has any modelling been done around how much investment there would you would need to actually deliver some long-term reform and change to prevent young people going into the system?
A lot of the modelling we've done is based on what we already have and what it might take to upscale some of those initiatives statewide. I think a better approach is more looking at what individual communities need, and exactly what Jodie just said, what Ms Scott just said, we can't apply a cookie cutter approach. So just because the initiative that I've just spoken to down in Wagga Wagga cost X dollars, it may need to be something different in a different community somewhere else. So I think it's a bigger piece of work, probably working with local communities to understand what are the issues that you would like to address in your community, and then what are the solutions that you think are the right solutions for your community.
And is that work being done?
We don't have funding for that work yet.
Okay.
So, and I think that's part of the problem as well, is government have to lean in and be very brave to look at a place-based approach rather than funding for discrete programs.
Okay. And the only other thing was, I suppose, when a young person leaves the justice system, as in a centre, obviously while they're there, they're getting the medical support, they're getting I suppose the therapy that they need, particularly if they're not on the NDIS. What actions then taken in the community? Because we heard, obviously, when a young person goes back to the same environment that led to where they ended up, it's just a constant cycle. So what, does it just stop with you, or what wraparound support is then provided or can be provided?
The short answer is it depends. The longer answer is if young people have a period of community supervision that follows them into the community after they leave custody, then we engage in a really intensive pre-release program where we identify what the different goals for that young person are. The young person develops those goals with the caseworker, and then the caseworker connects the young person into the community supports that might help them achieve those goals. So they walk out with that kind of connected up with all of the different options. Obviously health lean in and do that, education lean in and do that as well, or if the young person's older, we might try and look at an employment pathway for them. The majority of young people are in and out within 24 hours, so it all bets are off in terms of that case planning. And so that is, I guess, where we're looking at these alternative options earlier in the piece, like the program that I spoke to down in Wagga Wagga. We've got a number of similar programs that look at young people at all different stages of their kind of pathway in the criminal justice system to try and embed them with those community supports, so that some of them will come in and out of our system very rapidly, but they can go back and be picked up in that program again and supported within their local communities by the different services that exist there.
And then who is responsible? So, and this is coming from a question where obviously there's a breakdown within that family unit, so you can't say mum or dad or aunt or whoever, but who is making sure that young person doesn't end up back
in the system? Well, if they don't have a mandate with YJ, then we really are not able to continue to be that person, which is why those programs are so expensive. So essential.
Yep.
the most effective programs that we run are programs that have what we call a key worker role. So it's kind of the person that's kind of in the young person's court and connecting them with the different services. So if a young person needs to get to a medical appointment, that person might be able to go and pick them up and take them. Or a lot of young people need to get ID, or they might need to get connected with Centrelink. That key worker is the person that's doing all of those kind of life connections for them, that if mum or dad or parent or carer is not available, the key worker can be there to be that kind of linchpin.
And who funds the key worker?
If it's a program that we're funding, we do.
And do you have any costings around that?
We could certainly provide those on notice.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you.
And you
Just
have
a few more from me, if I could, for juvenile justice. Just going to that figure of 112.6 in funding for early intervention and diversion.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing as offender programs, I think it was called? I got some material from the research area of the Parliament on what's spent on offender programs.
I would
Yeah,
need
by
to
juvenile
look.
justice,
I'd
or is
need
that a
to look at
different
what
thing?
you've been provided. Possibly, it could
Yeah.
be. When we talk about early intervention and diversion programs, we're talking about the programs that our non-mandated programs, if you like. So
Yeah.
they're programs that we're providing funding to ACOs largely, or other non-government organisations to deliver the services on our
Right, but
behalf.
it's not compulsory treatment.
It is not.
Pursuant to the court order of the
It
superintendent.
is not compulsory.
Okay.
The
So I
key
think the
thing
other
about
figure
those
was
programs
that.
is they're voluntary as well.
Yeah.
If it was an offender management budget, it is most likely talking about the expenditure in custody would be my guess.
Yeah, I think that's right. So just to assist the inquiry to get a sense of what's happening over time, when you get that information from Ms McLaren Jones, would you be able to take on notice the budget, say, for the previous 6 years as well?
We can do our best.
Yeah, if that's all right.
Specifically in that early
diversion.
intervention diversion.
Yeah, for early
phase, yeah.
early intervention and diversion, but also if there's a budget sort of allocation that's easily obtainable for offender programs in custody as well, something like that, just to give us a sense of.
The report on government services does have that information available to it. How much gets spent annually by each state and territory in both custodial programs
I think that's where
and community.
it came
That would
from,
be where it
actually.
came from.
Yeah, so that's not the same as this, is
No,
it?
it's not the same as
Okay,
that.
good,
That
yeah.
that one you can just find on the internet. It's very readily available. The ROGS data. This one we would need to.
If you could get us this
provide
one
on
for the
notice.
previous 6 years as well, that would be helpful, just to give us a sense of the investment that's being made over time.
Yes.
I think, and keep in mind that investment in early intervention is spread across the state, but in different programs. So some of the programs will only be in 1 or 2 areas. Others will be across the state in maybe 10 or 12 areas.
Yeah.
But not all early intervention programs are available in every area.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I just want to get a sense of, because, it's sometimes said that you need to sort of tackle both sides of this.
Yes.
You might have a punitive approach and then you might have an investment in services. And I just want to get a sense. I have a good understanding of what we're doing on the punitive side. I'd like to get a good understanding of what the state's doing over time on the other side.
And can we also then do the youth budget for the same thing? Youth budget. Youth justice budget, because as you said, the majority obviously isn't in the prevention early intervention space.
That's right.
Yeah.
The one caveat I'll give about the early intervention and diversion data in the youth justice space is that we can provide you what youth justice funds, but there are also buckets of money that go to other government departments specifically for programs targeting young people in contact with the youth justice system. That's not our kind of data that we necessarily have at our
Okay, we'll
fingertips.
accept it with that caveat, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No? So I believe there were some questions on notice there. We may have some supplementary questions after we get the transcript back, but I do want to thank you for putting aside your time today to come and give evidence to us, and I hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm going to rudely leave a bit early.
I've got to leave a bit early, so I've got to fly.
Fly, yeah, me too.
What time is it?
From 7. Yeah, I think mine's about. I've got to be there at 6:15.
Competing for who goes first out of you two.
So I'm
Do you want
leaving.
to share a cab?
Probably. Uber.
Uber.
So, we're ready?
Thank you.
Okay. So welcome and thank you for coming today and putting aside time to give us an insight into where you're working and to give us some evidence. So what I will do is ask each witness to please state their name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And I'll start from my left, so Ms. Johnson, and then we'll go that way.
Thank you. I, Larissa Johnson, Director, Out of Home Care Regulation at the Office of the Children's Guardian, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Ward?
I, Rachel Ward, Children's Guardian of New South Wales, swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Assistant Commissioner?
Chair. I, Jason Weinstein, Assistant Commissioner, Capability Performance Youth Command, New South Wales Police Force, swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And would you like to make or start by making a short statement?
I'll start at the bottom if that right, but do you guys want to start first or do you want me to?
You can start first.
Okay.
We won't fight over it.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Select Committee on Youth Justice. New South Wales Police Force welcomes this inquiry and supports the committee's work in considering evidence-based approaches to reducing the number of children and young people who come into contact with the criminal justice system. I think there's probably no more important work as a committee that we will do and collectively hold us to account around what you are trying to achieve today. New South Wales Police Force has a statutory responsibility to work with the community to reduce violence, crime and fear and contribute to a safer New South Wales. In that context, police recognise that two matters that are central to this inquiry. First, many children and young people who encounter the justice system are among the most vulnerable members of our community. Their offending is often connected with trauma, disability, family dysfunction, educational disengagement, housing instability, poverty and intergenerational disadvantage. Second, the early intervention, diversion and community-led responses are critical to reducing both offending and long-term justice system contact. New South Wales Police Force accepts those propositions and we support a coordinated whole-of-government response to address the long-term issues. Consistent with the committee's terms of reference, police recognise that youth offending does not arise in isolation. In operational settings, many young people who come to a police station present with overlapping vulnerabilities, as we've earlier mentioned. Those issues cannot be resolved by policing alone. Effective prevention depends on early availability of health, education, housing, child protection and importantly community support mechanisms. From a policing perspective, the practical difficulty is that policing often engage with young people only after those underlying drivers have escalated into offending or acute risk behaviours. New South Wales Police Force strongly supports early intervention, diversionary pathways and therapeutic responses that address these causes of offending before a young person becomes entrenched in the justice system. Place-based, family-centred, community-led, culturally informed programs should remain central to this theme. However, from an operational perspective, there are two recurring constraints. The first is access. Demand can exceed capacity, and the eligibility thresholds can exclude some high-risk young people, and after hours in regional services availability can be limited. The second is coordination. Many supports are voluntary, fragmented across agencies and difficult to activate quickly for a young person presenting with the highest immediate risks. This gives rise to a practical issue that I wish to place before the committee. For a small but significant cohort of high-risk young people, there is currently limited capacity to ensure effective engagement with supports prior to conviction. I think that's a very critical theme that hopefully we can explore a bit further on.
Sorry, prior to what?
Prior to conviction.
Oh, conviction. Yeah,
Prior to conviction, yep. The New South Wales Police Force recognises that detention should remain a measure of last resort, and police also recognise that unnecessary criminalisation can have harmful long-term consequences for young people. At the same time, police face a significant operational challenge in managing a cohort of young offenders who present a substantial risk, continue to reoffend over short periods, including in relation to serious criminal activity, and do not consistently engage with voluntary supports while in the community. The issue is not a choice between punitive response and no response. This issue is how the system can safely and effectively intervene in pre-conviction phase where serious offending is reoccurring, but available supports cannot be readily compelled, coordinated or sustained. The overrepresentation of Aboriginal children and young people in the youth justice systems remains one of the most serious issues before this inquiry. It requires honest recognition of cumulative impacts of disadvantage, child protection interface, disrupted schooling, housing instability and intergenerational trauma. It also requires strong support for Aboriginal community controlled and culturally led responses. Those responses should not be peripheral to reform, they must be central to it. At the same time, where those supports are unavailable, delayed or not activated, police and courts can become the default point of intervention. This is not an optimal system designed for any framework seeking to reduce justice. I think the reality is that at times the failure of the downstream systems, as you'd like to call it, or agencies, unfortunately leads to the upstream requirement of a policing intervention. Any effective reform framework will require not only investment in prevention and diversion, but practical governance arrangements that clarify agency responsibility, improves responsiveness, and reduces the likelihood that young people cycle will be repeated. And further, I think KPI measures of both NGOs and agencies is a critical fundamental phase of where frameworks should be developed into the future. It is also important for the committee to understand the operational reality facing the community and police across this state. Police are increasingly encountering a cohort of young offenders involved in serious and organised criminal activity. This includes aggravated break-ins, stolen motor vehicles, targeting of homes, violence, intimidation and weapon offences. I'll give you a recent snapshot of the period between 16 and 23 June this year, which identified at least 20 serious instances involving young people across metropolitan and regional New South Wales. They included those offences which I just alluded to. Of importance to that were a number of those individuals who were already subject to bail or other court-imposed orders. The snapshot is not intended to overstate the issue, but it illustrates the frequency, speed and seriousness for which a small cohort of young people are currently cycling through offending behaviour. This cohort presents a materially different risk profile to both community safety and to young people themselves. It underscores the need for a system capable of intervening effectively before offending behaviour escalates further. It is also important to understand and place this issue in a broader context. While overall crime instances have fallen, and we heard that from Boxar a short time ago, the reality is that serious violent youth offending has significantly increased in the same period of time.
So what period of time are you talking about there?
So in the last 10 years, for example, so we have serious violent offending for youth offences around break-in, stolen motor vehicles, non-domestic assaults, homicide, for example, have increased 69% in the same period. In terms of a breakdown between metropolitan New South Wales and regional New South Wales, you're looking at a 46% increase in regional and 101% in metropolitan metropolitan areas. So in summary, New South Wales Police Force, we support evidence-based reform that strengthens early intervention, diversion and community-led responses and a whole-of-government coordination framework. We also recognise that there is a need to minimise unnecessary criminalisation to ensure that detention remains that measure of last resort. If the objective is to reduce both offending and long-term justice system contact, reform must also address the practical gaps that currently exist for high-risk young people who do not effectively engage with voluntary support programs prior to conviction. So the issue is not whether prevention works, the issue is to ensure that those who most need intervention receive it early enough consistently enough and effectively to change the trajectory of their offending behaviours. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just have a short opening statement. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you for the opportunity to attend this hearing, and we welcome the work of this committee. My office does not have an oversight role in respect of youth justice. However, some of our regulatory functions do provide us with a perspective about some of the drivers of children's contact with the youth justice system, and in particular, young people in residential care. Many of the submissions to this inquiry speak to the common themes that also align with our observations. While we would all agree that the first priority should be to address the fundamental social disadvantage that makes some children and young people more likely to come into contact with the youth justice system, or where a child or young person is in detention, it is an opportunity to engage with them in order to fully understand their complex needs and develop a comprehensive plan to support them upon their release. It has been our observation, however, that this is often a lost opportunity, and we've had cause to raise concerns with providers about how young people have been supported when exiting detention. We certainly see opportunities for better coordination amongst the various services involved in these young people's lives. Some submissions to this inquiry have also noted that young people in out-of-home care, particularly residential care, are more likely to come to the attention of police for behavioural issues that would be typically managed by families in the community, without the need for police involvement. Legal Aid has emphasised the importance of the joint protocol in this regard, and our accreditation criteria includes requirements for agencies to ensure that staff are supported to understand and implement it. Anecdotally, we have seen where residential care providers have a good relationship with local police, implementation of the joint protocol is more likely to be successful. I want to include by noting that, having had the opportunity to read some of the other submissions to this inquiry, there seems to be consensus that early intervention is critical to divert vulnerable children from contact with the youth justice system, but also a recognition that when children and young people do come into contact with the system, it provides a critical opportunity for strong interagency collaboration and coordination of support. I note the Department of Communities and Justice is embarking upon a program of reform in the out-of-home care sector, and while we all wait for further detail of the future design of the system, there does seem to be an opportunity to ensure a better coordination between the child protection, out-of-home care system and that of the youth justice system. I understand, however, that tackling disadvantage is complex work and cannot be achieved by one government department. It requires a whole of government commitment. Thank you again for your work, and I look forward to the insights that this committee can provide on how to improve outcomes for this vulnerable group of children and young people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like?
Yes, I've just got a couple of questions, and it follows on from our previous witness that when I asked about a young person exiting care, exiting the justice system, basically referred on to other agencies, they've got a case plan, various other things. Reading your submission, I'm mindful that your area where you've been able to focus is on for those that have exited into out-of-home care. But what is alarming is where you've actually said that there's been flaws in the handover, the plans aren't actually there. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
I think you're referring to the section in our submission about aftercare planning? Yep. Following 15, yes. So that is, we can monitor through our code of practice and the standards the level of planning and detail that goes into a child leaving out-of-home care. And
leaving youth justice into out-of-home care. You've said that the handovers and the information provided hasn't been adequate.
I might hand to Melissa because I think that's a particular practical.
Yeah, it speaks to just the lack of coordination. So, for example, a young person who might be in out-of-home care enters custody, they've had a case worker that they've been working quite closely with, that case worker then moves on, isn't no longer connected to the young person. Sometimes when the young person is in custody, they do get a number of supports and plans whilst they're there, but when they come to exit, they may move to a different agency, they will almost definitely have a different caseworker, and so it's the loss of connection through that process that means that they're not well supported, and that some of those opportunities that might have been gained aren't seen to fruition. So it's really what Rachel referred to in the opening statement, around that lack of coordination and collaboration.
Can that be improved? And I'm obviously not for a young person that might be in a centre for a longer period of time, but we heard that most of them are only going in for 24, 48 hours. So if they're losing that connection then, how do you fix that? Like because that's not a long period of time.
Yeah, I think the case studies that we referred to were longer than that.
Okay.
They were extended periods of time, and I would assume if it was 24 to 48 hours, there would be a consistent caseworker.
And then, have you found, have there been any issues in relation to the actual handover? So the ensuring that the plan of the engagement with therapy and support and various other things, has that continued when they then go into residential care, or is that not occurring at all either?
It varies. It really varies, and it is often dependent on the individual young person's connections and experiences and the skill of the out-of-home care provider. But what it is definitely able to improve, and what we should really be seeing is that consistency throughout the process. And that is what we're looking for in the accreditation when a young person exits their custodial sentence, that those supports are there, and that's the kind of engagement we have around how an agency can make those improvements.
And I suppose, final question before I hand over, but how do, and this comes back to, I think, again, the early intervention piece and various other things, who ultimately should be responsible? Because there's a challenge, and we hear that, yes, everything comes under DCJ, but then you have police section, you have youth justice section, you have out-of-home care. How does it, or you've also got health getting involved and education in parts. Yeah. Where should, or who should, which department is best to be ultimately responsible?
Yeah, and I think that's the crux of it, isn't it? All those different organisations who are involved in different parts of the young person's life. In this instance, from our expectation, the out-of-home care agency, whether or not it's government or non-government, who has case management for that young person should maintain that overall responsibility throughout and coordinate those particular aspects of a young person's life: health, education, psychological support. That's what we'd be expecting, that they would maintain that engagement. And we do see best case examples as well, where a caseworker remains very actively in a young person's life when they're in a juvenile facility. And what you experience from that is an organisation that has a really deep philosophical approach, that they're able to maintain strong systems of connection and engagement throughout. So it's not a kind of one-off particularly good caseworker. It's actually systems and processes that are in place from that organisation that enable that to happen. But even with a strong organisation like that, if they have a lot of workforce turnover, then they will also experience those complexities of maybe that losing priority for that organisation.
Can I just ask about, Assistant Commissioner, can I just ask you about the Moree drone trial and how, if there is, I kind of made an assumption, I could be wrong, that the Moree drone trial had some relationship with the apparent youth explosion of crime in Moree for the focus of that particular trial. Am I right to make that assumption, or was that just...
I'm not so much sure it's, Ms. Higgins, whether it's the youth explosion, but it was certainly the crime that was occurring in Moree. Yes, there was a heavy focus of youth crime in Moree, but there is other crime in that Moree sector and the wider sectors outside of Moree. So it was a trial to see whether aerial support, so it's not surveillance per se, it's aerial support at the time of an incident occurring.
Right.
And it can be a missing person, for example, or it can be a crime-related response. So it was actually, so as opposed to having a fixed-wing aircraft that costs lots of money to run, or a helicopter that's placed up there for short periods of time, it gives the capability for those in the regional area, particularly Moree, to see whether that capability, that aerial support capability, had an impact on one, I guess, catching offenders in the act or shortly thereafter the act of a crime, or in the case of a pursuit, for example, reducing the risk of a pursuit to the offending vehicle and the police by having some aerial support and that's what the trial was based upon. So it's not a 24-hour or a 5-hour surveillance. It's just flying around looking at people. It's a mechanism to respond to an incident that's occurring, like you would have with a helicopter or an aeroplane.
So it is. So just confirming, it is activated only in response. There's nothing proactive about the drone.
That's correct. That's right.
Okay, thank you. Can I also ask, in terms of the interaction with the new, or now over 12 months, the wanding powers? What you think, and I'm happy for anecdote as well. I don't need this to be completely data-driven. I've heard from Ms. Fitzgerald that they'll be doing some data analysis to the extent they can. But anecdotally, what do you understand in terms of that wanding and its intersection with young people?
I don't have the stats in terms of, and I know you want the anecdotal stuff. My understanding is it's not aimed at youth. It's aimed at hubs, whether they be transport hubs or shopping precinct hubs. So yes, there will be youth that interact through transport hubs. We've seen obviously horrendous offending in use of knives and edge weapons in some of those places, in some of that gang activity with young offenders. But to understand the proportion, I don't think it's a more youth focused v a general community focus. My anecdotal stuff, and from things that I read from the responses, what we call as a sit-rep, predominantly my understanding is it's more adult related as opposed to the young person, particularly where items are found, if that makes sense. I can't, the sit reps that I see would say that we may have wandered 1,000 people. I'll take it as a collective. It doesn't break down that 50% of those were young person. It just says 1,000, and then it tells me who was actually who had offences because they were carrying edge weapons or otherwise at the time.
So from those reports, I suppose what I'm wondering is, are we seeing? I think what you're suggesting is we're not seeing a high representation of young people in those. I think Jackie had it, a wanding incident and then something that comes from that wanding incident, because we don't know the wanding incident, that's the random part.
That's correct.
But the then incident that occurs from the wanding incident, i.e. they found something or something is detected. Is there anything that you would have noticed in terms of higher representation of young people or and say
Anecdotally, my experience from reviewing material as it comes in each time is generally more adult orientated. It's not so much young person orientated from offending per se.
And I just wanted to ask, it's something I've always wanted to know. Is there, you know how under the youth offenders you get your sort of 3 warnings or your the system? Is there anything within the police culture that thinks that there should be more now? There should be more capacity rather than those kind of 3. I know there's discretion and I know that comes into it, but there's also, my understanding, a bit of a compulsion within the culture of, oh God, they've had their 3, I've got to do this now. Is there something that you would say about that?
Well, I can only talk about my experiences and what I observe, and I don't see that culture. Obviously, where we have to operate within the framework, in the legislative framework, that's now changed as of 1 July. We have the new, I guess, framework around the Young Offenders Act, where after 3 years the caution will drop off. So essentially, you can now get more than 3 cautions over the life of offending. But if I look at what we have in the last 24 in the last 12 months, we had 10,700 charges against young people. We had 6,400 cautions, 900 youth conferences, and 3,000 warnings for that collective. So about 51% of offences that we came across led to a charge, which obviously went to court. And there's a myriad of reasons why we can't go down the road of a caution or a warning based around whether we had a protected admission, whether it was the nature of the offence or whatever. But essentially, about 49% of offences we come across are being diverted from the justice, from a court system, using the existing mechanisms as they stood pre-1 July this year.
And with the youth conferencing,
Yep.
are they all still happening within police premises?
My understanding is that they actually refer to youth justice, and they may, some, I'm not saying some don't occur in a police station setting, but I'd have to probably take that on notice because I'm not sure fully of the mechanism, or maybe that can be answered from a different area.
I'd be very interested into where the bulk of those youth conferences happen.
Certainly the caution, so the cautions themselves would happen in a police setting. It's the conferencing which I could take on notice and try and get some answers for the committee.
Thank you. Is there thoughts that the cautioning, like is there a thought that the cautioning happening at a police station where it's all very police, that is, that there should be any reform around that, or any alternative, or that's just the system and that's what we...
Look, it's the system that we currently operate in. It's not to say that it's something that we can't look at. I know that I've certainly had a discussion only this week about potentially within the Act there is a mechanism within the Act that allows for a community member to undertake the caution, whether that's with supervision of a police officer or otherwise. It's something that that we're going to explore about what setting that would look like, at what time would that be appropriate. So that's something that I'm looking at in terms of a discussion that we've only had this week with the President of the Children's Court.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got so many.
Do you have a question?
I've got a couple, just for the Assistant Commissioner. Just in relation to the crime rates issue, I was just wondering if you can take it on notice if you wish, but I was just curious where those statistics came from that you were talking about in your opening statement.
Yep, so they're actually from Boxer.
Okay.
So I can I can produce the document
if you
for the
wouldn't mind,
committee,
that'd be really
which is
helpful.
fine. So it's as I said, if you look at the crime rate curve, it's trending down in the right direction. It's the serious nature of the when you look at the serious offences for youth, that's going the different way. And that's replicated when I start to look at, for example, the State Crime Command, which looks after the most serious offences around organised crime and otherwise. You look at the number of young people that they are now actually charging and proceeding against. And probably a figure that I can share with the committee is, if I look, say, back to 2014, for example, there were 2 young persons who were charged with the offences of murder. Now, that could have been a manslaughter, it could have been accessory, or the actual offence. If I look to 2025, you are now at 14 young people. So, and if I look at those serious crime categories, and what I know anecdotally from where I'd come from before this command is that there is young people, younger and younger, doing more serious and violent.
If you can take on notice and provide exactly what categories, what years, and also exactly what data it is in terms of...
It's purely from Boxer.
Yeah, but
Boxer
is it
data.
court charges, is it convictions, etc., etc.? Because I've recently encountered, for example, a category of crime that was being talked about where if you burrowed into the data, it turned out that clear-up rates have dramatically increased. So, for example, police are solving a lot more crimes. So you'll get an impression of a significant jump in that crime, but actually it's the good work of the police. Also changes in technology as well and things like that. So if you could really specifically provide us exactly what we're talking about, it'd be good, because we didn't get that sort of vibe from Boxer. So I wouldn't mind really getting into that inconsistency.
And I said, look, and having worked at State Crime Command since about 2020, I can certainly tell you that that the involvement of young people now, particularly in the last 12 to 18 months, is exponentially more significant than what it was even 3 to 4 years ago.
I don't doubt what you say, except it also seems to be part of the human condition to have varying degrees of that impression.
And just because Boxer was here just a second ago,
Exactly.
saying something quite different, so it's to be interesting for us to be able to compare.
I can provide the chart after this meeting.
That'd be great.
Not
Thank
about to
you.
table it.
That's my only question.
That's your question?
Thanks.
You have any question? I was going to go to the Children's Guardian, and so what concerns do you have regarding, say, children in out of home care entering the justice system? I know in your submission, but if you could just talk to that.
So the main thing that we've observed recently, and probably from June last year, was the drop-off in the use of the coordination meetings for the joint protocol. So the last meeting was held in June 2025, and when we see that joint protocol working well, we do see, particularly when there's, I think I mentioned in my opening statement, between if it's a local response with local police, the local casework, or the NGO, as the case may be, for the young person, there is a more chance and likelihood that the joint protocol will be used appropriately. But what we do see when that doesn't work, the young people are fronting a police station for what should be a minor warning, and when they start to build up, the response becomes quite different.
Yeah. So how can we better support children in that instance?
So use of the joint protocol would be lovely. So we would really encourage those meetings to be reinstated, a really proper governance and accountability and steering committee to oversee the use of that joint protocol.
How often were they happening before?
The meetings were happening quarterly, and there was ongoing training throughout DCJ and out-of-home care providers.
Okay.
What we also see is probably through NGOs mainly is the use of contractors that are in the residential care facilities. They often aren't trained in the joint protocol, so that leaves that gap of when the incident happens within the home, they do automatically call the police.
Can I just ask, when you say contractors within the residential age group, what do you mean by
Contract care workers, sorry.
So contract care workers, so we have residential care facilities that I presume the state funds that are third party, and then they contract out work to essentially labour hire.
That's right.
Right.
So I can give you some figures. So
Yeah,
as
that'd be
of 31 March this year, there are 8,000 workers on our residential care workers register, and just under 20% of those are related to casual workers sourced from labour hire companies.
Okay, so 1 in 5.
1 in 5.
Okay, and there's no mandated. I mean, I'm guessing there's,
There's no mandated training.
No, but there's working with the normal working
of
with children
course.
checks, but not
Yes.
mandated training for things like what happens.
The joint
when
protocol.
So there doesn't seem to be that you need reform. You just need to
Strengthen.
that joint protocol. And so, like with children that have been in out-of-home care, what sort of is the systemic failures that are happening most commonly that would precede them going into that sort of justice arena or having justice involvement?
Disadvantage, trauma backgrounds is what we see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, you go.
I'm just still on this sort of worker issue.
Mm-hmm.
So that's quite a high rate of contingent work. Is there a particular issue with attracting a workforce to youth residential care?
Yes, and I'll go to Larissa for the details.
Yeah, so because of the relatively casual nature of that work, quite often the workers are moving around, and so what that means often when an agency is using labour hire, it is because they need to backfill, or they've got different circumstances in the house that they hadn't been able to anticipate, and so they've got to rely on a more casual basis. So when an out-of-home care designated agency uses casual workers, there is a service level agreement that they have to ensure is in place with the labour hire organisation, but it doesn't go down, as the Guardian pointed out, to that kind of detail around joint protocol training, etc.
Okay, so there is you have to do these things.
Yes, so the probity that you referred to.
Theoretically, in a contract between, or as the ultimate contractor, the government, we could theoretically mandate
stipulate,
that not just in our contract with the residential aged care provider, but in their contracts, that they have to require training on whatever aspects we think, whether it's dealing with the police or whether it's the protocol, whatever it is. There is potentially a lever there that we could pull, which would then require. Can you see any? And I'm not pretending to be an expert on this, so I'm going to ask you, is there a likely barrier to that? That if we were to suggest as a committee, how about we do this thing? Is there a barrier to that, do you think, at all?
One of the key challenges is the turnover of staff. And so there are occasions where there may not have been time to ensure that they've done that training. But like everything in an organisation, the more you do it and the more routine it becomes, then the more standardised that kind of training is. And so what it would mean is also that the staff that have been there longer would be able to pass that knowledge on. So there's no disadvantage to it. There are challenges in the same way that there are in lots of different environments to make sure that everybody's completed the same training.
But we do mandate training in other industries.
Exactly.
Before you can serve alcohol, you have to
Yeah.
be trained a certain way, but apparently not before you look after kids. In a residential out of care home.
Well, yes, yeah.
So has there been a reason given that why there's been the drop-off in these meetings?
Yes, so the Department of Communities and Justice is undergoing a significant amount of reform, and part of that is reviewing the joint protocol. We also know that the Ombudsman released a report in December around residential care or intensive therapeutic care, and also raised some concerns around the joint protocol. So we can anticipate that DCJ is also taking that into consideration in their overall reform, including of residential care. So certainly the understanding of the benefits are there, and trying to amend some of those and focus on the training. And the training is obviously also important for the police around trauma-informed responses, because what the young people are often exhibiting in out-of-home care is complex behaviour driven by the trauma, and so it's the response from the frontline workers in the residential home, as well as if they then might call the police to manage some of that complex behaviour, and then if the police similarly aren't familiar with some of that complex behaviour and how to better manage it. But of course, you want to prevent the police being called in the first place. That's the best way
and sometimes
to manage it.
Home environment, police wouldn't be called because family could manage.
Yes.
But not always in out of home because of the complex and the trauma and
and other young people present with similar trauma.
Okay. So even in a familial environment, if you've got two siblings whose behaviour is escalating, that is managed within that home environment, whereas in a residential home, if that escalates and the youth worker is not well trained or is not familiar with the behaviour management supports that are most appropriate for those young people, they can become overwhelmed and contact the police to assist them to manage that situation.
Okay. And I might turn to you now in terms of what other diversionary options did police have? So they have cautions. Are the youth action meetings sort of part of diversion? Yeah, can you?
So Chair, they're probably a fundamental, area that certainly rely. They're embedded in my command, and they sit alongside the youth command. And I was just going to quickly touch on some of the stuff that is actually occurring in the police force in terms of prevention. So it's not just the post an offence, but it's actually the prevention side of it. So there's 180 staff who are dedicated to the youth command, whose sole responsibility and focus is around early identification and prevention programs. So whether that's partnering with the PCYC, whether that's running our solo programs, whether it's, for example, this year, in the last 12 months, we've been to 2,800 presentations in schools, touching on 230,000 students, and they can range from driver behaviour education, drug behaviour, coercive control, the range of areas that we look after. If I look at the PCYC, they've had 1 million instances with children across the last financial year, and there's a range of programs that they also touch on through the PCYC network alone. But if I look at YAMS, for example, there are 20 locations across the state that they sit in with a coordination role and function. And in the agenda, so from 2025, there was 503 young people on a YAMS agenda. 39% of those children once they were on the agenda, never reoffended with police post that.
When you say agenda, like on a
what was
meeting?
the agenda? Sorry, you said
So, so for example, a child might be referred into the YAMS agenda setting.
Yeah.
So then whether they have a complex need, whether it's a
Sorry, I just didn't get the YAM bit.
Sorry, the YAMS agenda. And so when they come to a YAMS agenda, and it can be referred from any agency, it doesn't need to be police, it can be education, it could be health, it could be anywhere. They'll assess that needs of that family or the child, and then they will find the resource in that area that can help that complex issue or that family. So in 39% of the occasions where someone is on the YAMS agenda, they never basically come into contact with police post that. And I think it's about 75% time after that there's less contact once they're on the YAMS agenda versus being on a pre-YAMS agenda. So the YAMS coordination role in those 20 locations they currently exist is working, and it's that coordination piece, as we talk about, that's bringing services and holding services to account, because when they're on the agenda, those agencies have to report back about what they have done in terms of that. But we do still, in terms of the diversion range of suite of stuff, it's really where we can partner with another agency or with NGO or an ACO or otherwise, we're certainly invested in performing that role.
And on this joint protocol training, how do you interact or coordinate with the children's guardian?
So as Rachel talks about, it's something that has fallen away due to, I guess, the whole review mechanism. So we have steering committees. I chair a youth steering committee at my level with the applicable departments, including Aboriginal legal aid, etc. So once we can re-establish those, it's then a directive from myself to the respective area commands that those meetings must occur, and then those meetings then get reported through to me from a policing perspective through my youth sponsors across the 6 regions that are across the state.
I'm conscious that we have 2 people online, Mr. Barrett and Mr. Murphy. Do you have no questions? No?
Nothing at this stage.
Nothing.
Thanks, Chair.
We got 2 minutes, so no? All right. What additional tools do you think would assist officers?
Okay, so for me, so we in the last 6 months have started to embark on what do we do differently, because we want to be focused on that early intervention, and I know that Jackie Fitzgerald from Boxart talked about some data sets. So we are currently in the process of reviewing what are those data sets. So we've already identified that between early contact with police at family environments, not necessarily from a offending point of view, but whether it's be a domestic that's no offence has occurred, but we have children present. We're looking at using those data sets combined with education data sets and then combined with health data sets to actually start to early identify where those families or individuals are at need, and then providing support and mechanisms, whether through YAMS or otherwise. So we are starting to move as a command for my area, better intelligence and better data sets to actually start to identify that before they touch point with the justice system. I think one of the other barriers is that interagency operability and data sharing is very problematic. So, for example, I can access Department of Education data that tells me what kids aren't turning up to school, what issues might be in a school, because I have some police who are embedded in the education department and we have an MOU, but from a health perspective, I may not be able to get that data. And so it's, whilst we all are government agencies, whether there was a legislative framework that allows those in this area of young person diversion, young person early intervention, having access, capability and framework to share that data, to identify that and then action that, I think is a very critical thing versus each agency needing an MOU with everybody else. Because if I look at Cobham, for example, or Youth Justice, for example, they have some really amazing data sets through family history, affiliations, and I know there was an earlier discussion around segregation, isolation, etc. But of those that are currently on remand in juvenile justice, 50% currently identified with a gang of some description. So having that data set, and it's not from a policing point of view, but it's that early intervention and putting support mechanisms, cultural support mechanisms into those individuals if they come back into community is the thing that we talk about where we can stop that reoffending and also maybe get to those in that family environment before they even go down that pathway.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We have now run out of time, but no, it's so thank you for your time this afternoon. We appreciate that you have been able to attend, and I think we had some questions on notice, and we may have some further supplementary questions. So, but again, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's hardcore on a Friday afternoon. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.